Ed Roth Taylor is the son of a powerful noble family of ruffian. He is feared for his bullying and bad behavior at the academy where he acts like king. One day, Ed receives a letter from his family. The letter says he is disowned and removed from the family register. He loses everything: his title, his wealth, and even kicked out of his dorm room. Students at the academy gossip about his downfall. They still avoid him because of his bad reputation, but many believe he deserves his fate for trying to cheat during the entrance exam. Ed feels that life is unfair. The people who judge him don't know the real him. He isn't the villain they think he is. The truth is strange. He has been transported into his favorite video game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. In this game, he isn't a hero or a genius, but a minor villain who appears only at the start of the story. This character is weak, powerless, and destined to end up as a beggar in the game's ending. Ed checks his stats and feels hopeless. His stamina, strength, and magic are embarrassingly low. He is supposed to be a student of magic, but even a farmer NPC has better stats. He realizes this is why his character is so insignificant in the game. But Ed doesn't want the ending where he becomes a beggar. He decides he will change his fate, no matter how hard it is. The academy is still his chance to build a new life. It is a top school, and anyone who graduates has a bright future. He knew it was extreme starting part of the scenario, but is also extremely important for him. Since his tuition for the first semester is already paid, Ed decides he will stay, work hard, and use his knowledge of the game to survive. His goal is to graduate and live a peaceful life. However, his low stats make him doubt if he can succeed. So, he decides to focus on surviving the next 10 days until the semester starts. To avoid the students and their stares, Ed leaves the academy grounds and goes into the nearby forest. On the first day, he tries cutting logs and moving them with magic. His weak magic drains his energy quickly, and he becomes hungry. Remembering a story from his grandfather, Ed tries to make stew from tree bark. It tastes awful and makes him feel sick. He realizes wood is better for building than for eating. Ed works hard to build a shelter. He cuts logs, makes a frame, and puts everything together. After hours of effort, his shelter is finally complete. His stats improve slightly and earns a small achievement. This gives him hope. Ed notices that not he is skilled with magic, but also good with his hands. Using his handy skills, he crafts a harpoon, which also unlocks an achievement. He uses the harpoon to catch fish, cooks them, and enjoys his first proper meal in 2 days. For the first time, he feels he can survive. While eating, Ed hears someone behind him. He turns and sees Princess Phinia. She is the third princess of the Klol Empire and the person who exposed his cheating during the entrance exam. Because of her, Ed lost everything. Now she looks angry to see him still at the academy. Phinia doesn't understand why Ed hasn't been expelled yet. She thinks he is shameless and warns him to leave the academy. Ed feels nervous because Phinia has a special power that lets her see through lies. If she reports him, he will be expelled, and will be the end for him. As she scolds him, Ed sees his fish burning in the fire, adding to his frustration. Ed knows he needs to calm her down. He tries his best to divert her attention, then simply bends down and thanks her. Phinia looks surprised, detecting no lies from Ed. She knows Ed's family, the Roth Taylors, are infamous for their genocidal experiments on humans, and are considered a trash family that should be destroyed or executed. But for Ed, it's different. He is lucky because he has already been disowned by his family. This gives him an advantage in the academy, or else it would be end for him in the game. Ed begins to wonder why she is alone in the forest without any escort or uniform. He recalls that it's likely for the class placement test in video games timeline, where students are supposed to find magical beads. Ed knows that Phinia wants to join Class A, the academy's top class. He offers to help her, knowing she will struggle to pass the test without assistance. Phinia grows suspicious of his offer, thinking it might be a trick. Ed remains calm and insists he is being honest. He tells her that if he lies, she can have him expelled immediately. This is his last chance, and he knows he has to convince her to trust him. Ed helps Phinia by telling her the exact location of the magical bead, hidden under Marilda's guardian tree in the middle of the island. Following his instructions, she heads there and finds the bead, just as Ed had described. Phinia feels surprised and conflicted. The Ed she knew from 3 days ago was a cheater and a liar, but now she finds herself unable to understand this new version of him. The next day, the class placement tests come to an end, and the students gather to await their evaluations. Professor Glast arrives and asks everyone to present the beads they have collected. Some students come forward with different objects, like magical eggs, but they are placed in Class F for failing to meet the test's requirements. The professor explains that the beads needed for success lack magical power, which makes them harder to identify. 2 of these beads were found by the main protagonists, Jix and Lortel. Then, Professor Glast raises his hand and points to the final student who has retrieved the 3rd bead from the guardian tree. He declares this student to be at the top of the class, leaving everyone in awe. Sitting by the riverside, Ed makes a crude fishing rod, earning another achievement. He remembers from the game that Princess Phinia developed sharp judgment skills because she grew up dealing with people who flattered her or lied to her. She became so good at spotting lies that no one could trick her. But this skill also made her life harder. In the game's original story, Phinia gets the title Princess of Love not because of her beauty, but because of her hard work. She fails the class placement test and works hard to improve, eventually proving herself and earning respect. Ed knows that if he tells her where the magical bead is, he can avoid getting expelled, but it will ruin the original story. If the story changes too much, all the knowledge Ed has about the game will become useless, and he will lose his advantage. However, the information Ed gives Phinia about the bead, though seemingly a gift, is actually a cleverly laid trap. Phinia wants to keep her royal identity a secret because she feels embarrassed by the special treatment her status brings. She wants to prove herself without relying on her status. While the bead would guarantee her top results in the placement test, she cannot accept it because finding it without her own effort would compromise her values. Phinia is determined to walk the righteous path, which is how she earns the title Princess of Love in the original story. Since Ed can't lie to Phinia, he uses mind tricks to control the situation. As he predicts, Phinia refuses to take the bead, leaving her without the bead she needs to pass the test. Another student, Lucy, finds the bead instead. Phinia is angry and frustrated. She knows Ed told her the truth, so she can't punish him, but his actions ruined her chance to succeed on her own. Ed feels relieved and happy to have retained his spot in the academy and kept the story on track. He quickly heads back to the academy to attend the opening ceremony for the new semester. At the ceremony, Ed eats and enjoys the food, feeling more at ease than before. Many students notice the change in his behavior. The Ed they once knew as a bully and infamous troublemaker now seems like a completely different person. Ed's focus is now clear. His one and only goal is to graduate from the academy. Among the groups of students, there is one girl who can't help but notice Ed. She observes him closely, surprised by how much he seems to have changed, as if he's an entirely new person. On his first day back at the academy, the faculty praised everyone who has made to the academy into new improved form. However, Ed is unexpectedly called to meet the principal. He fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to his surprise, the principal only smiles and speaks calmly. Ed suspects that the princess might have reported him, but feels relieved when he realizes the principal doesn't seem to know about his actions at all. This experience makes Ed more cautious. He resolves to stick closely to the original story and avoid straying from it. While living in the forest, Ed's survival skills improve significantly over time. He becomes skilled at crafting good quality arrows and begins thinking about how to enchant his arrows with magic spells. One evening, after hunting for food to prepare dinner, Ed heads back to his tent. On his way, he notices a girl sitting under the Marilda tree. It is the same girl who had noticed him during the opening ceremony, Janica Failover. Janica is the genius spirit sorcerer of the second year, same year in which Ed is. She sees Ed and excitedly approaches him. She enthusiastically introduces herself and tells him that the magical Marilda tree has shared stories about him with her. The tree has observed Ed in the forest but isn't bothered by his presence. This reassures Ed, giving him a sense of calm. He casually remarks that even a fierce wild wolf can have a tender heart. Janica seems surprised for a moment, but then laughs at his words. She stretches out her hand and asks if he wants to touch the spirit which she signed a contract with to be her friend. Ed, however, isn't interested in interacting with Janica further. He politely declines, saying he can't see the spirit in her hand, and excuses himself, claiming he only came to the area to gather food. With that, he walks away. The real reason Ed keeps his distance from Janica is her crucial role in the original story. He knows that Janica Failover is a key character, and building a connection with her might alter the storyline, costing him any informational advantage he has to navigate the game's events. As Ed walks away, Janica calls her spirit friend, a wild wolf, Marilda, the guardian of the forest. She leans against Marilda, feeling comfortable, and starts talking to it. She thinks about Ed and finds him fascinating, just as Marilda told her earlier. Even though she tries hard to be nice to him, Ed only gives short yes or no answers. Still, she believes this won't be the last time they meet. The next morning, Ed works hard to avoid being late for the academy. His shelter is far from the campus, so getting there is always a challenge. But his efforts pay off, as his stats keep improving. Ed does everything himself, his chores, washing his clothes, and carefully managing his rations and supplies. He is determined to earn a scholarship. Janica can't help but watch him from a distance, curious about his routine. When Ed finally notices her, he yells and asks why she keeps following him. He demands to know if she even realizes who he is. Ed Roth Taylor, the most infamous and dangerous person at the academy. Ed tries to stay distant from Janica, despite her polite and friendly nature. She tells him she doesn't judge him based on others' opinions because she doesn't truly know him. Ed, however, is cautious and wary. He knows Janica may seem naive and innocent, but she is the final boss of Act 1. Ed decides it's safer not to get too close or engage with her more than necessary. Feeling overwhelmed by his challenges and hardships, Ed takes a risk and asks Janica for a favor. She becomes excited, thinking it's something important. But when Ed asks for money, her mood instantly changes. Money is Janica's weakness, and Ed knows this from the game's lore. She comes from a poor background and works hard to stay at the top of her class to maintain her scholarship. Without it, she wouldn't be able to continue her education. With a downcast expression, Janica apologizes and walks away, leaving Ed feeling conflicted. 3 days later, while hunting, Ed reflects on his conversation with Janica. He regrets asking her for money, but knows he has no choice but to avoid entangling himself with key characters to preserve the original storyline. When he returns to his tent and lifts the curtain, he is shocked to find another important figure from the game. Lucy Marcel, the rare genius and the most powerful mage, sleeping inside. Lucy wakes up and immediately complains about how loud Ed is, saying she can't sleep properly. When Ed demands to know why she is there, Lucy points to the area behind him. She calmly tells him that a spirit wants to speak to him, urging him to save Janica at all costs someday. Despite Lucy Marcel pointing behind him and claiming a spirit wants to speak to him, Ed still can't see anything. He feels frustrated. Not only has he barely managed to get Janica off his back, but now he has to deal with Lucy. Lucy, with her small stature and ability to walk on air, behaves like a stray cat, showing up anywhere she finds comfortable to nap. To make matters worse, she's now using Ed's campsite and resources to skip classes and rest. Ed blames himself for this situation, and realizes he needs to act quickly before her presence causes the storyline to deviate further. While setting snare traps for hunting, Ed notices Lucy casually taking the bait, a chunk of beef, and eating it without a care. This frustrates him even more because no matter what he says, she completely ignores him. Ed realizes that if she has already come to his camp multiple times, she will likely keep returning. Worse still, as a seasoned player of the game, he knows there's no strategy to defeat Lucy. Determined to solve the problem, Ed recalls a specific detail from the game guides he read, something most players overlook. He decides to play his last card. Ed tells Lucy that he recently saw maids from Ophilus Hall searching for her. The moment she hears this, Lucy freezes in shock, her composure breaking for the first time. She hurriedly makes an excuse about remembering something urgent and vanishes into the air in no time. Ed feels relieved and silently thanks his knowledge of the game guides. He remembers that while Lucy is a formidable mage with no known weaknesses in combat, she always flees at the mention of dormitory maids. Apparently she has a habit of avoiding them, as the maids who takes care of Lucy chase after her. With Lucy gone, Ed feels a sense of triumph. He's confident her 2-day stay won't impact the storyline significantly, and is grateful it didn't take him long to figure out how to get rid of her. Once again, he has managed to protect the original story, though he can't help but note how satisfied he's starting to feel. As the game story progresses, the first major quest finally appears: Joint Combat Training. This is a mock one-on-one combat exercise where students use fake weapons to reduce lethality as much as possible. It is also the moment when all the main characters of the game are introduced and meet for the first time. Among them stands the main protagonist, the hero of the game, Taylor, the failing swordsman of Sylvania Academy. Ed shows little interest in the matches at first. He already knows the results since the winners are always the first-year main characters, including Taylor. However, one thing catches his attention: Janica. She appears again, full of the same enthusiasm as before. Despite Ed's repeated efforts to distance himself from her, she continues to stick to him like glue. Watching her persistence, Ed jokingly wonders if she might belong to some dog family, much like Lucy's cat family, given her wandering and clingy nature. Janica, trying to be helpful, shows Ed the match list. He ignores it at first, uninterested in the details. But when she casually mentions his name being on the list, Ed becomes alarmed. In the game's original storyline, Ed Roth Taylor is expelled by the time this quest takes place. Grabbing the list, he quickly scans it to find out who his opponent will be. Meanwhile, the most awaited fight of the event begins: the duel between the main protagonist, Taylor, and the powerful, cat-like mage, Lucy Marcel. Setting the list aside, Ed focuses on the fight. Despite his current circumstances, he still feels a deep connection to Taylor's character, having spent countless hours completing the game alongside him. Though Ed now inhabits a side character's role, he still wants to cheer for Taylor. The announcer calls Lucy to the ring. Ed vividly recalls this iconic moment from the game: Taylor gripping his sword for the first time, skillfully countering Lucy's spells, and catching her off guard. Lucy then uses intermediate lightning magic, which disqualifies her, granting Taylor the honor of being the first person ever to defeat her. Nostalgia sweeps over Ed, and he eagerly anticipates witnessing this scene unfold again. The referee rings the bell, and the match begins. Taylor rushes in with his signature determination, aiming to gain the upper hand by attacking Lucy with his knuckles. But with a single lightning strike, Lucy sends him flying into the wall. Ed watches as Taylor, despite the overwhelming odds, he knows that he refuses to give up. Just as he remembers from the original story, despite of being bumpkin and all the failures he faces, he never loses hope. Taylor grabs his sword, charges forward, and catches Lucy off guard, mirroring the sequence from the game. But then, something unexpected happens. Instead of Lucy using her intermediate lightning spell as she does in the original storyline, she casts a blocking spell, halting Taylor in his tracks. She follows this with wind magic, sending Taylor flying even farther and exhausting him completely. The announcer declares Lucy the winner of the duel. Ed is stunned. Taylor was supposed to win this fight, but now Lucy has defeated him. This small change might seem minor, but Ed knows it could completely mess up the original story. He fears what might happen next. The crowd cheers for Lucy as Taylor walks away from the match, crushed and defeated. Ed feels a rising sense of panic. This is a huge problem. He quickly realizes that the magic Lucy used isn't normal. It's continuous magic, the kind that can only be obtained by forming a contract with a high-class spirit. In the original storyline, Lucy and the forest guardian spirit Marilda have no connection. However, Lucy's unexpected visit to Ed's campsite must have led her to accidentally form a contract with Marilda, making her far stronger than she is supposed to be. Ed blames himself. This change in the storyline is his fault, and now the story is spiraling out of control. Taylor, the main hero of the game, is never meant to lose this match. The announcer then calls for the next match, Ed Roth Taylor versus Princess Phinia. The princess, still holding a grudge against Ed, eagerly prepares to settle the score in the duel, but Ed doesn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he pushes past her and runs after Taylor, who is already leaving the hall, crushed by his loss. Taylor's defeat is entirely Ed's doing. In the original story, Ed's character would have been expelled from the academy long before this quest began. But because Ed is still present, everything has changed, and now Taylor's loss risks ruining the entire storyline. Catching up to Taylor, Ed urges him not to give up. Taylor's defeat is only one setback, and Ed knows how crucial it is for him to stay in the academy. Taylor's spirit as the protagonist is essential for the story to progress. Without him, everything will collapse. Ed does his best to motivate Taylor, reminding him of his strength and potential. Deep down, Ed knows he is also protecting his own future. If Taylor gives up, Ed will face an even greater struggle to survive in this game. Taylor must stay strong, not just for himself, but for the sake of everything Ed is desperately trying to preserve. For Princess Phinia, the first person to recognize her judgment ability is Emperor Cloel. Some believe it is a divine gift, but it isn't. She developed this ability on her own after enduring the endless politics and conspiracies within the royal palace. It became her means of self-protection, forged through years of navigating the treacherous environment of the imperial family. This is why Princess Phinia is so confident in her judgment. She has seen the harsh truths of the imperial world clearly, through the lens of the abyss that shaped her resilience and sharpened her perception. So, whenever she wants to confront any opponent or person for to judge, she had to stare straight into the person to find out. Before the match begins, Ed casually tells Princess Phinia to go easy on him, while Phinia, in turn, advises him to do the same. Meanwhile, the audience whispers harsh comments about Ed Roth Taylor. In the game's original storyline, Ed was notorious for bullying Taylor and later cheering him on, making him seem hypocritical. In the original backstory, he bullied Taylor and then later acted nice by cheering for him. They think it doesn't make sense. Ed knows they are right because, in the story, his character used his position to humiliate his juniors, and when that failed, he cheated in exams and got expelled. The match begins. Phinia forms a water ball and throws it at Ed, wanting to test him. She thinks he will dodge it using fire or wind magic. But Ed doesn't dodge or defend himself. He just stands there and takes the hit. Phinia is shocked. Ed then calmly declares that he lost, giving the victory to her without even trying. The audience erupts into cheers for Princess Phinia, declaring her the winner while loudly booing Ed. They shout insults, calling him worse than Taylor. Despite this, Ed calmly approaches the princess, thanks her for the match, and quietly leaves the arena. This only deepens Phinia's curiosity. She begins questioning why he acted this way, wondering if he had no interest in the duel from the start. Ed makes an intentional choice to forfeit the match. He doesn't want to interfere with Phinia's place in the story because he understands how important she is to the plot. He quickly leaves the arena and goes in search of Taylor. Ed believes that Taylor is the real protagonist of the tale, much more significant than the princess, and he wants to make sure Taylor doesn't give up. As Ed searches for Taylor, he is startled when Phinia suddenly appears behind him, panting. He's surprised to see her alone, without any escort. Phinia shouts at him, demanding to know what his true intentions are. She accuses him of having no intention to win the match, claiming he only wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible. Phenia's frustration boils over. She admits that she's tired of everyone at the academy. Her classmates, the professors, even the servants. She feels overwhelmed and confused, especially by Ed's actions. She demands to know who Ed really is, which only make her question him more. Seeing her so upset, Ed calmly steps closer, places his hands on her shoulders, and tells her to relax. Guiding her through a simple breathing exercise, he encourages her to breathe deeply and slowly. His calmness helps her focus and eases her frustration, if only for a moment. Feeling calmer, Phenia realizes how she acted earlier and apologizes to Ed for her behavior. Ed notices that she has relaxed a bit and looks for a way to leave so he can continue searching for Taylor. But Phenia starts opening up about her struggles and sadness from living in the royal palace. She talks about how hard it is to deal with constant politics and schemes, which have taken a toll on her. Even after sharing her feelings, Phenia still wants answers. She asks Ed why he picks on Taylor. She wonders if it's because Taylor has a troubled background, and Ed wants a reason to be disowned by his own family. Ed knows there's some truth in what she says, but he pretends not to understand. He avoids giving her a clear answer, knowing it's not the right time to explain everything and fearing it could mess up the story even more. Phenia becomes annoyed again. She demands to know why Ed bullied Taylor but now supports him even though he tried to get Taylor expelled. Ed keeps dodging her questions, giving vague and unrelated answers. This makes her even angrier, but without proof to confront him, she lets him go, though she remains suspicious. At the door, Ed stops and turns back to Phenia. He tells her that while she needs to focus on the tricky politics, she also needs to rest. He reminds her that the academy isn't like the palace. Here, she doesn't need to worry about everything all the time. Phenia is caught off guard by Ed's advice. She's surprised he understands her struggles so well. It leaves her curious, as no one has ever seen through her like that before. Ed, aware that his words might have profound effect, leaves Phenia and continues searching for Taylor, hoping he isn't too late. Finally, he finds Taylor sitting alone, holding his broken sword, looking sad and lost. Just as Ed moves closer, someone steps in his way. Isla Triss, the main heroine of the game. She firmly tells Ed not to get any closer or bother Taylor, standing in his way to protect Taylor from further trouble. Isla blocks Ed and firmly tells him that Taylor doesn't need to deal with him anymore. She accuses Ed of causing enough harm already. Then, something surprising happens. Taylor, despite looking defeated and broken after the match, stands up. He confronts Ed with a determined expression, asking why Ed is still at the academy. Ed is surprised by Taylor's strength to keep going. Even after such a crushing setback, Taylor still shows his fighting spirit. Having played the game with him countless times, Ed knows that Taylor's strength lies in never giving up, no matter how strong the opponent. He also sees the positive influence of Isla, Taylor's childhood friend and biggest supporter, who is always there to motivate him and lift his spirits. As Taylor demands answers, asking what Ed's real intentions are, Ed simply praises Taylor's swordsmanship during the duel. He acknowledges Taylor's impressive skills, a genuine compliment stemming from his experience in the game, where he fought alongside Taylor until the very end in the game. Ed turns to leave, telling Taylor he just came to see him and isn't planning anything. He has no schemes or hidden motives. While Taylor might still doubt him, Ed feels relieved, not because the storyline is slightly off course, but because Taylor, the hero he knows so well, is standing strong. As Ed walks away, Taylor and Ayla glare at him, annoyed by his calm attitude, thinking he is trying to act cool despite everything. Just as Ed leaves, suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the hall, a result of a powerful magic spell. Ed immediately recognizes the scene. In the game, this is a key event during the legendary duel between the Golden Daughter Lortel and Janica Failover. In the original story, Taylor and the other main characters were supposed to watch this match in the hall. But with the changes in the storyline, Taylor and Isla are now outside. Ed decides it's okay since the match is still happening and they may be watching from outside. This duel is important because the winner becomes the final boss of Act 1 in the game. Janica and Lortel's battle becomes fierce. Lortel uses ice magic to stop the fire spirit Janica summoned. However, the fire spirit's strength overwhelms the ice, melting it and striking Lortel. This makes Janica the winner of the match. The crowd cheers for Janica, excited that a second-year student has won. However, Janica notices Lortel being carried away by medics. She feels guilty, realizing she accidentally uses an intermediate magic spell, which violates the rules. Fortunately for her, no one seems to have noticed the mistake. But she gets traumatized by what she has done to her opponent. Unlike in the original game story, Lucy now defeats Taylor, and the whole quest concludes with Janica becoming the only senior winner, protecting the pride of the past enrolled students. Watching this, Ed notes that things are about to get even more hectic for Janica, but he considers this a relief as it might mean she won't bother him at his camp anymore. Ed decides he wants to avoid further involvement with the main characters, since getting tangled up with them only brings him headaches. 2 weeks pass after the joint combat training quest, and Ed focuses on improving himself. He significantly boosts his stats during this time. Now he can study and survive without relying on any of the main characters. His physique, stamina, and other skills grow stronger, making his body more resilient. While bathing in the river, Ed spots Janica sneaking up on him. Embarrassed, he yells at her for invading his privacy. Later, they sit together near the campfire. Janica expresses how much she likes Ed's camp, describing it as a top-secret base perfect for adventures. She mentions she needs his advice on something and asks for his honest opinion. Curious, Ed asks why she came to him instead of seeking help from her other friends. Janica explains that after Ed left the hall, her match against Lortel ended in her victory. However, during the duel, she accidentally used an intermediate-level spell, which wasn't allowed, and injured Lortel. Now she feels guilty, and can't shake the thought that she overreacted. She doesn't want reassurance from her friends, as they would likely tell her she did the right thing. Instead, she wants an honest opinion about whether she should apologize to Lortel. Ed tells Janica to do whatever feels right to her, and to apologize if she believes it's the right thing to do. While Janica is bubbly, cheerful, and cherished by everyone as the perfect friend, feeling guilty or self-critical won't erase the mistakes already made. People may encourage her and take her side, but that alone won't undo what has happened. Hearing Ed's straightforward opinion, Janica feels happy that he doesn't take sides blindly. She notices how much Ed has changed compared to the person he was last year. Though she is a lively and smiley girl, she is also a keen observer. She remembers how, when Ed once asked her for money, he didn't show the desperation most people would. Instead, his behavior subtly signaled her to keep her distance from him. Janica finds Ed intriguing and admits she likes him a lot. She tells him she wishes more people were like him, as he has become a source of strange but comforting reassurance for her. The next day at the academy, Ed finds himself in serious trouble as Lortel keeps following him and calling out to him, despite his best efforts to ignore her. He knows exactly why this is happening. The game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, is considered a masterpiece, with only a few players managing to reach its true ending. Most new players encounter bad endings early in the story, often caused by wrong decisions or failing to save important characters. These choices lead to tragic outcomes, such as the hero being killed or broken, ultimately resulting in a game over. Lortel, in the early stages of the game, is a hidden hero assigned to a specific role. Unlike Fenia, who is openly admired, Lortel is treated as a villain from the start. Her true nature and importance are only revealed in the later parts of the story. To prevent losing control of the narrative and risking a bad outcome, Ed decides to avoid falling into Lortel's plans. He resolves not to play along with her intentions, and to stay cautious about every decision he makes. As Lortel keeps following Ed, persistently asking him to stop and listen, she eventually steps in front of him, flashing an innocent, angelic smile. She politely requests him to spare 2 hours to hear what she has to say. Ed, clearly annoyed, asks how long she plans to trail behind him. Lortel playfully responds that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long, gritting his teeth as if her presence didn't bother him at all. Lortel, being the only daughter of the magnate elite Ketchuln, is no ordinary student. As part of the elite, she is deeply entangled in the political rivalry with Princess Fenia for control over the academy. Ed, however, has no interest in getting involved in her schemes. Determined not to fall into her cunning trap, he briskly resumes walking, hoping to shake her off. Undeterred, Lortel continues with her sweet, flattering words, trying to win his attention. She even offers to help him with anything he needs. Ed, unimpressed, advises her not to make promises she doesn't truly mean. Yet Lortel refuses to give up. She steps in front of him again, this time with even more charm, claiming to have great respect for him despite the rumors of him being arrogant and self-centered. To make her offer more enticing, Lortel takes out 3 gold coins, worth an entire month's earnings for most students, and presents them as a down payment, hoping to finally get Ed's attention. Lortel makes her offer. She wants Ed to be friends with Janica. With a sly, fox-like smile, she slips 3 gold coins into his pocket, saying that having more people on her side is always a good thing. Ed studies her carefully and, with a hint of curiosity, asks if the famed Golden Daughter also buys her connections. Impressed by Lortel's understanding of her political position, Ed realizes she is already strategizing for control of the academy. Despite being a first-year student, she is gathering allies to strengthen her influence, which Ed finds remarkable. He extends his hand for a handshake, acknowledging her ambition. During the handshake, Ed shares a lesson with her. He says that for people who have always been rich, even a small moment of poverty can break their spirit. But for those in desperate situations, even a small amount of money can make them abandon their pride, betray their families, or even sell themselves. Taking advantage of desperate people is surprisingly easy and common, and he is neither desperate nor wants to take money for any cunning offers. After saying this, Ed pulls his hand away, places the coins back in her palm. Then he walks off, leaving Lortel stunned and amused by his cleverness. Ed feels frustration, knowing that accepting the money could have made things easier for him, but he can't risk altering the storyline. Lortel Ketchum doesn't feel insulted by Ed's straightforward rejection. She understands the balance of benefits and risks all too well. In the game, she is the ideal business strategist, always seizing any opportunity that comes her way. Her character is known to turn situations to her advantage in the game. In other words, Lortel has a determined attitude to turn Janica Failover into one of her allies for political benefits. At night, Janica visits Lortel's quarters. Lortel greets her with a playful smile, teasing that she hadn't expected a visit. It's their first meeting since their intense duel. Janica apologizes for using an intermediate-level spell during the joint combat exercise, acknowledging the rules she unintentionally broke. Noticing Lortel's injuries still visible, she expresses concern. However, Lortel brushes it off lightly, assuring Janica that her wounds will heal soon. Then, with a playful grin, Janica casually shifts the topic and asks if Lortel's conversation with Ed goes well, adding a bit of dramatic tension. Lortel catches off guard, tries to deflect the question, claiming she doesn't understand what Janica is referring to. Janica, grinning knowingly, reveals her spirit powers, saying that although she usually keeps her spirits away from personal matters, they enjoy eavesdropping on conversations. This revelation momentarily stuns Lortel, leaving her at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Janica asserts her seniority, leans in real close and calls out Lortel's strategy of using gold coins to gain allies. She emphasizes that sincerity and genuine bonds cannot be bought. To make Lortel feel a little jealous, Janica then talks about Ed's approach, saying it was much more genuine and heartfelt than Lortel's way of doing things. Janica laughs, feeling hilarious of herself for showing her authority as a senior. She thinks maybe she bragged a bit too much. Before leaving Lortel's room, she says sorry again for hurting her during the training, remarking that one day she'll be strong enough to summon a high-level spirit like hers, but she needs to keep working harder for it. As Janica leaves, Lortel thinks about her. She realizes Janica isn't as innocent as she seems. Behind her cheerful and friendly personality, Janica is strong and uses her happy attitude to survive in the dark world. But right now, Lortel feels Janica seems a bit different, like she's dealing with something difficult. Back at his camp, Ed is hanging his laundry when a strong gust of wind blows it all down. It's caused by Belle Maya, the senior maid from Sylvania's Awfulest dormitory, who once kicked him out of the dorms. Seeing how he's living now, she comments that it's surprising but admits she's happy to see some positive changes in him. Awfulest hall maids are known for their perfection in everything, from cleaning to cooking. Ed can't help but stare at the basket Belle is holding, filled with the finest ingredients she collected from the forest. Shocked to see her at his camp, Belle tells Ed not to be so much shy as he can ask her anything he wants. Taking advantage of the moment, Ed asks for the basket. He knows it will help him improve his crafting skills to make medicines, food, and other useful things. Seeing a chance to be good friend with the maid, Ed uses the basket to craft new tools and food. At sunset, he sits and enjoys his hard work, even having some fun. But the rest doesn't last long. Suddenly someone crashes down from the sky, destroying Ed's entire tent, nearly killing him with the crash. It's Lucy. Seeing his precious camp ruined, Ed is furious. He angrily tells Lucy she almost killed him. When he demands an explanation, she admits it was Belle Maya who was moody for some reason and got angry with her earlier for skipping class that morning. In her panic, she decided to teleport to the only safe place she could think of, Ed's camp, accidentally wrecking it in the process. Feeling no remorse, Lucy complains she's hungry and asks Ed if he has any beef jerky. Furious, Ed smacks her on the head and yells at her for causing such a big mess. He gets surprised when the most powerful mage doesn't defend herself with a protective spell. Lucy winces and explains she's out of magic, which gives Ed the perfect opportunity. He decides to teach her a lesson for destroying his camp and skipping her classes. At the library, Ed is busy searching for a book to help him learn how to build a sturdier house using real wood. He focuses on understanding the materials needed, planning the structure, and mastering techniques like smoothing wood and finishing a roof. As he flips through the pages, he notices it's almost closing time. While he's packing up the books, a girl approaches him with a friendly remark about his dedication to studying. Thinking she might be the librarian apprentice, Ed quickly apologizes for staying late. The girl, smiling warmly, reassures him that it's not a problem. She says seeing someone study so seriously motivates her to work harder too. She introduces herself as Elka Islin, a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic. But when Ed tells her his name, she freezes for a moment, looking surprised. Ed isn't surprised. He's used to people reacting this way because of his character's notorious reputation. Kay quickly smiles and says he seems very different from the rumors. She's especially amazed that he managed to read and understand difficult books on elemental studies so quickly. She admits it's hard to believe it's the same Ed everyone talks about. Before leaving, Elka says she'll be cheering for him and wishes him a safe trip back as she has to return to her dorm to clean up, leaving Ed feeling slightly encouraged by her kind words. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the ground in the library, causing books to tumble from the shelves and fall on Ed and Elka, creating chaos all around. It marks the start of the final chapter of Episode 1 in the game. On campus, students rush toward a temporary camp led by the main character, Taylor. Among them, Ayla, noticing the disaster, recalls a passage from a spirit book she once read. It speaks of a summoning ritual for Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Fenia listens intently as Ayla explains that only someone with a strong connection to spirits could summon Glaskin, and that person is Janica Failover. As per the storyline, Janica, now the final boss of Act 1, has lost control of the dark spirit, allowing it to take over her completely. Fenia, understanding the gravity of the situation, realizes that the barriers protecting the temporary camp will only hold for a limited time. Taylor steps up and urges everyone to head to the student center immediately. He explains that if Glaskin fully manifests, the chances of casualties will be extremely high, and the group must act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. The Royal Guard captain reassures the students not to worry, explaining that the faculty and expert mages will notice the situation soon and intervene. However, Elvira Aniston, an outspoken member of the alchemy faculty, urges immediate action from within. She warns that the dark spirit's power is too dangerous to wait for help, especially since Principal Obel is out of town. Elvira then calls for volunteers to face the threat directly. Klebius, a combat department student and another key character, quickly refuses to volunteer, clearly frightened by the immense power of the dark spirit. He explains that while intermediate-level spirits guard the building where Janica is located, two high-ranked spirits, Tarkin and Velosfer, are also inside. He claims entering the building is suicidal and strongly opposes the idea. Elvira grows more puzzled, questioning how Janica, still a student, managed to summon all these spirits, including the effort to summon Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Ayla, with her knowledge of dark spirits, explains that such spirits are natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their overwhelming power often exceeds the control of even skilled sorcerers. This likely explains why Janica couldn't handle them, leaving her vulnerable to being overpowered. The dark spirits, now in control, are using Janica's abilities to summon Glaskin with the help of Tarkin and Velosfer, spirits whose controlling their command is a mystery. As everyone debates the best course of action, Jix stands up and reminds the group of the importance of making a decision quickly. He suggests that only Princess Fenia can devise a proper strategy. All eyes turn to Fenia as they wait for her command. Fenia, reflecting on Ed's earlier remarks about the burden she carries and the importance of peace of mind, takes a moment to think. Finally, she announces her plan. Only the top students from each year and the Royal Guards will volunteer for the mission. She orders them to prepare within an hour to enter the building, free Janica, and stop the summoning of the highest-ranked dark spirit, Glaskin, before they cause further destruction. Princess Fenia encourages everyone to steel their resolve, promising to take full responsibility for the mission. Just then, a student runs up to her, panting and visibly distressed. He informs the princess that the residents of the teaching area will not be able to assist, as they are already defending Audrey Hall to protect the potion archives from attacks. Realizing their limited numbers, Fenia asks if there are any other students who can help. Suddenly, another student, a frightened girl, rushes to the princess, trembling as she reports an emergency in the library. She reveals that Elka, the librarian apprentice, and a sophomore student are trapped inside. Hearing Elka's name, Jix immediately reacts. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, he demands confirmation that Elka is still in the library. When the girl confirms, Jix panics, stating that he must save his best friend immediately because Elka has no way to defend herself. Fenia quickly intervenes, commanding Jix to calm down. She reminds him that stopping Janica and the dark spirits must be their top priority. Fenia assures Jix that Elka might be safe since a sophomore student is also with her. However, Jix questions the reliability of an unknown student and how they can trust them to protect Elka. Fenia turns to the girl and asks if she knows the identity of the sophomore student in the library. The girl, shaking with fear, hesitates, unable to speak. Jix grows impatient and presses her for an answer. Finally, in a shaky voice, the girl confesses that the sophomore in the library is none other than Ed Roth Taylor. Her answer leaves everyone in shock. The girl starts crying, apologizing for abandoning the library earlier. She explains that she left Elka in charge because Ed was staying late into the night, and his presence had annoyed her. Jix becomes furious, refusing to leave Elka alone with Ed, whose infamous reputation precedes him. His anger and worry for his best friend escalate the tension in the room. Fenia casually advises Jix to relax and trust Ed for once. Her unexpected suggestion leaves everyone frozen in surprise. Jix, however, doesn't find the advice amusing. Fueled by worry and rage, he jumps high into the air, cutting through dark spirits with fury as he charges toward the library shouting Ed's name, determined to reach him and punish him if he touches Elka. Jix's story is unlike other characters. He grew up wandering the harsh northern prairies, separated from his family at a young age with no memories of them. Living like a barbarian, he survived by scavenging from corpses or hunting deer to sell their meat. People feared him because he came from a harsh, chaotic land where only the strong survived. His life as a savage changed when he met Elka, his first true friend. Her family treated him kindly, helping him leave his wild ways behind and become more civilized. For Jix, Elka is everything, and he would do anything to protect her. As Jix rushes to the library, he cuts through dark spirits, smashes the door open, and yells Ed's name. He only knows Ed from bad rumors about cheating and bullying. Inside, Jix finds Ed leaning against a wall, covered in blood and too weak to move. Jix grabs him and demands to know where Elka is. Ed, injured and exhausted, simply points in her direction. Jix pushes him aside and runs to find her. When he reaches Elka, Jix sees her lying safely on a shelf, asleep. He feels relieved but notices the barricaded bookcases protecting her. He wonders who set them up. Then, he spots a blood-stained coat covering her and a board with instructions written on it. Realizing the blood isn't hers, he understands that Ed had protected her, fighting off dark spirits and guarding her even while injured. Moments earlier, Ed uses his strength from training to lift the heavy bookshelves and carry the unconscious Elka. He sets up barricades around her for protection, places her inside, and writes instructions on a board nearby. Then he stays to guard her. From the library window, he notices the summoning rune but closes the curtain, choosing not to interfere with the major storyline involving other key characters. He reflects on Janika's impressive connection with spirits and wonders how she could have turned to the dark side, summoning and controlling materialized spirits, something he finds impossible for himself. When dark spirits approach Elka, Ed fights them head-on. After defeating the intermediate-level spirits, he notices his stats have slightly improved. Surprisingly, he even unlocks some spirit connection abilities, leaving him curious about his potential. As Jix carries Elka to safety, he asks Ed what happened in the library. Ed casually replies that he was just training. Jix laughs at the response and thanks Ed for saving Elka, promising to repay the favor someday. Ed recognizes Jix as Taylor's trusted ally and best friend in the game. Knowing Jix plays a crucial role in the storyline, Ed advises Jix to join Taylor and follow his lead to fix the ongoing chaos. Jix is surprised by Ed speaking so highly of Taylor, as they barely interact. However, Ed's motive is to ensure Taylor unlocks his slash element, essential for defeating the high-ranked spirit, Tarkin, with Jix's help, as it happens in the original game storyline. Jix thanks Ed for the advice and leaves, allowing Ed to finally rest. As Ed sits to relax, he notices something strange. Jix and Taylor aren't friends yet. He remembers that in the original game, Taylor and Jix become friends after a duel where Taylor learns the slash element by cutting through Jix's magic. This event was supposed to happen before the Act 1 finale, but now things are happening earlier than planned. Without their friendship, Taylor hasn't learned the slash element, which is key to defeating Tarkin. Ed realizes the storyline is falling apart and changing. Back at the camp, Jix returns with Elka and apologizes for being late. The team tells him it's no use. They already tried and failed to invade. The captain, soldiers, and some students are injured, and they've had to retreat. Now, they don't have the strength to fight Tarkin again. Ed arrives at the camp, surprising everyone. Seeing the situation, he realizes the ritual to summon Glaskin is almost complete. If they don't act soon, everything will be destroyed. Ed knows stepping in will change the storyline, but he has no choice if he wants to save the game world. He takes charge, forming 2 teams and deciding to lead one himself. From now on, Ed chooses to step into the storyline to stop the disaster. Seeing Ed Roth Taylor, everyone is shocked and keeps their eyes fixed on him. Klebius ridiculously laughs at Ed's suggestion, thinking it's a joke, but Jix interrupts, urging everyone to hear Ed out. Ed explained the situation. To reach Janica, they had to distract Tarkin, the fire spirit, and deal with Velosfer, the darkness spirit controlling her. Tarkin was protected by a strong shell, which they saw during their first attempt, and that was why they couldn't hurt it. Ed suggested splitting into 2 teams, one to lure Tarkin away, and the other to reach Janica directly. Lortel disagrees, saying it's impossible since they lack the training to handle a spirit as powerful as Tarkin. She reminds them they only escaped the first encounter by sheer luck. Ed agrees it's a huge risk but insists there's no other option. If they can take out Janica, Tarkin will lose its power. The group then decides who will be in the bait team. Taylor volunteers, but Ed immediately stops him, assigning Taylor should be in the combat group. Ed assigns himself, Lortel, and Clebius to the bait team, which makes both of them scared and nervous. As Lortel and Clebius argue with Ed, Princess Phenia speaks up. The princess said she didn't fully trust Ed, but she agreed with his plan. She split the group. Taylor, Elvira, Jix, and herself would go to stop Janica, while Ed, Lortel, and Clebius would lure Tarkin away. Before they set out, Phenia gives one final command to everyone that no matter what happens, don't die. As Ed and his team reach Nail Hall Corridor, they see Tarkin, the fire spirit, standing menacingly. Ed reminds the team to follow the plan before starting their mission to distract Tarkin. Clebius, looking scared, hesitates, but Ed encourages him to stay calm. Clebius tells himself that their only job is to distract Tarkin, and the other team will handle the rest. Building up his courage, he attacks Tarkin and manages to grab its attention. Feeling relieved, Clebius turns around to ask what to do next, only to find he's all alone. Realizing he's been left behind, he panics as Tarkin starts chasing him. Running as fast as he can, Clebius yells angrily, blaming Ed and the situation for his trouble. Watching Clebius being chased, Ed calmly tells Lortel to focus on her part, assuring her that Clebius is doing his job. Lortel jokingly suggests they could let Clebius be sacrificed, but Ed strongly disagrees, saying he doesn't plan to let anyone get hurt. Ed knows Clebius well because he understands the story. Even though Clebius seems scared and unsure, Ed knows he has hidden strength. With Tarkin distracted, Ed gives Lortel her most important task to handle the spirit. Lortel stands outside the hall, focusing on her task to create an entry path for the other team and deliver a key attack on Tarkin. As she prepares, she thinks about Ed. Despite his bad reputation, he seems surprisingly cool to her. She reminds herself not to judge someone based on rumors alone. She uses her magic to blow a huge hole in the hall's wall, opening a path to where Janica is. Her powerful move surprises Princess Phenia and the others. Earlier, Ed notices Lortel's hidden magic skills and decides this is the perfect chance to use them. He trusts her with this important role, and she feels grateful for his confidence. With the path open, Lortel turns to fight Tarkin, the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Clebius runs toward them, shouting and apologizing for being scared earlier. He begs for help as Tarkin chases him. Ed quickly realizes Tarkin's protective shell blocks all attacks, just like before. They need something powerful enough to break it. Using his knowledge of the storyline, Ed grabs a pouch and climbs to the roof of the hall. Lortel protects herself and Clebius by creating a massive ice wall to block Tarkin's fire attack. On the roof, Ed finds Lucy sleeping. She isn't supposed to be part of this event, but since the story has already changed, Ed decides to involve her. He opens his pouch filled with beef jerky and tosses some into Lucy's mouth to wake her. Once she wakes up, he throws her at Tarkin while shouting for everyone to get down. Lucy, startled and crying out at Ed for being mean, unleashed her high-rank ability, Divine Punishment, to shatter Tarkin's protective shell, making it weak. With the spirit now vulnerable, Ed sees his chance. He rushes forward with all his strength to deliver the final blow to Tarkin. In Janica's whole life, people call her a symbol of hope. Her parents, friends, and teachers are always proud of her, piling on high expectations. But for Janica, it's just been this heavy weight she's carried since she was a kid. As she thinks about all of this, and these memories feel like they're shattering into tiny pieces, then the hall's wall explodes. The subduing team charges in to rescue her. But instead of relief, Janica just greets them with this eerie smile. Velosphere, the dark spirit, is fully in control of her now. Outside, Ed is trying to keep it together. He knows the final act chapter will end before dawn. He checks on Lucy, wondering if she's okay after all her effort earlier. Lortel informs him about Lucy somewhere nearby, rolling around out after breaking Tarkin's shell. Lortel adds that she's been throwing ice spears at Tarkin, but it's still standing strong. Ed figures the only way to end this is to go straight for Tarkin's throat. But Lucy, who already runs out of energy, and Clebius, who's being chased around by the fire spirit, is way too panicked to land a proper hit. Ed knows what he has to do. He's going to take care of this himself. He turns to Lortel, tells her he's putting his life in her hands to keep Tarkin still. Lortel, ever the skeptic, calls it a wild gamble, but Ed just grins and says it's an investment in getting rid of the monster for her. This gets her attention as that's her area of expertise. She smiles, saying he's way cooler than the princess, who's always acting like a royal monarch. Fired up, Lortel starts setting traps with her ice magic. Just as Ed charges toward Tarkin, another massive dark spirit shows up on the top of the hall building, the right hand of Glaskin, making the whole situation even worse. Ed figures Taylor's team must be at the final stage of their fight, but he can't let that distract him. He trusts Lortel will not mess up, even with all this chaos. As Tarkin is about to launch a fire blast straight at Ed, Lortel nails the timing, using her traps to block the attack and give Ed an opening. He slides in close, channels his wind magic, and slices right through Tarkin's throat. The fiery beast finally goes down. As the dust settles, Ed checks his stats and grins. His spirit magic levels are way up, and he's unlocked a spirit contract slot, something he never thought he'd get. He glances over and spots Taylor, who's busy slicing Glaskin's right-hand spirit to bits like it's no big deal. Watching him in action, Ed can't help but feel impressed. Taylor's really living up to his protagonist role. With Tarkin defeated and Janica freed from Velocifer's grip, the group finally catches a break. They've pulled it off. The danger is over. Lortel chuckles as she remarks that she's met plenty of people in her life who claimed they were risking everything, but most of them turned out to be cowards. She's amused that even after going through a life-and-death crisis together, Ed doesn't show much emotion. With a sly grin, she shakes hands with him again, this time slipping 3 gold coins into his palm as a token of gratitude. On the other hand, before he can process the moment, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white from the immense power he used to defeat Glaskin's right hand, and there's a look of resentment in his eyes as he stares at Ed. Ed can't help but admire how incredible Taylor looks in his swordsman form, embodying the role of the game's protagonist perfectly. Even though Ed has his own reasons to resent Taylor, the sight is undeniably impressive. To Ed's surprise, Taylor bows deeply and thanks him for saving the Academy, saying he owes Ed a huge debt. His gratitude is genuine, but Clebius, still shaken, interrupts by sobbing and yelling about how no one should ever trust someone like Ed. This outburst is quickly shut down by the others, leaving Clebius grumbling in the background. Finally, Princess Phoenix steps forward. With her usual grace, she thanks Ed sincerely, acknowledging how much he's done for them all. Princess offers Ed to join the student council for his heroic acts, but Ed gently declines, giving credit to the team instead. Elvira teases him in her usual playful manner, while Jix jumps in, insisting that she show some respect. Ed can't help but smile as he watches the group interact. Seeing all the key characters together makes him feel warm inside. Even though Ed has been staying away from the main characters to keep the storyline intact, he feels a quiet sense of fulfillment watching them grow and bond. Each character has their own path. Taylor grows stronger through every trial. Isla becomes more resilient alongside him. Phenia embraces her role as a monarch and matures into adulthood, and others play their part to build toward a collective success. Ed steps away from the group, heading to the hall to check on Janica. Despite sensing that the storyline might have shifted slightly, he knows his role is to guide the protagonists while staying in the background, ensuring they each shine in their own way. Ed finds a bruised and battered Janica hiding in the chest inside the destroyed hall. Back on the ground, when Ed asks everyone why Janica turns berserk, Lortel shares her theory. She explains that when she visits Janica's room, it is covered with letters and posts on the walls, along with piles of gifts from people outside the Academy, mostly from family and friends with high expectations for her success. Lortel believes the overwhelming pressure makes Janica obsessive and vulnerable, forcing her to honor everyone with replies and thanks. The dark spirit Velocifer exploits this darkness in Janica, turning her into a berserk spirit mage to summon Glaskin. Ed wonders why the final act happens so early. He realizes that during the joint combat training, Taylor is supposed to defeat Lucy and gain fame, but instead, Taylor's loss shifts the storyline. The audience becomes fans of Janica, the only senior to win against a first-year student, putting her under immense pressure to maintain her standards. Ed then notes that while both Lucy and Janica make contracts with spirits, Lucy spends more time in the forest, strengthening her bond naturally. Janica, however, lacks that connection, and Ed blames himself for being in the forest and altering the game's storyline. Janica tells Ed she feels forgotten amidst the chaos, which hurts her. She admits that after wreaking havoc on such a grand stage, she thinks others will look for her but they don't. Ed consoles her, making her laugh a little. Janica says she doesn't expect him to find her so quickly and just wants to stay hidden a little longer, as she feels close to ugly crying. This makes Ed tear up as well. Ed recalls Marilda, the spirit wolf, telling him to save Janica one day. He realizes this moment is what he means, preventing Janica from falling into such despairs. Ed now gets why the wolf said those words to him. Everyone else is putting a lot of pressure on Janica, while Ed keeps his distance, making Janica feel like he's the one she can rely on. Because of all this pressure, Janica messes up while trying to form a contract with a high-rank spirit. She rushes through the summoning ritual and ends up being taken over by the dark spirit, causing the faculty building to be destroyed. She studies magic every night and tries to make everyone happy who supports her. But even though she seems to meet everyone's expectations on the outside, she's struggling a lot on the inside. Seeing her work so hard and still fail is both sad and beautiful to Ed. He tells Janica that she's worked hard and offers her comfort with those words. Outside, the main characters are being praised, but the hall is quiet and dark. Hearing Ed's kind words, Janica starts crying. To Ed's surprise, all of Janica's spirit friends appear in the hall to support him. For the first time, Ed sees the spirits. Even though he's watched this part of the story many times, He's never seen them before, and now he feels like he's truly seeing the end of the first act. Ed's stats go up and he levels up to 10. He can now see spirit animals that want to bond with him. The high-rank spirit wolf shows a lot of interest in him, and they form a bond. 10 days have passed since Janika's disciplinary committee trial. She admits her mistakes and says she's ready to accept her punishment. However, her friends and teachers stand by her, offering full support even during her tough time. Her other friends, including the main characters, argue that Janika shouldn't be punished because it wasn't her fault. She was overpowered by the dark spirit philosopher and didn't act intentionally. Even Lortel steps in, covering the costs for restoring the building. She doesn't ask for anything in return except a reduction in custom fees on school supplies for the students. Initially, Janika's punishment included losing all her top student benefits, having her achievements revoked, disqualification from the academy. But thanks to the pressure from her friends and teachers, the committee decides to cancel her expulsion and give her another chance while giving only some amount of probation and suspension. Overall, Janika's friends are relieved she's staying, but they notice she seems a little stressed. To cheer her up, they organize a fancy tea party and agree not to bring up anything related to the incident around her. When Janika's friends invite her to join them, she suddenly asks, out of the blue, what the difference is between love and liking. This catches her two best friends, Anis and Clara, off guard. Confused, they ask why she's bringing this up. Janika shares that she's been having the same recurring dream about one of her friends. In her dream, she's sitting in a garden full of flowers, looking like a princess, and holding a flower crown she made for a friend. Then, her friend, looking quite dashing, arrives on a horse. She puts the crown on his head, and they play together. The dream always repeats exactly the same way, which makes her smile as she describes it. This response leaves both Anis and Clara in surprise, fearing they may accidentally uncover Janika's secret love story. Feeling embarrassed and worried that she might say something to upset Janika, Anis panics and quickly makes up an excuse about needing to go help the professor, dashing off before things get more awkward. This leaves Clara sweating nervously as she's left alone to deal with Janika's emotions. She knows she needs to handle the situation carefully to avoid upsetting Janika. If things go wrong, the entire student body might catch wind of Janika's love story, which could spiral into gossip and make things difficult for her. Clara puts on a calm smile and gently suggests Janika to avoid overthinking. She encourages her to be honest with her emotions, explaining that liking or disliking someone is often a mystery, but it's not always easy to figure out whether such feelings are positive or negative. Janika found her words significant and makes her to think. Clara also warns Janika to be cautious when talking about sensitive topics like this, as it could affect her and her friend's reputation and herself. Janika listens carefully and fully understands the advice. Janika thanks Clara for the genuine advice, saying it's just what she expected from her. She then makes an excuse to leave, mentioning she needs to report back to Ophelis Hall. Clara waves happy goodbye, but then slouches forward to butt her head on the table in relief. She finally managed to prevent any rumors from spreading for now. Ed reflects on how he has been relentlessly saving his money. Thanks to a petition from the princess, he to build a proper house this time. When he arrives at the construction site, he spots Janika wandering nearby. He thinks to himself that since the first act is now over, meeting her shouldn't affect the storyline anymore. However, as he approaches her, Janika suddenly hides behind a tree, clearly startled. Confused by her behavior, Ed pauses. Janika recalls Clara's advice about being honest with her feelings, but, unable to overcome her nerves, she hastily makes an excuse about having things to do at Ophelis Hall before fleeing. For Janika, confessing her feelings feels like an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, Ed stands frozen in surprise, bewildered by her reaction but deciding not to overthink it, as he has work to do on building his house. On the first day, Ed carefully selects the location for his hut, ensuring it's a suitable spot. On the second day, he starts collecting logs and wood, showcasing impressive skill with cutting trees. As his semester results come out, Ed discovers he has performed exceptionally well, with skills and grades far above the average student. However, back at the academy, special incidents keep occurring. Whenever Janika sees Ed, she hides or avoids him, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, her friends Clara and Anis glare at Ed angrily, warning him to stay away from Janika, as his presence embarrasses her and makes her flustered. After countless days of hard work, Ed progresses from cutting lumber to starting construction on his hut. Along the way, he juggles challenges like catching Lucy while she getting beef jerky from the traps, dealing with Belmaya's help, and navigating the ongoing Janika situation. He faces setbacks, like failing to structure the hut properly, but finds support from his new friend Jix. Bit by bit, he works on modifications for the walls and furniture. Finally, on day 45, Ed completes his hut, unlocking a personal achievement for creating something from scratch. At last, he's no longer homeless. As Ed rests peacefully in his newly built hut, Janica shows up, watching quietly from behind a tree in the forest, observing the hut he's made. After finishing the final touches, including the wall flooring, fireplace, and storage for firewood, Ed takes a moment to admire his hard work. However, his peace is interrupted when he notices Lucy lazily napping on the roof of his hut. To his surprise, Janica suddenly appears and greets him with a cheerful greeting. Ed, startled, asks how she found her way to his remote campsite. Janica explains she heard about his beautiful hut from the maid, who praised it as a masterpiece. Curious to see it for herself, she decided to visit. She marvels at the craftsmanship and natural beauty of the hut, voicing her admiration loudly as she wanders around. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about the hut since it's so new, Janica blushes. She admits they mentioned it, but teases that the spirits were more focused on how handsome and hot Ed looked while building it. Laughing nervously and hiding her deeper feelings, Janica says she simply wanted to check on how he's living. Ed smiles and invites her inside. Blushing, Janica nods and follows him in. Inside, while Lucy sprawls lazily on the roof, Janica gasps in amazement at Ed's handiwork. Sitting near the fireplace, she shares her gratitude for the support Lortel and her friends have given her. However, she also expresses worry about how to repay their kindness. Seeing her conflicted expression, Ed advises her not to overburden herself with repayment, especially if she can't afford it. He remembers that the incident with the dark spirit happened because she took on too much unnecessary responsibility. Even moving to Ophelis Hall with 8 others won't change much, as the cycle of envy and expectations will continue. So, he tries to focus on her well-being to avoid repeating past mistakes. After a while, as they chat, Ed encourages Janica to visit anytime she feels lonely or overwhelmed, assuring her she's welcome at his hut and the forest. Surprised and touched, Janica smiles warmly, saying it would make her very happy. She extends the same offer to Ed, urging him to come to her if he ever feels overwhelmed. Ed smiles but sighs quietly at the word overwhelmed. He knows the second semester is approaching, marking the start of Act 2. This time, the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book containing records of advanced, dangerous magics, will create chaos capable of consuming the entire academy. Grateful for her kind offer, Ed thanks Janica but keeps his thoughts to himself. He knows he'll remain on the sidelines, letting the main characters handle the challenges ahead, quietly cheering them on. On a dark and stormy night, Act 2 begins. Students from Ophelis Hall live like royalty, enjoying special perks like first-choice seating, personal maids, and extra freedom. These privileges set them apart from the students in Dex's Hall, who don't get the same treatment. When vacation ends, a heavy rainstorm hits the southwest side of the academy. Ophelis Hall students are given horse carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who are late are allowed extra days without punishment. But Dex's Hall students aren't so lucky. They have to travel in the pouring rain and risk losing points if they don't make it back on time. This unfair treatment makes the Dex's Hall students angry. They come together to protest and demand equal treatment. They want answers for why they're treated so poorly compared to the Ophelis Hall students. Behind the scenes, Lortel and a clever troublemaker named Willain stir things up. Willain is good at using his words to manipulate people and make things worse. While the students want fairness, Willain's real goal is to cause chaos and hurt Ophelis Hall's reputation. Together, they push the situation to the edge of a full-blown riot. Lortel proposes a fair solution, suggesting the school extend the deadline for students returning after the storm and should confess that Ophelis Hall students get special treatment. Although the head maids of Ophelis Hall and the Academy's review division support her plan, the administration shows little interest in resolving the issue. This lack of action only fuels the protest, making things worse. Frustrated, the protesting students go on strike, plan to burn and damage Ophelis Hall's valuable assets, like hardwood furniture and artisan-crafted paintings, which will put even more pressure on the authorities to act. As a result, Willain will take benefits from the chaos, using it to damage the Academy's reputation, while Lortel, being in the Merchant Association, uses the Academy's problems to make money and push her own goals, which were already worsened by the Glasskin incident. While negotiations continue, the elite Merchant Association seizes an opportunity to gain a significant advantage by sabotaging the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book considered the very heart of Sylvania. Its value is so immense that people, in desperation, are willing to offer anything for it, even their hearts. As protests rage outside the hall, Lortel gazes out the window at the pouring rain, recalling her childhood in the slums. She remembers wandering in tattered rags under the same dark skies. The thought brings a bitter smile to her face as she mocks herself for feeling a moment of relief. Her entire life has been a relentless struggle to survive, marked by betrayal, suspicion, and a refusal to show genuine sincerity. This desperate existence has left her scarred, a reflection of her filthy self. Yet deep down, she wishes someone among the students could see her for who she is, a survivor of a harsh life. She decides to seek out others like her, those who have also endured the life of a gutter rat. Ed describes Lortel as a shadowy figure, always hiding the harsh truths behind the scenes. That's why the audience and players of the game call her the Black Veil. The angry students protest loudly, full of frustration and determination. In the original storyline, the Ophelis Hall occupation incident centers on the main character, Taylor, stopping the students who were provoked into rising against Lortel. Along the way, Taylor and his friends face middle bosses stationed on each floor of Ophelis Hall, from the 1st to the 5th, who aid the rioting students. The first middle boss is Tote, known as the Decoy. Tote is a bitter student who mocks Taylor by calling him a loser and eventually gets beaten up by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's grudge, and he is later bought off by Lortel. Tote's role in the incident is to capture the maid guarding the first floor from the protesters and sabotage the front door of Ophelis Hall, allowing the rioters to storm inside. In the scene, the mysterious guy kidnaps the maid and smashes the front door open, surprising the protesters outside and giving Willain the green light to lead the invasion and cause chaos within the hall. According to the original storyline, Tote's role after breaching the door is to block Taylor and his friends from entering the hall as they arrive to confront the rioters. However, as the rioters push toward the 4th floor to declare their control over the hall, something unexpected happens. Willain approaches a mysterious figure and asks if he is working for Lortel. To everyone's surprise, instead of Tote, it is Ed Roth Taylor who is revealed as the middle boss, breaking away from the original story's expectations. Ed explains how he got into this situation. Just 2 days before the Ophelis Hall incident broke out, he was struggling to hunt for food with a bow and arrow. He feels pain because he has no combat skills and is bad at using the bow. Despite this, he keeps pushing himself. His campsite gets frequent visitors now that people know he's living in the woods. Among them, there are 3 who come the most. The first is Lucy, who always asks him silly questions, but Ed doesn't have many answers for her. The second is Janica, who has fallen in love with Ed. He likes her too because she often brings him food, teaches him laundry tricks, and helps him with tasks. When Ed compliments her, she blushes and acts strangely, confusing him because she's easy to read. But sometimes Janica seems jealous when Lucy visits him. The third is Lortel, who visits Ed at night. She always asks for help, and Ed realizes she's probably trying to gather people who will help her take control of Ophelis Hall. One night, she explains her plan. She wants him to help sabotage the hall. At first, Ed refuses because he doesn't want to mess with the game's storyline. He believes that if he stays out of it, everything will follow as planned. But when Lortel mentions that Tote passed out after a confrontation with Taylor, Ed becomes worried and asks how it happened. In the original story, Tote was supposed to fight Taylor and get beaten badly. But this time, things are different. When Tote insults Taylor by calling him worse than Ed Roth, it angers Jix even more, beating Tote until he faints. With a foxy smile, Lortel laughs and tells Ed that she doesn't need much from him. Just one simple task, which is take the keys from the maid and open the door when the protesting students flock outside the hall. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control and the story will fall apart. Even though he doesn't want to get involved, he knows he has to do something to keep Act 2 on track. He takes a deep breath and tells Lortel he's not interested in getting fully involved, but is willing to help if he can keep his role small. Lortel agrees and offers him 20 gold coins as payment. With their deal struck, Ed agrees to play his part, determined to ensure the storyline stays intact and unfolds as intended. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control, and the story will fall apart. Ed sits near the fire, thinking about how the protesters took over Ophelis Hall. He remembers the fight over Sage's sealed grimoire and Lortel's clever plan to mess up the Academy's finances. The thought gives him chills, but he also finds the whole situation fascinating. At the Academy, Princess Phinia and Lortel are at the center of a major rivalry. Lortel starts a group called Mercenary, a business-focused faction that challenges Princess Phinia's student association. The outcome of the story depends on which side Taylor, the main hero, chooses. Ed has no interest in picking sides early on. He plans to watch and join the winning side later, ensuring he survives and gets a good ending in the game. Before the protest, Janica visits Ed at his hut. She thanks him for always letting her come by and tells him she's moving to Dex's hall since her suspension is ending. She offers to give Ed some extra things she doesn't need, like cushions and pillows. Ed happily accepts, which makes her smile. Janica notices Lucky sitting on the roof in the rain and asks why she does that. Ed remembers Lucky's story about avoiding her fate and reflecting on her life on rainy days. He tells Janica not to worry about it, which seems to make her happier and special. Ed then asks Janica for a favor. He knows that when the protesters invade Ophelis Hall, magical protection runes will activate and lock everyone in their rooms for safety. Still, he doesn't want Janica caught in the mess, so he asks her to meet him at the rose garden outside the hall at 9 p.m. Janica thinks Ed is planning to confess his feelings and gets excited. She runs off, blushing and waving goodbye. Ed, however, just wants her to be safe and feels relieved knowing she'll be out of harm's way. Back at the protest, Jix is in his room exercising. He notices someone sneaking to the back door of Ophelis Hall. It's Ed, who is let in by a maid. The maid tells him the other staff are in a meeting, trying to figure out how to block the protesters. She then gives Ed the goods he asked for, and then leaves. At the protest, Willain urges the students to break down the door. Before they can, Ed opens it for them. Willain meets Ed and realizes he's the person Lortel hired to help. Seeing a tied-up maid and listening his story for helping as he once kicked out of Hall, Willain feels touched for doubting Ed, and thanks him for his support. Ed brushes it off and tells Willain to get to work upstairs, pushing the plot forward. Ed knows Willain will take the blame for everything, but he doesn't feel too guilty since it's all part of the game. As Ed looks around the hall, he sees the maid untie herself and run to report. He doesn't stop her, knowing the chief maid Alice is on Lortel's side and won't be able to stop the protesters in time. Just as Ed observes the unfolding chaos, Black Veil Lortel appears, setting the stage for the next part of the story. Lortel explains to Ed that the Academy staff will quickly put an end to the chaos, so she needs to finish her plans fast. Ed, uninterested in the details, tells her to do her best. As she heads upstairs, she pauses and asks Ed a dark question if he's ever killed someone. Ed, uninterested in her games, replies that he hasn't. Lortel smirks and admits she hasn't either, but she's done things just as bad, destroying lives and betraying people to survive. She says that's how she earned the title of the Golden Daughter. Lortel knows she doesn't deserve sympathy, but she often looks for it in people like Ed, who might offer her understanding. Instead of outright denying her, Ed warns her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lortel, with her sly smile, excuses herself to go upstairs and finish what she came for. Ed sits on the floor, waiting for the hall's magical defenses to wear off. He knows that once this happens, the story will take a dramatic turn. Willain will absorb the hall's defense magic and transform into the fourth stage boss of the game. With his role in the events complete, Ed relaxes and waits for Taylor, the hero, to show up. This is the part of the story where the spotlight is on the hero and the boss. Ed has no intention of interfering or changing the plot. He knows his job now is to play the role of a minor villain, take some hits, and keep the story moving along. It's a necessary sacrifice to ensure the game stays on track. At the Rose Garden, Janica sits nervously, waiting for Ed. Her eyes drift toward a golden carriage parked nearby, and she wonders who it belongs to, especially so late at night. She notices a letter on the bench from Ed, apologizing for being late and promising to join her as soon as he finishes some work. Blushing, she assumes he's planning something special for her and resolves to wait for as long as it takes. Janica's mind is full of thoughts about Ed. For the past 3 days, she hasn't been able to stop thinking about him, even losing sleep over it. She also feels conflicted because Marlita, the spirit wolf, informed her about other girls visiting Ed's hut, making her feel both guilty and heartbroken. Still, her feelings for Ed are strong, and she's determined to wait no matter what. As she sits, Janica suddenly becomes self-conscious about her appearance. She wonders if her flower hairpin looks good enough or if the Cosmos hairpin would be better. Overthinking it, she decides to run back to her hall to change the hairpin and then quickly return. Meanwhile, outside Ophelis Hall, Taylor and his friends Elvira and Isla arrive. They see the trail of footprints leading toward the hall's open main gate and realize the protesters have stormed inside. Elvira becomes furious at the thought of her belongings being damaged and rushes into the hall. Concerned that Elvira might use dangerous magic, Taylor and Ayla follow her to stop her from escalating the situation. Elvira forces the door open wider, only to find Ed Roth sitting calmly in their path. Confused, Taylor asks Ed why he's there. Looking around at the chaos in the hall, Taylor and his friends quickly realize that Ed intends to block their way to the 4th floor, playing the role of a villain. Ed confirms their suspicions, stating he won't let them pass. Angry Elvira steps forward, boasting about her magical abilities and claiming she can easily defeat him. But Ed, unfazed, calmly warns her that she's still just a rookie. Determined, Elvira and the others prepare to fight their way through, while Ed readies himself to hold them back. Taylor makes the first move, charging toward Ed. With skillful precision, Ed uses a spell to hurl rubble into Taylor's path, disrupting his attack. Then, activating a wind spell, Ed cuts the chandelier above him, sending it crashing down. The falling chandelier smashes into the wall, striking Taylor and knocking him to the ground. Inside one of the rooms, Klebius sits trembling, scared by the loud noises of the protesters outside. The shouting and crashing sounds make him more nervous, imagining trouble coming his way. Out in the hall, Taylor and Ayla dodge Ed's wind magic while Elvira keeps trying to push forward. Ed uses his spells skillfully, making it hard for them to get closer. As Elvira moves ahead, a sharp wind blade cuts through the air near her, shocking her. Her bag falls, spilling her important spells and items onto the floor. Seeing this, Elvira turns back to grab her things, but Ed casts a fire spell, creating a wall of flames around her dropped items. Now she can't reach them. Ed moves quickly and thinks ahead, controlling the fight like it's second nature. Elvira, frustrated, starts blaming Jix for not warning them properly about how strong Ed is. She realizes they underestimated him. His magic is far more powerful than they thought. With Ed holding them back so effectively, Elvira realizes something crucial. Ed understands the Academy's biggest flaw. The students rely too much on magic tools and elixirs, leaving them with almost no real combat skills. She reflects on her own overconfidence, relying on spells and dismissing magic rings and necklaces as inconvenient. Now, she sees how Ed has outsmarted her, dropping the chandelier, using a small opening to cast a firewall, and targeting her bag. The first year's top alchemy student is rendered completely helpless. Frustrated and furious, Elvira curses Ed for being so cunning and yells his name in anger. Determined not to give up, she throws a magic spirit bead onto the ground, summoning a spirit rabbit. She applies a fire-resistant formula to the creature, amplifying its strength and turning it into a monstrous berserk attacker. The rabbit becomes her weapon to regain control. Meanwhile, Isla and Taylor struggle to navigate the firewalls Ed has set up. Isla attempts to use a water spell to douse the flames, but the firewalls are protected by wind magic, striking back at anyone who gets too close. Taylor shields Ayla from the sharp wind blades and encourages her to keep trying. He knows Isla excels in magic theory and is above average at casting basic spells, but Ed's precise targeting keeps them pinned down, unable to move forward. Elvira calls out to Taylor, asking if he can take Ed down if he gets close. Without waiting for an answer, she orders her spirit rabbit to attack, using it as a distraction to create an opening for Taylor. The rabbit charges at Ed, its amplified strength making it a real threat. At the same time, Taylor pushes himself forward, trying to seize the opportunity to close the gap. While Ed is distracted by the rabbit, Elvira rushes toward her bag, ignoring the firewalls and narrowly avoiding Ed's spells. Finally, she reaches her scattered items, smiling in relief as she clutches her spells once again. Despite the chaos, she feels hopeful, ready to turn the tide of the battle. As Elvira regains her spells, Ed quickly casts a windblade spell and hurls it toward her while fending off the spirit rabbit. Spotting the incoming attack, Elvira confidently shuts her eyes and casts a release magic spell. The spell neutralizes all of Ed's active magic, turning it into harmless chemical reagents and temporarily preventing him from using any magic at all. With the rabbit spirit now gone and his magic disabled, Ed realizes he's outmatched and makes a run for it. Taylor doesn't let him escape, chasing him up the stairs. At the top, Ed grabs a bucket of fire oil he had prepared earlier, spilling it across the floor. The oil ignites, flames quickly spreading. Alarmed, Taylor and the others hesitate, worried the fire could consume the entire hall and endanger everyone inside. But Taylor, resolute in stopping Ed and ending the chaos, uses an elemental slash to extinguish the flames and clear a path. He charges toward Ed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elvira notices something unusual. The carpets in the hall have been removed, and the windows are wide open. It clicks in her mind. Ed had prepared the area to minimize the fire's dangers. Before she can warn Taylor that Ed might not be the villain he appears to be, Taylor closes the gap and engages him. As Taylor gets within striking distance, Ed raises his bow and fires an arrow. Not at Taylor, but at Ayla. The arrow whistles past Taylor, aiming straight for her. At the last moment, Elvira leaps into action, intercepting the arrow with her claw hand tool. She notices the arrow's tip is wrapped in cloth, not sharp. Alarmed, she yells a warning to Taylor, suspecting Ed might have another trick up his sleeve. Taylor reaches Ed and swings his sword. Ed blocks with his bow, holding him off briefly. Then, a noise from above grabs Ed's attention. Clebius has escaped his room. Realizing the next phase of the act in the game is now in motion, Ed sighs in relief, his role complete. Resigned, Ed lets Taylor's next strike land. The force of Taylor's elemental slash sends him flying into the wall. The battle ends with Ed defeated, leaving everyone stunned and questioning his true motives as if he was playing a deeper game all along. With Ed finally defeated, Taylor grabs him and demands to know why he went so far to stop them. Elvira watches uneasily, feeling that Ed had been toying with them the entire fight. It doesn't add up. Ed is a second-year student with more experience, and if he truly wanted to overpower them, he could have ambushed them after the chandelier fell. Instead, he stood his ground and deliberately engaged them, seemingly more to delay than to win. The group senses something is off, as if Ed's actions are driven by a deeper motive. Frustrated, Taylor shoves him away. Weak and injured, Ed speaks in a quiet but firm voice, telling them to go upstairs if they're done wasting time on him and to stop the real chaos. His words leave them stunned. Elvira demands to know why he tried so hard to hold them back if he's now telling them to go. Taylor and Isla press him for answers, their confusion mounting. Elvira, her voice rising with frustration, yells that she won't leave until Ed tells them the truth. She's determined to uncover his intentions, suspecting there's more to his actions than meets the eye. Before Ed can respond, the hall door creaks open behind them. A girl enters, shielding herself from the rain with a hood. As she steps inside, her eyes widen at the scene before her. Taylor, Elvira, and Ayla standing over a battered and bloodied Ed, with the hall in complete disarray. It's Janica. She had been waiting for Ed at the Rose Garden, thinking he might be at the pavilion nearby, but seeing him like this, her heart sinks. Shocked and concerned, she cries out, asking what they've done to the hall, and to Ed. Her voice echoes in the tense silence, leaving everyone frozen in place. For Janica, Ed is someone who has become incredibly important in her life, making her feel special. Despite being caught up in a complicated situation, Ed's simple lifestyle and the way he treated her during the Glaskin hunt have made her care for him even more. He has a way of making her believe he'll always figure things out, no matter the problem. As she stands there, seeing Ed battered and surrounded by chaos, she starts to reflect on everything he's done for her. She now understands he has lured her out of Ophelis Hall to protect her from the disaster, knowing she had already been punished for her involvement in the Glaskin incident. Now, feeling the weight of his kindness toward her, she feels an overwhelming desire to help him in return. She knows that he never asked for help, but this is her chance to repay him for everything he's done for her. With determination, Janica takes off her hairpin, setting aside her appearance and any distractions. She focuses, gathering her strength and preparing herself to confront the situation. Her tone shifts to one of tension and authority as she demands what is everyone doing. Her voice is filled with resolve, and her presence suddenly feels much stronger, as she stands ready to do whatever it takes to take control of the situation. Taylor, still unsure of Janica's intentions, expresses relief that she's safe, and quickly informs her about the protesters who have taken over Ophelis Hall. He also explains how Ed has been acting irrationally, preventing them from reaching the top floor. Taylor suggests that Ed might be trying to protect someone else hidden within the hall. However, Elvira interrupts him sharply, pointing out the drastic change in Janica's demeanor. She warns that Janica could now be their enemy. Suddenly, Janica releases a powerful aura, creating immense air pressure that swirls violently through the hall. Ed, alarmed, calls out her name, but she, now fully possessed by her magic, calmly reassures him to be okay. Taylor and his group stand frozen, sweating and wide-eyed as they witness her summoning an entire battalion of intermediate-level spirit beasts, showcasing overwhelming power. Realizing the grave danger, Elvira panics and insists that they retreat, acknowledging that fighting Janica, now seemingly unstoppable, is far beyond their abilities. But Taylor, being the heroic character he is, refuses to back down. His unwavering determination to face any challenge keeps him rooted in place. Elvira desperately tries to make him see reason, but Taylor's resolve remains unshaken. At that moment, Ed intervenes. Despite his weakened state, he grabs Taylor and shoves him aside, saving him from a crushing blow by one of Janica's spirit beasts. Ed orders Taylor and his group to leave and stick to their original plan. Confused and shaken, they question why Ed, who had been so intent on stopping them, is now urging them to go upstairs. Elvira, reluctant to leave, argues against abandoning the fight. In response, Ed lightly bonks her on the head, handing her bag of chemicals back, and sternly tells them to do as he says. Realizing they have no choice, they leave Ed behind with Janica and rush upstairs. While Janica is still immersed in her summoning magic, Ed approaches her slowly. Janica, noticing him, tries to reassure him that she will handle everything, and that he doesn't need to push himself anymore. But Ed, weak and battered, softly calls her name. He places his trembling hands on her shoulders, stunning her. It's the first time he's ever touched her in such a way, and the gesture leaves her momentarily speechless. In a weak voice, Ed gently asks her to call off her spirits, explaining that the wind is too strong and he can barely stand. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Janica's heart softens. She immediately cancels her magic, dismissing the spirit beasts and restoring calm to the hall. Taylor and his group, watching from the stairs, are shocked that Ed has managed to stop Janica so effortlessly. Ed then turns to them and urges them to go quickly, emphasizing that time is running out. As he finishes speaking, his exhaustion overtakes him, and he collapses to the floor. After some time, Ed and Janica are seen sitting together. Janica is gently tending to Ed's wounds, her face filled with worry. She angrily scolds Taylor and his group for being too harsh, blaming them for Ed's condition. Ed, trying to ease her concerns, jokingly mentions getting revenge next time they meet Taylor and the others. This makes Janica even more worried, and she urges Ed to promise her not to get hurt again. Ed feels grateful for her care and thanks her softly. He feels relieved that he completed his task, even if things didn't go perfectly according to plan. Now, all he wants is to rest, so he gets up, ready to return to his camp. Before he steps away, Janica hesitates and informs him of something strange she noticed earlier. She describes a large carriage adorned with a golden crown parked near the garden. Ed freezes, instantly recognizing the symbol. It belongs to the leader of the Merchant Association's elite, the Golden King, who is also Lortel's adoptive father. Ed remembers the game's storyline, where the Golden King appears much later as a fake antagonist before being defeated by Lortel in Act 2. Ed is confused and alarmed by the Golden King's early arrival, suspecting that something unusual and beyond his game knowledge is happening. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of Ophilus Hall, Lortel gazes out of a large window, her expression cold and calculating. Beside her stands Alice, the chief mate of the hall. Lortel begins speaking to Alice, recounting her earlier encounter with Ed. She describes him as cruel and unfeeling, mentioning how he dismissed her pleas for sympathy without any hesitation. She reflects on how people like herself, shaped by lives of hardship and betrayal, have learned to expect nothing but cold indifference from others. Alice, who has been working in Ophilus Hall since she was 15, listens silently. She has risen from nothing to become the hall's manager through years of hard work and competence. Recognizing Alice's strength and influence, Lortel invested a considerable amount of money in securing her loyalty, seeing her as a valuable ally. Offering Alice a box of gold coins, Lortel thanks her for being on her side. Though Alice remains quiet, Lortel believes she has found someone like herself, someone willing to set aside their values for the sake of gold. In her mind, she believes Alice is someone who shares her understanding of survival and sees her as a kindred spirit. Lortel's thoughts briefly return to her difficult past in the slums, where life was a daily struggle for survival and betrayal was commonplace. Despite her tragic origins, Lortel has embraced her role as a hidden villain in the game's narrative, using cunning and manipulation to achieve her goals. Her current plan is to give Berserker defense magic to Willen's group on the 4th floor to destroy Ophilus Hall from the inside, targeting the students in there too. Feeling confident in her plan, Lortel walks with Alice toward the storage room to set everything in motion. She assumes Alice is fully on her side, her loyalty secured with gold. But as they go in their way, Alice suddenly draws her sword and points it at Lortel's neck. Her aura flares, creating a heavy, tense atmosphere, coldly announces she is not from the same kind as Lortel is. The words leave her frozen, her mind racing to understand the depth of Alice's resolve. For the first time, Lortel feels a crack in her carefully constructed world, the realization of her solitude sinking deep. She remains motionless, caught between fear and disbelief as Alice's blade hovers close to her neck. As the game continues, Taylor and his team face many challenges but manage to overcome them one by one. They calm the panicked Clebius, defeat the maid bosses, and handle every problem with skill. After their tough fight on the 1st floor, things go more smoothly. Eventually, they reach the 4th floor, where everything takes a turn for the worse. The scene on the 4th floor is pure chaos. Wellane is trapped in the effects of the defensive magic runes and loses control. His body glows with unstable energy, and the crystal ball of defensive magic in his hands becomes extremely dangerous. Wellane cries for help, but the magic is taking over his body and mind. The situation becomes even more dangerous as students panic, thinking the building will collapse. They rush out of their rooms in fear, adding to the confusion and danger. The once organized protest falls apart completely. Taylor and his group act fast. Taylor blocks the blasts of magic from Willen, protecting the students while the rest of the team helps evacuate them. Once the students are safe, they turn their attention to Willen, who is still under the dangerous effects of the magic runes. His attacks grow stronger, and destructive magic spreads across the hall. Elvira realizes that normal magic won't work to stop Wellane. She pulls out an anglerweed reagent, a special substance that can weaken magic, and prepares to help. She tells the group they must physically knock Willen out because magic alone won't save him now. Taylor takes charge and runs toward Wellane while Elvira throws the scared Clebius ahead as a distraction. The group moves in a zigzag pattern to avoid Wellane's wild attacks. The air is filled with powerful magic, and the pressure is intense. Finally, Taylor gets close to Wellane, ready to stop him, but the magic runes become too unstable. Wellane's body shines brighter and brighter before a huge explosion shakes the entire hall. The situation has turned into complete disaster. Ed and Janica watch the explosion from the garden. Janica, worried about Ed's wounds, hovers over him, urging him to rest. Ed reassures her, explaining that most of the blood isn't his, trying to ease her worry. However, Ed's attention is elsewhere. The biggest concern for him now isn't the explosion, but the ominous presence of the carriage parked outside the hall, the one belonging to the Golden King elite of the Merchant Association. The Golden King, Lortel's adoptive father, is a character who shouldn't appear in this act of the game right now. His presence at this time raises alarm bells in Ed's mind. Known as a fake boss who eventually vanishes after being defeated by Lortel in Act 2, his discreet and unexpected arrival suggests a secret motive. Ed's eyes narrow as he observes the carriage, piecing together the puzzle in his head. What catches his attention next is even more unusual. Shenny, one of the maids of Ophelis Hall and a subordinate of Alice, stands by the carriage waiting for the Golden King. This feels off. Alice is someone Lortel had invested in heavily to secure her loyalty. For Shenny, one of Alice's trusted maids, to be seen with the elite now seems strange and out of place. It hints at something deeper. A crack in the loyalty Alice pledged to Lortel. The pieces begin to fall into place in Ed's mind, realizing Shenny is involved with the elite as Alice may have betrayed Lortel. Ed understands the gravity of the situation. Lortel is an essential character for progressing through the game's later acts. If the elite take over Ophelis Hall and gain access to the sealed Book of Grimoire, Lortel's downfall could occur, causing the entire story to unravel. Ed knows he needs to act quickly. He decides to take on Lortel's role, doing whatever it takes to keep the Golden King away from entering the building and changing the original storyline. Before the chaos of the protest, Alice, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, secretly writes a letter to the elite merchant king. In the letter, she exposes everything about him, how he is Lortel's adoptive father and the man responsible for killing Lortel's biological father. She reveals Lortel's plans to take revenge by manipulating the business magnates and directors of the elite merchantry to overthrow him. She also shares details about Lortel's scheme to acquire or sabotage the sage's sealed grimoire, a critical move intended to strike the Golden King by surprise and remove him from power in the Merchant Association. Alice ends the letter with a bold demand for more money than what Lortel has offered her, promising to switch sides and create a dramatic turn of events in the Golden King's favor. Now, with her sword pressed against Lortel's neck, Alice waits for the Golden King's arrival at Ophelis Hall. Lortel, usually clever and confident, is now shaken. She pleads with Alice, questioning her betrayal and pointing out that they both wanted revenge against the Golden King. Alice sighs and apologizes, but delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall as the door bursts open. Taylor and his group arrive, dragging a restrained and defeated Willain behind them. They are battered but still resolute. Elvira quickly assesses the situation, deducing that Alice must be the one behind the chaos, as only she could have provided Willain with the defensive magic runes. Spotting an opportunity amidst the commotion, Lortel acts to collapses dramatically to the floor. Taylor and his group rush to check on her, concerned for her well-being. Hiding her tears and masking her turmoil, Lortel pretends to be overwhelmed and helpless. Without a word, she suddenly gets up, sprints away, and retreats to her room. Her mind races with plans for what to do next. Lortel stands frozen, stunned by the unexpected arrival of the Golden King. The man who pulled all the strings in the shadows has come all the way to Ophelis Hall himself. Though shocked, she quickly shifts her focus to the opportunity now at hand, blaming him for the large-scale tampering with the Merchant Association's account books and the damage caused during the chaos could finally lead to his downfall. Her plan to overthrow him feels within reach, but she knows she must act fast. She knows what she has to do. She needs to get to her room, where a carrier pigeon is hidden. The pigeon will carry a message to the Merchant Association's officials, exposing the Golden King's crimes. Once she sends it, she plans to hide somewhere in the hall to stay safe. Even though her heart aches from Alice's betrayal, Lortel doesn't let herself cry. She's used to being hurt by others and has learned to blame them to protect herself. Wiping away her emotions, she quickly heads to her room, determined to complete her plan. At the same time, the Golden King elite enters the hall with his guards, carrying an air of authority. Spotting a student near the entrance, he calmly advises the student to evacuate for safety. However, the student doesn't budge and instead informs him that no one is allowed inside the hall due to safety protocols. The elite looks puzzled but intrigued by the student's firm stance. The student is none other than Ed, standing in front of the stairs like an immovable wall, blocking the elite's path to the upper floors. The elite, maintaining his calm, asks Ed if he has any official authority or permit to enforce such rules. Ed boldly replies that he's acting on his own judgment. In this tense standoff, Ed evaluates the situation. He knows that only 3 people truly understand the flow of the story. Lortel, who wants revenge on the elite for destroying her childhood and plans to oust him. The Golden King elite himself, who seeks the sage's sealed grimoire for ultimate power. Alice, the chief maid, who has become the central villain in this act by betraying Lortel. Ed decides to trust Taylor and his group to deal with Alice, the act's main antagonist, while he focuses on keeping the elite from going upstairs. By doing so, he hopes to preserve his understanding of the game's storyline and secure his role as a successful character in the end. The elite tries to defuse the situation, claiming he needs to consult with the Academy about the chaos inside, but Ed remains unmoved. His unyielding stance begins to irritate the elite, who activates his aura and then asks a pointed question whether Ed is siding with Lortel. 10 minutes before the confrontation with the Golden King elite, Ed and Janica arrive at Jix's room. To their surprise, Jix is calmly exercising while the building is in chaos, with most students already evacuated. Curiously, they ask why he hasn't left. Jix explains that he's trying to avoid rash actions and prefers to focus on his routine, rather than getting involved in the protest. Noticing Janica and Ed together, Jix foolishly asks if they're dating. Embarrassed, Janica yells to instantly denies it. However, she becomes flustered, giving eye contact with Ed as she worries she might have made him uncomfortable. Picking up on the awkwardness, Ed subtly makes Jix realize his rudeness. Jix hurriedly apologizes to Janica for his careless question. After a brief moment, Jix asks why they've come to him, especially considering they barged into his room, even breaking part of his wall in the process. Ed straightforwardly asks for a favor, promising to repay him later. Though Jix seems reluctant at first, he eventually agrees. Back in the hall, as the Golden King elite Keklin argues with Ed, Janica and Jix secretly observe the scene from a hidden spot. The elite tries to persuade Ed, painting Lortel as a treacherous and ungrateful person. He recounts how he raised her since childhood and accuses her of plotting against him. In an attempt to win Ed over, he even offers to double the amount of gold coins Lortel promised to anyone on her side. Ed stands firm, making it clear that he isn't interested in money or personal gain. Frustrated, the elite gives up on diplomacy and orders his guards to dispose of Ed. As the guards surround and overpower Ed, Jix springs into action. Using wind magic, he sends the guards flying, creating a moment of chaos. Jix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. Janica summons her spirit companions while Jix prepares for a fight. Ed thanks them for their intervention, promising Jix he'll repay him later, before heading upstairs to check on Lortel. The elite, now realizing these students are formidable opponents, commands his guards to fight with everything they've got. A fierce battle begins as Jix and Janica engage the guards, holding their ground with determination. Meanwhile, Ed rushes up the stairs, floor by floor. When he finally spots Lortel, he doesn't waste a moment. He urgently tells her to escape through the hall's back door and run as fast as she can. In Lortel's world, kindness and goodwill always come with a price. A reason, a tag, or a coin. Everyone she's trusted has only shown loyalty because she invested in them. Now, as she reflects on her choices, she regrets the foolish mistake of believing in anything else. She looked up to Janica Failover, who seemed to grow up surrounded by love and care from others without expecting anything in return. Watching Janica and Ed's connection, built on trust and understanding, made Lortel wonder if she could ever have that kind of bond with someone. But now, betrayed by Alice after sharing all her plans, she feels foolish and scolds herself for ever thinking she could live a life like Janica's, one filled with trust and genuine relationships. Lortel convinces herself she should have stayed true to her cold, calculating self. Among the 5 people she trusted to occupy the hall, Alice betrayed her by siding with the elite. The twin maids, Shenny and Kelly, joined Alice, and even Willen leaned toward the elite's side. The only one left was Ed. But Lortel feels he'll eventually betray her too. After all, why wouldn't he? As they run through the hall, Ed asks Lortel if Alice betrayed her. Lortel suddenly stops and stands still. Her voice is low and regretful as she apologizes, saying she can't guarantee the 20 gold coins she promised him. The situation is too unstable now, and she's lost control. But Ed doesn't care about the money. He firmly tells her he's not doing this for gold. Without hesitation, he grabs her arm and pulls her forward, urging her to run. He warns her that if the elite catches her, it's all over. They need to escape quickly to secure the plan and ensure her survival. Hearing Ed's words takes Lortel by surprise. For the first time, she wonders if Ed sees something in her worth believing in. She starts to question her assumptions about trust, wondering if maybe there are people who act without ulterior motives. Still, the idea confuses and unsettles her. As they run, Ed asks her what's really going on with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy himself. Lortel explains about her adoptive father, Elite Keklin, has been covering losses due to manipulating market prices through secret deals and monopolizing the armor trade within the association. This scheme has left him in desperate need of money to secure his power and position in the association. To fix his financial problems, Keklin plans to sell Sage's sealed grimoire for a high price. He sent Lortel to the academy to find a way to steal or sabotage the grimoire. For years, Lortel has worked to build alliances within the Merchant Association, buying the loyalty of merchants and committee members and turning them into her side. Her ultimate goal is to expose her adoptive father's manipulations and remove him from power, avenging her past. Ed realizes that Keklin's desperation explains why he's arrived earlier than expected in the story. His rushed actions to monopolize the armor trade and secure the grimoire have put him in a vulnerable position. Ed knows how important it is to keep Lortel safe to ensure her plans succeed. Lortel knows her plans can only work if her father is away from the merchantry headquarters. With him gone, the merchants on her side will have the chance to transfer the rights of sale to her. Ed quickly pieces everything together. He realizes that Lortel has been using this elaborate plan to disrupt the Academy's finances by burning Ophelis Hall. This chaos would push the negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire in Elite's favor. Now, Elite Ketchlin's urgent need for money has brought him to the Academy, giving Lortel a perfect opportunity to send a message to her allies and execute her plan to bankrupt him. Surprised by Ed's sharp understanding, Lortel informs she has a carrier pigeon ready to deliver the message to her allies. However, she also reveals that her father expects her to get caught and plans to use it to expose the traitors inside the merchantry. When they reach Lortel's room, Ed pauses and gives her detailed instructions. He tells her to stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. He explains how she can escape using the horsemen in the quarters, ride to the Arkan Mountains. He advises her to leave the horse carriage at a spot to mislead Elite's guards, and then hide at his place in the forest for 3 days, as he will write and send the message to her allies from her room in the hall. Ed notices someone suspicious guarding the back door and warns Lortel to wait until it's safe. He firmly grabs her shoulders and emphasizes the importance of staying hidden. Lortel is stunned by how calmly and decisively Ed handles everything, and for the first time, she starts to trust him. When Ed sees her frozen in thought, Lortel suddenly asks in a soft, innocent voice why he is helping her so much. Ed simply replies he is doing it for no reason, as he just feels like he should help her. With that, he leaves the room. Alone in her room, Lortel sits down, confused by her feelings. She hears a loud beating sound and soon realizes it's her own heartbeat. For the first time, someone has helped her with kindness, expecting nothing in return. This unfamiliar warmth fills her with emotions she has never felt before. Meanwhile, at the back door, Shenny, one of the twin maids, stands guard. Ed approaches, ready to confront her. As Taylor's group battles fiercely with Alice, the chief maid, the stakes rise. Alice gathers all the hall's runes and takes control of their magic, using them to launch powerful attacks. Despite her expertise as a veteran intermediate magic user, Alice cannot match Taylor's strength. Being the hero of the game-failed swordsman of Sylvania, Taylor's determination and skill are unmatched. With this, the final battle of Act 2 begins. Meanwhile, Ed confronts Shenny, one of the twin maids, at the back door. Shenny draws her sword, ready to fight. As she dashes forward with a lightning-fast attack aimed at Ed's leg, he uses his quick reflexes to dodge her strike. Ed, being a skilled player of the game, already knows her fighting patterns and starts anticipating her moves. He jams her sword with his foot and grabs her hands just as she tries to draw her knives, disarming her. But Shenny isn't done yet. Sharing a magical ability with her twin sister Kelly, due to their shared birth star, she uses low-level telekinesis to hurl objects and blades at Ed while attempting to stab him. Despite taking some hits, the wounds aren't deep due to her unrefined magic. Ed pulls the blades from his body and manages to pin Shenny down, pressing his knee against her back to immobilize her. As Shenny struggles, she begins crying and yelling about how she cannot fail Alice, revealing her deep loyalty to the maid. Ed calmly tells her that Alice will lose. But Shenny shares Alice's backstory, how Alice raised orphans and saved lives, including Shenny's. Meanwhile, Taylor and Klebius, with help from Elvira and Isla, close in on Alice. Taylor uses his powerful slash-element attack, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Seeing the explosion, Shenny screams in despair before passing out from shock and exhaustion. Ed, unaffected by the emotional backstory, stays focused on surviving the game. He drags the unconscious Shenny into the hall and props her against the wall before quickly leaving. He knows that these side stories won't affect the main plot and chooses to prioritize his own survival as the story progresses. Ed reaches Lortel's room, noticing the neatly arranged books, luxurious wooden furniture, and decorations. He's impressed by how perfectly the room matches Lortel's character. Without wasting time, he writes a message, attaches it to the pigeon, and sends it flying toward the headquarters. This gives them a crucial time advantage since Elite Ketchlin, currently in Sylvania, will take at least 3 days to return to the headquarters. Later that night, under a rain-soaked sky, Ed, battered and tired with cuts and bruises, limps toward his hut to rest and heal. He successfully stopped Elite from reaching the hall, with Jix and Janika's help, and created an escape route for Lortel. His quick thinking left Elite with no choice but to chase the horse carriage Lortel hired. Everything was falling into place, and the storyline remained intact. As Ed finally reaches his hut, expecting Lortel to already be there, he's startled by an unsettling scene. Lortel, holding a knife, walks toward him with a dark and sinister expression. Panic sets in as Ed begins to think she might be the true mastermind, eliminating everyone one by one, and now targeting him. His body tenses, unable to move as his thoughts spiral. But as Lortel draws closer, she unexpectedly tears a piece of her clothes and patches up his wounds. Ed's fears vanish, replaced by relief and confusion. Lortel, with soft and caring eyes, helps him to the hut where she's already prepared a warm fire. Lortel asks Ed they should warm up first by sitting together. Her cheeks blushes faintly. Ed and Lortel sit together by the fire, the warmth helping Ed dry off and recover. As they chat, Lortel mentions the carriage driver who promised to draw attention away from her by diverting the elite's guards, even at the risk of his own life. Ed, curious, wonders how she managed to gain such loyalty. Then, remembering that it's Lortel Kecklin, he decides not to ask further and remains silent. After a pause, Lortel thanks Ed for his help and reminds him that she now owes him a significant favor. Noticing his quiet demeanor, she teases him for being so dull. Ed politely replies to just only hand him over the 20 gold coins as per their deal when the time comes. They sit for a while before Lortel breaks it with a question about him and Janica being close. She asks, as her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ed speaks highly of Janica, describing her as kind and dependable. Lortel listens quietly, her expression softening but showing a hint of sadness. After a moment, she adds her own compliments about Janica, though her tone is glum. Sensing something behind her tone, Ed asks what she wants to say. Lortel takes a deep breath before sighing lightly. In a better mood with a faint smile, she says she is not like Janica, who is caring, always thinking of others. At the same time, in Awfulest Hall, Jix and Janica are doing their best to hold off Elite Kecklin and his guards. However, things take a turn when Elite gets a report from one of his men that Lortel has escaped. Without wasting time, he leaves the hall to chase after her. The fight isn't going well for Jix. He's struggling, and it's clear he's no match for the guards. But Janica, who was nervous before, suddenly activates her spirit magic aura. A powerful tornado forms in the hall, throwing guards in all directions as her spirits unleash their full strength. Jix panics and yells at her to stop, worried about the destruction and casualties. Janica pauses, then turns to him with an unsettling, almost eerie smile. Her eyes gleam with a strange intensity, as she calmly says she is not mad at all. The next day, at Ed's hut, he is busy washing his ruined academy uniform. After the long and exhausting night, he skipped classes to take care of things. Jix arrives with a spare uniform for Ed and shares some surprising news. He explains what happened after the incident. Welaine has taken all the blame for the destruction of Awfulest Hall, while Chief Maid Alice, who was captured, hasn't said a word about what happened. Lortel has vanished, safely hiding in Ed's hut, and there's no news yet from Elite Kecklin. As Jix talks, Ed feels relieved. His plan worked, and now all he has to do is wait for the carrier pigeon to return with good news. Stretching his sore muscles, Ed feels the aches and pains from the night's events, but stays determined to keep moving forward. Later, Ed notices something new. His stats have improved, and he has reached the intermediate craftsman rank. This upgrade unlocks advanced crafting skills, giving him access to new abilities. Excited, he decides to learn Spirit Formula Infusion, a skill that combines spirit sorcery with magic engineering. With this ability, Ed can form contracts with spirits and create powerful weapons, magical artifacts, and useful tools. Feeling more confident in his abilities, Ed starts planning how to use these new skills for the challenges ahead. Later that day, Janica visits Ed with a cheerful smile. Ed is exercising outside the hut when she arrives and takes a seat beside him. Curious, Ed asks why she isn't in class. Janica explains that she's feeling tired and needed a break, so she decided to come to the woods for some fresh air. Concerned, Ed asks if she got hurt because of him. Janica shakes her head and smiles reassuringly, saying she's fine. Then with a slight frown, she asks if Lortel is doing okay. Ed tells her that Lortel is resting inside the hut, which makes Janica feel a little jealous, though she hides it well. Inside the hut, Lortel leans back, feeling relieved that the chaos of the Awfulest Hall incident is finally over. However, her work isn't done yet. She still needs to persuade the chief maid, Alice, to help lay the groundwork for negotiating the purchase of Sage's sealed grimoire. For now, though, she waits anxiously for a reply from the elite merchant's headquarters. While waiting, Lortel can't help but notice how safe and comforted she feels in Ed's presence. His unconditional kindness and trust make her heart race, and for the first time, she feels something more precious than gold. Blushing, she realizes she doesn't want to lose Ed to Janica, whose life is already full of family and friends. Lortel quietly resolves to win Ed over, even if it means competing with Janica. Spending 3 days with Ed only deepens Lortel's feelings for him. She starts to develop a bit of a fixation, even imagining showering him with gold if that's what it takes to win his affection. But then, she decides a different approach might be better, one that feels more natural. She resolves to show him sympathy and kindness, and even considers helping him with his tuition to subtly gain his favor. Lortel's heart races with determination. For the first time in her life, she's discovered something worth more than wealth, and she's ready to fight for it, no matter what it takes. Fantasizing about Ed makes Lortel feel embarrassed and awkward, especially since she has never had a boyfriend before. Suddenly, Sleepy Lucy barges into the hut and claims her spot near the window. However, Ed quickly intervenes, dragging Lucy out and setting her up in the small tent outside the hut, which he had made specifically for her. Ed then apologizes to Lortel, asking if he disturbed her. Lortel feels unsettled by Lucy's presence in Ed's hut, seeing her as yet another rival for his attention and labeling her in her mind as a natural disaster. On the second morning, Lortel wakes up early, hoping to spend some time alone with Ed. However, to her disappointment, she finds Janica already with him as usual. Sighing, she turns back, noticing Lucy still asleep in the hut as well. Meanwhile, Ed works on crafting homemade bricks, adding another achievement to his stats, and learning the stonemasonry skill. Using this new skill, he builds a brick fireplace inside the hut. Later, he grills beef jerky for everyone, and they all dine together. As they eat, Lortel remarks that since nothing significant has happened that morning, it means everything is going according to plan. Ed thanks her for the good news but warns them not to let their guard down. Feeling a bit competitive with Janica, Lortel offers to compensate Ed with supplies and goods instead of the 20 gold coins they agreed on earlier. Ed appreciates her offer and asks if she has any construction materials or spare magic engineering equipment. Lortel promises to check. Ed then turns to Janica and asks her for a favor, to teach him some basic spirit magic and how to make a spirit connection. Overjoyed that Ed is seeking her help, Janica eagerly agrees. She demonstrates using a spirit bird, explaining how to focus and make a connection. But unexpectedly, the spirit bird speaks up, scolding Janica for giving Ed incorrect advice. The bird also reveals that during their last spirit meeting, Janica received tips on how to use Ed's cabin construction as an opportunity to get closer to him. Embarrassed, Janica hastily dispels the bird, sweating nervously as she asks if Ed heard anything. Lortel, seizing the moment to tease Janica, jumps into the conversation and mentions her leftover food stock at the headquarters, which she eagerly offers to sell to Ed at a discount. Ed negotiates, asking her to include the stocks in their agreed 20 gold coin deal. Playfully, Lortel suggests giving the supplies for free, further annoying Janica and sparking a light-hearted debate between the two women. Ed sits back, eating his beef jerky with amusement, realizing he can now learn both spirit magic and magic engineering with the help of Janica and Lortel. As their conversation continues, a new figure appears at Ed's hut. It is Belle Maya, the new chief maid of Ophelis Hall. She apologizes for the sudden visit, explaining that she brings bad news, a message from the former chief maid, Alice. Hearing this, Lortel's expression shifts to worry, and the atmosphere becomes tense with suspense. Before Belle Maya's visit to the hall, Clara, one of Janica's friends, drops by to see her. Clara gossips with Belle, revealing a top-secret piece of news, but she warns Belle not to show any shock or let it slip. Leaning in close, Clara whispers that her friend Janica is in love with Ed Roth Taylor. Belle feels conflicted, trying not to show any surprise while maintaining her composure. The two chats about Ed, who has a reputation as a troublemaker but seems to be improving his image lately. Clara admits she supports her friend Janica, but can't help noticing that Janica keeps bringing up Lortel's name. She confesses that she doesn't understand either of them. Relationships, she says, are all about balance, and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints Janica keeps dropping. She pleads with Belle to step in and do something. Belle, trying to calm her, suggests that Ed might be too preoccupied with his own problems to think about romance right now. She adds that maybe it's just his luck, or lack thereof, when it comes to relationships, leaving Clara uneasy and slightly creeped out by the idea. At Ed's hut, Belle Maya grows annoyed seeing Lucy, Lortel, and Janica all gathered together at Ed's place, giving her headaches. When Lortel why she's there, Belle Maya informs her of an important message from the former chief maid Alice. That evening, Belle Maya decides to take Sleepy Lucy and Janica with her, leaving Ed frustrated. He's uneasy about Lortel's location being exposed to someone connected to Ophelis Hall, especially since Lortel is in hiding. To avoid further risks, Lortel chooses to leave Ed's place and go with Belle Maya, who offers to take her to a safe house. Before leaving, Lortel gives Ed a repaired uniform as thanks for his help. Ed expresses his gratitude, noting it'll make a decent second set for the academy. A pigeon carrier also arrives with good news, a letter announcing a victory over the elite in business sales, signaling his downfall at the Merchant Association headquarters. Relieved, Ed feels he can now return to school as usual. Lortel reads the letter, commenting that her father, the elite, must now be making his last stand and won't have time to chase her in Sylvania, ensuring her safety for the time being. However, she warns Ed not to underestimate her father, who might still have tricks up his sleeve. Even so, she expresses confidence in her allies at the headquarters, believing she can become the next Merchant Association chairman. Lortel's main concern, however, is now Alice. When Ed asks if Alice might expose her role as the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident, Lortel dismisses the worry, explaining that Alice will side with whoever wins. In Alice's letter, she details the orphanages she sponsored, urging Lortel to support them financially for the next year. Lortel shares Alice's backstory. Years of relentless work caused her health to decline, but the academy ignored her struggles. Unable to manage her responsibilities, including the orphanage, Alice took a gamble during the Ophelis Hall incident, switching sides for money and support. Though her actions were seen as betrayal, Lortel acknowledges the dire situation Alice was in. After reading the letter, Lortel concludes that Alice is only siding her because she sees her victory as inevitable in her. In the cutthroat world of merchants, sympathy is rare, and Alice knows this well. While Lortel agrees to keep Alice on her side, her trust in her will not be same as before after the betrayal. As she prepares to part, Lortel reminds Ed to stop by the Merchant Association branch to finalize their contract for supply deliveries. Before leaving, Ed hands her a fire torch to guide her way. Lortel pauses, looking at Ed thoughtfully. When he asks why she's still standing there, she comments on how tall he is. She admits that she often takes risky moves to win. With that, she steps closer to Ed, adjusting his tie on his uniform. Flirting, she remarks that he looks handsome in the new set. And suddenly, she pulls him by his tie, leans in, and kisses him unexpectedly. Flirting even more, Lortel teases Ed by commenting on how delicious the raspberries they ate were, claiming she can taste them again through their kiss. She chuckles happily, clearly enjoying the moment, while stoic Ed firmly warns her to stay within her limits. Unbothered by his serious tone, Lortel playfully mocks his boring reaction, adding another teasing remark. Next time, she says, he should try pulling her closer during the kiss, as she needs practice in pretending to push him away. Taking the torch from Ed, she finally sets off, but once she gets a certain distance away, she dashes off quickly, disappearing into the forest. Ed stands there, utterly embarrassed by her boldness. No matter how much he tries to avoid becoming too involved in the main events of the game, things always spiral beyond his control, leaving him flustered and off track. Later that night, as Ed sits by his campfire, gazing at the starry sky through the trees and listening to the crickets chirp, he feels uneasy. The storyline seems to be deviating, and he can't shake the discomfort of being pulled into the center of the unfolding events. His original plan was simple: observe the game's events from the sidelines, stepping in only when necessary to keep the scenario on track. He has no ambition beyond surviving, graduating from the academy, and carefully managing his stats. However, the plan that seemed so straightforward now feels like an endless and reckless challenge. As summer quietly fades into fall, Ed reflects on how quickly time is passing and wonders what twist the game might throw at him next. The next day at the lake, Janica gathers with her spirit friends to discuss her growing concerns about Lortel and how to handle her. The spirits inform Janica about the incident between Ed and Lortel, which immediately infuriates her. The spirit labels Lortel as an intimidating foxy redhead as Janica anxiously asks how Ed reacted. She breathes a sigh of relief when she learns that Ed responded coldly and didn't show any emotion. However, her relief is short-lived as Spirit Tarkin warns her that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica doesn't act quickly to secure Ed's attention. Amid a flurry of ridiculous and cringy suggestions from the Spirit Tarkin, the other spirits take Tarkin away for a while. Spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and thrilling experience with Ed to make him think about her. After some thought, Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good start. That evening, Ed prepared his new recipe he learned and let Lucy have a taste of it. However, upon tasting it, she immediately recoils in disgust, exclaiming that it tastes awful. Ed listens to her criticism without reacting, calmly noting down his mistakes and deciding to delay perfecting his cooking skills until he receives a wider variety of ingredients from the stock deliveries. Despite the setback, Ed gains an upgrade in his stats, advancing to an intermediate level in craftsmanship. He reflects on how his core stats significantly affect his practical skills and resolves to balance and improve all his stats efficiently. However, Ed's packed schedule leaves him little time to focus on personal development. Between attending classes, honing survival skills, and keeping a close eye on the progression of the game's scenario, his hands are full. He observes that Taylor's combat abilities are steadily improving. Isla continues to support Taylor, and Princess Phineas seems to be on track. Still, Ed knows the pivotal event in the storyline, Phineas' clash with Lortel, is approaching. He's also aware that another key character, Clarice, won't enroll until next year, so he doesn't need to worry about her yet. While Elite's early dismissal creates some uncertainty regarding Lortel, Ed is sure it won't stop her from pursuing the Sage's sealed grimoire. As the Academy Day comes to an end, Ed steps outside, looking back at the main building. He realizes it's time to start monitoring the faculty building closely since the final boss of Act 2 is about to emerge. Meanwhile, in a quiet room within the academy, someone receives a letter revealing the mastermind behind the Ophilus Hall incident. That person who receives letter is none other than Professor Glast. Professor Glast stands in his quiet office while his assistant, Claire Elfin, stood nearby. Trying to impress him, Claire praised his sharp thinking for suspecting someone behind the Ophilus Hall incident. However, Glast, a no-nonsense figure, ignores her attempts at charm. Removing his glasses, he exudes a dark and intimidating aura, ordering Claire to find the divine science thesis he had asked for earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire quickly rushes out to do as he says. At the Ophilus Hall faculty building, Claire receives all the materials about the incident from Anis. Relieved, Claire thanked her and started looking through the files of students involved. Among the files of students linked to the incident, 3 catch her attention: Ed Roth-Taylor, Jix, and Janica. While most of the case seemed straightforward, Claire couldn't help but feel something unusual about Ed's file. His reputation and some missing pieces made her curious. That evening, Ed visited the Sylvania Merchant Association branch to collect the supplies he'd ordered under his contract with Lortel. Lortel, clearly enjoying his company, teasingly apologized for forgetting the contract details, as she is using it just an excuse to make him visit again. She prepares tea and snacks, inviting him to sit and chat. As they talk, she tells him to pick up his magic equipment at the counter when he leaves. Trying to keep his attention, Lortel shows off her fancy dress, asking how she looked for an important meeting. But Ed, uninterested, simply asked what kind of meeting it's. Lortel smiles, amused by how little he noticed her flirting. Then the conversation shifted to Ed's cabin. Lortel suggests he may need furniture, but Ed explains her company's products were too expensive for him. Lortel agrees but says she cannot give away items for free because of her merchant ethics. Suddenly she used her magic to break a chair's leg, claiming it is now damaged and she will throw it away tomorrow. She hinted that Ed, with his crafting skills, could fix it. Ed thanked her for the broken chair, still keeping his calm and serious demeanor. Lortel, entertained by how he never shows much emotion, moves closer to him. Sitting on the table nearby, she teasingly says she has made her move and asks if he doesn't see her as a woman. She boldly admits that she isn't helping him out of kindness, but because she has her reasons. Smiling confidently, she tells him she is determined to stick around and get the answers he is searching for, making it clear she has no plans to let him ignore her. Ed calmly responds, making it clear he isn't looking for any answers from her, and has no interest in getting involved in battles he knows he cannot win. Despite her attempts to get closer, he stays composed and distant. Lortel, unfazed. Lortel smiles and warns him that one day, it won't just be her struggling to hold back feelings for him. Her smile is the same as always, calm and confident. Ed notices she never shows her true feelings, whether she's winning or in trouble. He realizes it's part of her nature as a merchant, always keeping her cards close to her chest and never letting her emotions give her away. At the academy during recess, Janica excitedly teaches Ed how to control a spirit. Using her staff, she explains that he should focus on his magic to try to form a connection and summons a small fire spirit named Mug. Mug appears serious and promises to serve Ed well, surprising him. Ed remembers that before he came into this world, when he played the game as Ed, he once formed a bond with a spirit duck. They used to laugh and joke around, but in the end, he let it go. However, looking at Mug now, he feels this will be different. Curious about Mug's strict nature, Ed asks Janica why he acts that way. Janica laughs and explains that Mug is a good spirit with great energy efficiency and was carefully chosen by the high-level spirit, Tarkin. Since Ed wanted a strong spirit, she picked the best one for him. After going through a tough selection process, Mug is finally handed over to Ed, and he successfully forms his first spirit connection. Holding Mug, Ed is impressed to see how warm it is, almost like a portable heater. He checks its abilities and stats, and Janica happily tells him that Mug is a great survival tool because it doesn't need wood for heat. Seeing Ed happy, Janica smiles, even though he still looks tired. Before leaving, she reminds him to let her know if he ever needs more help. She offers to teach him more about spirit connections, and suggests that he will learn faster if he spends more time with her. As Janica talks with Ed, she suddenly changes her tone and expression. Just as she promises to come the next day to help him, she quickly switches, claiming she is very busy and that many others are waiting in line for her lessons. She remembers her spirits and her friend Clara advising her to keep things cool with Ed and not get too close too fast. Smiling awkwardly, she says it's a bit too much for her to teach him magic all the time. Ed, feeling guilty, apologizes for taking advantage of her kindness and offers to pay her for her help as a token of appreciation. Hearing him mention money, Janica gets upset and insists that she's helping him out of friendship, not for payment. She calls his offer cold and reminds him that they are close friends, and such things shouldn't come between them. Confused, Ed points out that she was the one who mentioned compensation earlier. Realizing she contradicted herself, Janica gets flustered and embarrassed. To make things right, she admits that her friend Clara told her she's too generous and needs to learn to say no sometimes. Ed appreciates her honesty and agrees that Clara is right. After some time, Janica waves goodbye, promising to meet him again at combat training and bring a special accessory next time. She leaves Mug, the spirit, with Ed, and he waves back. With his new crafting skills from Lortel's magic engineering and the low-rank spirit from Janica, Ed finally feels like he has a proper setup. Now he can learn proper crafting skills and can keep his fireplace lit all the time, making his life much more comfortable. Looking out of his hut's window at the night sky, he suddenly remembers that he forgot to check the traps and heads out. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Claire Elfin is investigating Ed, suspecting him to be the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident. With everything she knows, his disownment by his family and his lack of connections to Ophelis Hall, he stands out among the other students and teachers. Reports say he often appears in the woods, which leads her here. As she carefully moves through the forest, she suddenly hears footsteps and quickly hides. What she sees is terrifying. A man carrying Lucy over his shoulder while dragging a dead deer behind him. The man doesn't use magic but seems to rely on raw combat skills, which makes Claire realize that it's not Principal Obel. At that moment, her suspicions are confirmed as that man isn't Principal Obel at all. It is Ed Roth Taylor, the true mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident. Realizing her intuition is correct, Claire feels proud of her detective skills. She quietly follows Ed through the forest, surprised to discover his hidden hut. Watching from a distance, she sees Ed throw Lucy into a tent he set up for her and place the deer near the fireplace. After that, Ed heads inside his hut, planning to sleep early for tomorrow's work. Claire cautiously sneaks closer, determined to rescue Lucy. Just as she reaches the tent, Lucy suddenly casts a warning spell, startling Claire and demanding to know who she is. Sweating nervously, Claire introduces herself, but Lucy, uninterested, returns to her tent and starts eating beef jerky. She then eyes Claire suspiciously before casually flying away, leaving Claire standing there, completely baffled. Back at the office, Claire rushes into Professor Glast's office, presenting the evidence she has gathered, convinced that Ed is guilty. She reminds Glast that Ed was disowned by his family, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glast, uninterested in low-ranking students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her imprisoned in his tent. But Glast dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the woods, and it's nothing unusual. Claire, frustrated, realizes convincing him won't be easy. Claire takes a different approach and confidently reveals that she used magic to record the memories from the first floor of Ophelis Hall. Glast, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she had permission to use magic for such purposes. Flustered, Claire quickly tries to cover up, claiming she lies to the authority and recovers the memories from the floor by herself. Unimpressed, Glast sternly orders her to write an apology and explanation letter for her actions. Despite this, Claire insists that Glast should still look at the memory she brought. The recorded memory clearly shows Ed sitting on the stairs, striking a perfect pose that makes him look like a mastermind. It also captures him stopping Taylor and his group from going upstairs, which seems highly suspicious to Claire. However, Glast remains uninterested and asks if she has any stronger evidence. Claire, eager to convince him, mentions the recent forest incident, explaining how Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy, making it look like he was trying to trap her. Glast, staring at Claire in silence for a moment, simply reminds her once again to submit the apology and explanation letter. Sighing in frustration, Claire leaves his office, feeling exhausted. Glast, now alone in the office, finally looks at the memory globe seriously. As he watches Ed blocking Taylor and his group, he becomes intrigued. He finds it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as Ed could hold off the Sword Saint Taylor and the natural-born alchemist Elvira. The memory flashes again, replaying Ed's actions and combat techniques. For the first time, Glast's expression changes as he realizes Ed might not be as ordinary as he thinks. The globe finally catches Glast's attention. Back in the forest, Ed successfully crafts an impressive weapon using both magic engineering and spirit magic. Ceremonial dagger, explosion. He admires his work, realizing it's the best weapon he has made since he started living independently in the game. Feeling a sense of pride, he examines the dagger closely. Mug, seeing Ed pleased with his creation, advises him to improve the weapon's efficiency by using it frequently. Then, trying to flatter him, Mug begins singing a song in his honor. Ed, who has been observing Mug's flattery and overly formal behavior since they met, suddenly picks him up and shakes him, demanding to know the real reason behind such behavior. Mug stammers and tries to apologize, but Ed pushes further, asking if Janica promised him something in return. Mug hesitates, But Ed insists he should be honest since they are now bonded through their spirit connection. Feeling the pressure, Mug finally cries and confesses. He admits that he deeply respects Ed, but is ashamed of his own low ambitions and success. The real reason he agreed to the contract was to take advantage of the refined magic around Janica, which allows him to grow at twice the normal rate of a low-ranking spirit. Ed sighs, asking if there's anything else Mug has been hiding. Mug, feeling guilty, reveals that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Fearing Ed's temper, he tries to stay on his good side by constantly flattering him. After hearing Mug's full confession, Ed calmly tells him that he understands his situation and that it's only natural for him to want to grow stronger. With that, they head back to their hut together, while Mug comfortably sits on Ed's shoulder, chatting with him along the way. Back at his hut, Ed chops wood for the fireplace. His stamina has improved, and his storage is now full of meat and vegetables. He no longer has to sleep outside feeling hungry. With enough supplies, he can now focus better on his studies by reducing sleep and practicing more, forcing himself to absorb the information quickly. However, all this effort makes him exhausted, and he falls asleep. Later, Ed wakes up to find Janica standing beside him while he's lying outside the hut. She advises him to take better care of his health, saying she's worried about him. Ed decides to focus more on himself, especially because he has received 3 letters. The first letter is from the academy, and the second one is from the mercenary. However, it's the third letter that grabs his full attention. He realizes that this letter will decide the future direction of the game's storyline. In the original game, the main event of Act 2 was a negotiation over the Sage's sealed grimoire, a tug-of-war between the Academy's Student Association and the mercenary. But things have changed. With the fall of the elite, the original client who wanted to buy the grimoire involves Roth-Taylor family. The plot has shifted into a 3-way conflict. Now, with the Roth-Taylor family has stepped in, Crepin Roth-Taylor, the family head, gets involved personally. He wants the grimoire to further his research on eternal life. Crepin is originally supposed to be a major boss in Act 4, and appearing this early in Act 2 makes things much more difficult. In the game, no player will strong enough to defeat him at this stage right now. Ed knows how dangerous Crepin is, and wants to prevent him from getting involved, hoping to keep the storyline intact and avoid unnecessary chaos. If Crepin Roth-Taylor succeeds in buying the Sage's sealed grimoire, it will become impossible for Ed to complete the game, even with all the knowledge he has about it. Crepin's involvement would throw everything off balance, making Ed's survival and progress impossible. The third letter holds critical information about Crepin's actions and suspicions regarding the grimoire. However, the sender of the letter remains unknown, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. During recess at the academy, Princess Phinia enjoys her tea in the garden. Captain Claire approaches her, reporting that he delivered Ed's letters as she instructed. She thanks him for his service. For Phinia, the Sage's sealed grimoire is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Principal Obel asks help from her, informing the princess about the academy's financial troubles and requesting her support. However, what concerns Phinia more is the unexpected interference of Crepin Roth-Taylor in the grimoire's sale. Captain Claire suggests that maybe Ed reported the sale to his family in hopes of being accepted back. He believes Ed might do anything to regain his family's recognition. Before the conversation continues, Lortel, known for her cunning nature, arrives and interrupts Claire. She doubts his theory, and politely asks the princess for permission to join her tea session. Phinia finds Lortel's visit surprising, as she always thought Lortel disliked her. However, Lortel smiles and clears up any misunderstandings, offering some inside information as a sign of goodwill. Lortel reveals that it was not Ed, but Elite Ketchlin, her adoptive father, who involved the Roth-Taylor family in the grimoire business. To Phinia's surprise, Lortel adds that Crepin Roth-Taylor was the one who originally requested the grimoire. However, with Kechlin's influence weakening in the merchant headquarters, he is still determined to purchase it with Crepin's help, as the elite merchantry has invested too much effort into the deal. This makes Phinia realize that the grimoire sale might be an attempt to form a business alliance between the two families. But she wonders about why are they now competing for it instead of working together. Lortel smiles and explains that, since she now controls the merchantry, she wants to save the grimoire by purchasing it herself. She assures Phinia that she has no intention of selling it to the Roth-Taylor family. Surprised by Lortel's honesty, Phinia asks why she is sharing such internal matters. Lortel, still smiling, calls Phinia an ally in this situation. She explains that if Phinia helps her obtain the grimoire, it will strengthen her position in the merchantry, while Phinia can keep the Roth-Taylor family in check, marking a win-win situation for both of them. Lortel continues explaining her reason for stepping in to protect Ed from further trouble. She tells Princess Phinia that Ed has already been disowned by his family, and it would be unfair to suspect him of being involved with them. Phinia listens carefully, observing Lortel's way of speaking and how she carefully chooses her words. She starts to suspect that Lortel might be hiding something, as she surprises that Lortel never worried so much for any person. Wanting to test her, Phinia casually brings up Ed and comments that he is quite a useful person in such situations. She suggests that she might interrogate him personally, using her authority to bring him to their side. And if he refuses to cooperate, she won't hesitate to exploit him. Hearing this, Lortel, who was calmly holding her teacup, suddenly starts shaking and shivering. She carefully puts down her tea, then bursts into laughter as she realizes that even Princess Phinia isn't above exploiting others for her own goals. Captain Claire, surprised by Lortel's mocking attitude, becomes agitated and questions how she dares to disrespect Princess Phinia. However, before he can act, Phinia calmly orders him to stand down. Lortel stands up gracefully and reassures Phinia that they are allies. She then gives Phinia one last piece of advice. Never underestimate Ed Roth Taylor. She warns that if Phinia does, she will end up regretting it. As Lortel walks away, Phinia falls deep into thought. She struggles to figure out the truth. Is Ed really the one behind Roth Taylor's sudden involvement in the bidding? Or could it be Lortel, who always acts so confident and never bows, even to a princess? Watching Lortel leave, Phinia wonders if she will ever have the chance to face her again. For the first time, she feels unsure about what to do next. At the merchantry branch, Lortel spots Ed with Janica and can't help but feel a little jealous. Janica, noticing Lortel's gaze, greets her teasingly. Lortel, who had prepared only 2 cups of rosemary tea, one for herself and one for Ed, now finds herself reluctantly offering a glass of cold water to Janica. Janica smirks and teases Lortel for not having extra tea ready for guests. Lortel, keeping her cool, fires back, reminding Janica that as a merchant, she can't afford to waste her merchandise so easily. Ed, visibly tired and drained, takes the cold water instead and hands his tea to Janica. This small gesture makes Janica happy, while Lortel watches, feeling slightly annoyed as Janica continues to tease her. After some time, Lortel presents the magic engineering equipment she promised Ed. As the glamorous tools are unveiled, Janica suddenly yells in protest. She accuses Lortel of breaking merchant ethics by offering Ed brand new equipment for free. Janica's jealousy flares up, suspecting Lortel of trying to win Ed over with expensive gifts. Lortel, maintaining her composure, brings the equipment closer and points out the minor defects, assuring Janica that they aren't brand new. But Janica, unconvinced, insists that Lortel might have done this on purpose. Lortel just laughs, further fueling Janica's irritation. As Ed looks at the equipment, he hesitates, telling Lortel that he can't accept more free items, especially since he hasn't even paid her for the previous ones. He reminds her that this is already the 4th time she's offering him something. However, Lortel waves off his concerns, saying that since he's her regular customer, he can always renew his contract, and there's no issue at all. Janica, sensing Lortel's clever tactics, suggests Ed quickly finish his payments and cut ties with Lortel before he ends up too deep in debt. Lortel, unimpressed, tells Janica to mind her own business, sparking a playful but competitive argument between them, both clearly trying to get Ed's attention. As the two continue their banter, Ed suddenly feels a strange sensation take over his body, a light, floating feeling, as if he's drifting in water. It's something he experiences when he's overworked. His mind, occupied with thoughts about dealing with the grimoire problem and building a better mattress for proper sleep, can't keep up with his exhaustion. Before he can react, he collapses to the ground. Lortel and Janica immediately rush to his side. At Sylvania Academy, Princess Phinia reflects on Ed's calm and precise demeanor, whether it was when she saw him fishing at his camp or during the Glaskin incident. His composed attitude and reputation among students, who claim he only focuses on his studies, make her rethink Lortel's words. She begins to question whether her assumptions about Ed were wrong and decides she needs to confirm it one final time. To do this, she is the one who sends Ed the 3rd letter, an invitation to visit her at the royal residence, a letter meant to be highly secret. As she reviews her schedule for the next day, she asks Captain Claire about Ed's expected visit. However, Captain Claire delivers unexpected news that Ed has collapsed from overwork. This revelation surprises Princess Phinia. In the game, when a character accumulates exhaustion status, they are usually given several rest days to recover. Now, despite all the pressing matters and preparations for the Roth Taylor event, Ed is forced to rest, delaying his plans. When Ed wakes up in his hut, his body feels incredibly heavy, and a strange warmth spreads through his lower belly. Looking down, he finds Lucy sleeping on top of him, mumbling in her sleep. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Ed is reminded of how unnaturally light she is when he threw her during the Glaskin incident, making him question whether she's even human. But with his exhaustion, he lacks the strength to even move her off. Noticing the new blankets and mattress around him, he assumes that the merchantry must have brought him here to recover. Just as Lucy wakes up, she immediately starts talking about how hungry she is. Upon realizing Ed is finally awake, she offers him mana treatment, helping to restore his distorted mana flow. Lucy mentions that she has been doing this treatment repeatedly while he was in his weakened state. Once she finishes, she drifts back to sleep right next to him. Before falling asleep, Lucy gives Ed some advice. Not to keep getting sick because it's a hassle for her, and warns Ed that being weak can be dangerous. Ed knows her grandfather died bedridden from an illness like he is now. So, he thanks her sincerely for the magic treatment and her concern. Just then, Jix enters the hut without knocking, checking if the stove is working properly to keep the place warm for Ed. Seeing Jix walk in so casually, Lucy quickly flies away from the camp to another location, feeling embarrassed. Now fully awake, Ed contemplates how he seems to attract so many people in this so-called open society, despite his efforts to stay independent. Turning to Jix, he asks why he's here, to which Jix replies that he has been checking in on him while others are out. As they talk, Jix casually mentions that it's autumn season, offering Ed a bowl of soup. Still processing everything, Ed asks if there's any news from Sylvania Academy. Jix shares updates about the Academy exploration problem, mentioning that Taylor and Klebois managed it well, and other incidents like the Demon of the Sewers Act, which seem to be under control according to the storyline. This reassures Ed that nothing critical has changed and everything is going according to the storyline. However, the most important event, the struggle over the Sage's sealed grimoire, is still looming. Ed urgently asks how long he has been unconscious. When Jix tells him it's been 10 days, Ed realizes with shock that the main event has already started. To add more worry and Ed's attention, Jix further informs that Lortel gets no choice but to leave for an important negotiation in his absence. Panicking, Ed immediately jumps up, insisting that Jix help him send a message to Lortel right away. Meanwhile, at Sylvania Academy, the bidding war over the Sage's sealed grimoire has begun. The major players are gathered. Princess Phinia Kloll representing the Student Association, Lortel from the Elite Merchantry, and an unexpected third party. The man who has deviated from the original storyline, stepping into the hall with an imposing presence, the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, none other than Crepin Roth-Taylor himself. At the luncheon, all the key players gather to assess each other before the bidding war for the Sage's sealed grimoire. Crepin Roth-Taylor greets Princess Phinia warmly and expresses his delight at seeing her in good health. He personally apologizes for the actions of his foolish family member, Ed Roth-Taylor, and assures her that Ed's past misdeeds do not reflect the values of the Roth-Taylor family. Princess Phinia responds politely, telling him not to worry too much. However, she carefully observes him. Crepin appears noble, compassionate, and wise, with his attendants showing unwavering respect in their every action. But through her judgmental ability, she clearly sees Crepin as an evil man. Crepin then turns his attention to Lortel Ketchon, asking if she represents the elite merchantry. Lortel stands and bows respectfully, introducing herself as Lortel Ketchon and expressing her honor to be in his presence. As they talk, Crepin tests Lortel's knowledge and motives with calculated words. Lortel responds strategically, revealing only what benefits her. She asserts that her interest lies solely in profit, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor. The bidding process begins, and each participant writes down their bid, knowing that the highest offer will win the Sage's sealed grimoire. The Academy wants to keep its financial problems a secret, so they put Vice Principal Rachel in charge of the auction, with Princess Phinia as the only royal observer. The auction takes place quietly inside the Academy building. Phinia watches carefully, knowing the grimoire is more than just an expensive item. It has great magical value for research. She knows about how rare books like this are usually sold and realizes that knowing the other bidder's highest offer is the key to winning in this type of auction, where there is no price limit. Lortel and Crepin sit in silence, observing each other's movements carefully, weighing their strategies before submitting their final bids. Lortel, driven by profit and market trends, keeps her expression calm and composed, while Crepin's demeanor remains inscrutable, exuding confidence and authority. Vice Principal Rachel collects the bids and thanks both Lortel and Crepin for their participation. As Rachel prepares to announce the winner, Phinia quickly looks at the bid amounts. She guesses that Lortel, who always thinks about profit, probably bid around 8,100 coins, the highest price a similar book has sold for before. If Lortel offered more, it would be risky because selling it again at a profit might be difficult. But still, Phinia worries that if Crepin bids just a little higher than Lortel's estimated maximum of around 8,000 coins, he will win the grimoire. Vice Principal Rachel finally stands and begins announcing the bid amounts. When she reveals Crepin Roth-Taylor's bid, as expected, he offers 8,500 Flen gold coins. Phinia isn't surprised. Crepin didn't come to the Academy just to make a profit from book trading. However, when Rachel announces Lortel's bid, the entire room is stunned. Lortel has bid 9,400 gold coins, far exceeding expectations and securing the grimoire. Crepin's face darkens with frustration as he realizes his loss. Without a word, he leaves the building with his attendants, his bitter expression revealing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Lortel calmly moves to a private room to complete the transaction, leaving Phinia in disbelief. Phinia struggles to understand why Lortel, who claims she only cares about profit, would spend such an enormous amount just to secure the grimoire. The princess recalls their previous conversation over tea, when Lortel suggested they become allies. Now, it becomes clear. Lortel's true intention was to prevent the grimoire from falling into Crepin's hands. Yet Phinia remains skeptical. She cannot believe that Lortel would act purely out of a sense of justice. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her to stop Crepin Roth-Taylor. The princess's suspicion grows, wondering who could be pulling the strings behind the scenes. As Princess Phinia recalls Lortel's words about Ed's ties to the Roth-Taylor family, a realization strikes her. Ed had been fighting against his family's darkness all along, struggling to the point of collapsing from overwork. Overwhelmed with guilt, Phinia panics, questioning how she could have driven such a person to ruin by pushing for his disownment. Regret washes over her as she reflects on the consequences of her actions. However, for Ed, Phinia's misunderstanding may have been a hidden blessing. Living in the forest forced him to sharpen his survival and combat skills, turning him into someone far more capable than before. Meanwhile, in her quarters at the elite merchantry, Lortel admires the sage's sealed grimoire she just acquired. She carefully calculates her potential profits if she were to sell it, realizing the difference would only be 900 gold coins. Yet, deep down, she knows she didn't do it for profit. She did it for Ed, following his request without hesitation. Determined to win him over by any means, she sees the grimoire as an opportunity, one she can leverage to ask him for anything in return. Lying on her bed, Lortel indulges in the thought of having Ed in her debt, considering the small price of 900 coins a worthwhile investment. She smiles to herself, romanticizing the idea of Ed being within her grasp, believing she has finally secured a way to make him hers. At the campsite, Ed feels better after hearing that Lortel won the grimoire. Jix sits nearby and laughs, telling Ed that he should have seen Lortel's face when Elka gave her the news. Ed knows that Lortel might have used her charm to get what she wanted. She often relies on it, but he worries if that will be enough this time. Even though she won, Ed is still worried. He thinks Crepin Roth-Taylor must have had some secret information to enter the auction. Ed feels that things might not be over yet, and Crepin won't give up easily. At Ed's hut, Janica suddenly arrives, panting and asking about his health. She looks worried and quickly apologizes for any trouble she might be causing with the rumors about him. Ed laughs and tells her it's okay as he already hears everything from Jix. Hearing this, Janica gets angry at Jix for telling Ed how she runs around the academy crying over him, which starts rumors about her being heartbroken. Frustrated, she orders her spirit bear to take Jix away. As Jix gets dragged off, she waves goodbye while Jix looks defeated. From Janica's hair, Ed's spirit, Mug, suddenly appears, crying with guilt. Mug apologizes, saying he doesn't know Ed is pushing himself so hard that he collapses. He begs for forgiveness and even says he's willing to be punished. Mug wants to hug Ed, but he's afraid of affecting Ed's mana, so he clings to Janica instead. Ed, seeing Mug making a fuss, calms him down. Jix returns after his scuffle with the spirit bear, and tells Ed that Mug isn't overreacting because he has passed out for 10 days. Hearing this, Ed is shocked. He realizes his stock of meat and vegetables must be spoiled, and he has to gather everything again. But this time, Jix and Janica offer to help him out. Seeing their determination, Ed feels grateful. He thinks back to when he first builds his wooden shelter and sleeps alone in the forest. Now, with friends supporting him, he realizes he's not truly alone anymore. Janica watches Ed, noticing how tired he looks. She remembers her earlier conversation with her spirit friend Marilda. Sitting under a magical forest tree, they talk about Ed. Marilda tells Janica that this is her perfect chance to get closer to Ed before the cunning Lortel pulls another scheme to win him over. Marilda, acting as a dating expert, advises Janica to start dressing like a countryside housewife to appeal to Ed. Janica tries on a shabby-looking outfit, feeling unsure, but Marilda encourages her and says it is fine. Marilda then gives Janica tips on how to make progress with Ed the next time they meet. But as Janica hesitates, acting too innocent, Marilda gets frustrated. She leans in and asks what Janica is planning to do once she gets closer to Ed. Hearing Janica's unsure response, Marilda howls in frustration, scolding her for being too naive. She warns that if Janica doesn't act now, she might lose her chance forever. Ed is growing stronger every day, and he won't always be in such tough situations where he needs support. Feeling pressured by Marilda's scolding, Janica finally comes up with a plan. She whispers it to Marilda, who nods in approval, saying it is a pretty good idea. At night, after eating a nice stew that Janica makes for him, Ed gets up to rest as he is still tired despite all the help he receives from Jix and Janica. His main focus is on recovering. As he lays down on his bed, the door suddenly opens, and Janica appears, standing there. With a romantic pose and soft voice, she tells Ed that he looks really tired. Ed, seeing Janica doesn't return back, starts wondering if she is planning something. Janica, looking at Ed with romantic eyes, walks into the room. As Ed asks what she is planning, she only smiles and moves closer to his bed. She then sits down beside him. Trying to seduce him, she softly says that he needs to admit he is having a hard time, reminding him that exhaustion affects everyone both physically and mentally. She tells him that she understands how tough his schedule is, and how much he is enduring, more than anyone else. Janica then confesses that Ed has helped her the most, simply by staying quietly by her side when everyone else rushed to offer support. She wants him to acknowledge his struggles so that he can finally rest peacefully beside her, as she also wishes to support him quietly. Seeing how much Janica cares, Ed rests his head on the pillow and finally admits that he is really having a hard time. Just by saying it out loud, he feels a deep sense of relief and quickly drifts into a peaceful sleep. By morning, he wakes up to find Janica sleeping beside him. But what makes him happiest is that his fatigue is completely gone, and he feels fully recovered, all thanks to Janica. In the morning, after waking up, Ed is surprised to see Lortel visiting him. They get to the river to sit there. She looks happy to see him feeling better, but she also tries to gain his sympathy by mentioning her own health issues, claiming she's suffering from chronic fatigue. At first, Ed thinks she's just exaggerating, but when she struggles to walk over to him, wincing from joint pain, he realizes she might really be unwell. She finally sits down next to him with some effort. Concerned, Ed asks why she came all the way to the forest when she's both busy and not feeling well. But Lortel, who mainly came to see Ed, brushes off his concern and says she has something important to tell him. She reveals that she is renaming her merchantry into a trading company and offers Ed a key role in it. She wants him to help manage assets, products, and external affairs, offering him the position of co-executive. Lortel tries to convince Ed by saying he would visit the company every day, and they would be just one wall apart. She also promises him great benefits, including shares in her personal assets. In her mind, she dreams of this as a step closer to being together with Ed, almost like they are married. As Lortel continues talking, lost in her own thoughts, Ed hesitantly interrupts and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit much to go this far for him. Hearing this, Lortel takes a deep breath, pulls up the hood of her cloak, and looks at him seriously. She tells Ed that he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she knows what he must be thinking, that something is wrong with her, or that he can't make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl like herself. Lortel acknowledges that Ed wants to keep things professional until the very end, but he doesn't realize what she has been through. After living a life where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and facing betrayal countless times, she has come to understand one thing. She needs someone she can truly trust. Someone who will never betray her, even if all her wealth disappears one day. She tells Ed that while most people have family or friends to rely on, she has seen too much. Great merchants rising and falling, fortunes vanishing overnight. And through it all, her biggest fear is that one day, something might happen to her, leaving her with no one to trust. Finally, with a deep, heartfelt expression, Lortel asks Ed to stay by her side forever, no matter what happens. Ed looks at Lortel in surprise, but she just laughs and says she almost had him fooled. Frustrated, Ed yells at her for being too emotionally manipulative. Lortel, still laughing, admits with a smile that she has a habit of touching people's hearts and making them waver. As they sit together for a while, Lortel takes a deep breath and says that her feelings aren't a lie after all. However, Ed tells her that he plans to graduate from Sylvania Academy first and doesn't intend to leave until then, and tells to consider her co-executive offer only after his graduation. Lortel, smiling, stands up and tells Ed she can wait for him to graduate. But then, with a playful smirk, she shows him the grimoire document letter. She reminds him that he's in her debt and warns him that she'll use it as a free pass to win him over someday. Waving goodbye with the letter in hand, she cheerfully tells him it was great seeing him again and walks away. As Lortel leaves, Ed sighs, feeling like he's made a mistake. He realizes he truly does owe her for the sage's sealed grimoire, and now he feels stuck. Meanwhile, as Lortel walks back, she feels nervous about the risky move she just pulled. She had wanted to confidently tell Ed that he belongs to her now, but seeing his serious reaction completely threw off her plan. She even forgot to give him his change for the magic engineering products he bought from her, and now feels awkward about seeing him again. Deciding to quietly drop off the change at his hut, she heads back. But as she reaches Ed's hut, she's shocked to see Janica already there, stepping outside after just waking up. Both women freeze in surprise, gasping at the sight of each other. They immediately start questioning why the other is there, and tension rises. Anger and rivalry fill the air, marking the beginning of a new disaster, not just for them, but for Ed as well. Both are determined to win him over, no matter what it takes. Ed, after taking a refreshing bath in the river, gets back to his daily routine. He starts cutting logs for the fireplace, all while being constantly reminded by his spirit, Mug, not to overexert himself. Taking Mug's warning seriously, he carefully manages his stamina and completes all his tasks efficiently. Now that his food and firewood stocks are full, thanks to Jix and Janika's help, Ed can finally shift his focus back to his health and studies. With a clear mind, he turns his attention to the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. The first letter is from Lortel, warning him to stay alert since neither of them knows what the elite might do next. The second letter is from Fenia, discussing Crepin's possible involvement in recent events. But it's the third letter that catches Ed's attention the most. It's a highly confidential message from an unexpected sender, Professor Glast, requesting a private meeting with him after the conference. Unfortunately for Ed, he couldn't meet Professor Glast because of his sudden collapse, leaving him in the dark about Glast's true intentions. However, based on what he knows from the game, Ed is well aware that Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the events of this act have already begun. In the game's story, Glast believes that only a few talented people can change the world. He wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest sage in history. To do this, he has been studying spectral magic, which can change the natural laws of the world. However, Glast needs the sage's sealed grimoire to complete his plan. Since the Academy sold it to Lortel due to financial problems, Glast steals it. He then kidnaps Taylor's friend, Ayla, who has a special magic ability. He wants to put Sylvania's spirit inside her body to start a new era, but his plan is dangerous and crazy. In the game, Taylor fights through many obstacles and defeats Glast to save Ayla. In the end, Glast falls from the magic tower and says something important before he dies, but Ed can't remember what it was. What Ed does know is that Act 2's final battle begins when Ayla is kidnapped. He realizes that he must be ready for what's coming. In a tense moment, Ayla wakes up and finds herself locked inside a dark, damp dungeon, guarded by a terrifying demon from the underground waterway. Fear grips her as she realizes the horrible situation she's in. The eerie silence of the dungeon makes her heart pound, and she can't help but feel overwhelmed. However, Ayla soon realizes she's not alone. Another voice echoes in the dungeon, blaming her for ending up in this mess. Tears well up in Ayla's eyes as she yells at that person, calling him mean for blaming her at a time like this, insisting that she hates being stuck in this awful place. To her surprise, the person with her in the dungeon is none other than Ed Roth Taylor himself. In Act 2's final scene, Ed doesn't plan on being kidnapped. To explain this, he reflects on the past 3 days. While working on his magic engineering gadgets, Ed realizes that despite his hard work, it's still not enough for the final battle. He needs better materials and blueprints. Suddenly, an idea clicks in his mind as he recalls a key detail from the final battle where they must enter a secret laboratory during the 3rd stage of Final Act battle, which is filled with valuable blueprints. Although Taylor is responsible for handling the middle boss battle in the secret laboratory, Ed is more interested in the contents of the lab. Knowing it's dangerous to go alone, he decides asks Janica for help. At the Academy, Professor Glast announces that 2 new students, Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C, will be joining Class A. This decision comes as the Academy needs to accommodate more talented students. Jix realizes that with the addition of these 2 students, Class A will now have 5 members, marking a significant change after many years under Professor Glast's supervision. Even though Ayla might not be the strongest student, her unique spectral magic stats make her stand out. Curious, Jix asks Glast whether the class criteria are based strictly on talent. Glast responds firmly, warning Jix not to underestimate the student's efforts. He advises that the quickest way to ruin someone's life is to give them false confidence and vague talent and offer inadequate support, ensuring that everyone, including Jix, understands the lesson. Professor Glast is a man who strongly believes in talent and is almost stubborn about it. This is mostly because of his daughter, Muiri. He had a lot of faith in her as a parent, even though she was just an average mage. Muir wanted to prove herself, so she joined a monster hunting mission too soon. Sadly, she was killed, which broke Professor Glast's heart. After losing his daughter, Professor Glast changed a lot. He became even more focused on proven talent and spent most of his life at Sylvania Academy studying spectral magic. But what makes his research interesting is that he is not doing it to improve magic. Instead, he wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest mage of all time and the creator of magic. At the end of the class, Professor Glast calls Lortel as if he is about to say something but then stops and changes his mind. Instead, he tells her that he will speak to her separately tomorrow about the lesson. However, Lortel knows exactly what he wants to ask. He is concerned about Sage's sealed grimoire, which she has already purchased. She also knows that he wants to scold her, considering it a disgrace, since the grimoire is crucial for effectual magic research. But Lortel is not worried, as the passing ceremony and the official transfer of the grimoire to her are just around the corner, and his talk will not be any use. At the academy, as Claire's class comes to an end, Ed gets ready, knowing that the sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony is about to begin, marking the start of the final battle in Act 2. Ed's original plan is to closely follow Taylor as he fights his way through the stages from Phase 1 to Phase 5 to rescue Ayla, picking up any leftover items along the way, just as he planned. Looking at his must-have items list, Ed focuses on the crucial items he needs to collect, especially from Phase 3. These include Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass. He needs these two items because their materials are difficult to obtain, and they can usually only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario. Collecting them will give him a major advantage in the upcoming story progress. At the same time, he plans to admire Taylor's progress up to Phase 5 before returning to camp once his mission is complete. To get Janica's help, Ed tells her that they need to go to the underground waterway because he lost something there and wants to find it together. Even though he expects Janica to dislike dark and narrow spaces, she enthusiastically agrees to help. This makes Ed feel a little guilty, as he can sense her concern for him, but he knows he still needs her support for the battles ahead. Just as Ed is preparing to leave, Assistant Professor Claire arrives and informs him that Professor Glast wants to see him in his office. Surprised and confused, Ed cannot figure out why he is being called. However, he assumes it might be because Professor Glast had previously summoned him, but he was unable to respond at the time due to passing out. Thinking Glast might want to discuss something important, Ed decides to go to his office. Upon arriving, Ed is even more surprised to see Ayla already there. She immediately takes a defensive stance, still wary of Ed's intentions ever since the Ophelis Hall incident, where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla standing safely in the office, instead of being kidnapped as expected for tomorrow's event. Puzzled about why he was called, Ed quickly senses something is off and begins scanning the professor's desk and surroundings for any clues that might indicate a change in the future storyline. Eventually, he discovers a report on Glast's desk, written by Claire, detailing her observations and investigations of Ed about the Ophelis Hall incident. At that moment, Ed realizes that Professor Glast knows about his abilities and actions, and may have figured out what he did. As he is still processing the situation, the office door suddenly opens, and Professor Glast walks in. Instinctively, Ed draws his dagger. Ayla, startled by Ed's sudden reaction, screams and rushes toward the professor for help. However, Ed is not the villain, Professor Glast is. He has now revealed himself as the final boss of Act 2. Without hesitation, Glast uses his effectual magic to trap Ayla in a time prison. Reacting quickly, Ed throws his dagger at Glast while calling out to Mug to trigger an explosion. However, the experienced professor effortlessly blocks the attack and even praises Ed's quick response and ability to search through his research materials in such a short time. Despite being impressed, Glast tells Ed that it will take more than that to understand his true motives. Taking cover, Ed asks why the professor is restraining him, and even promises to stay quiet and not interfere if Glast only needs Ayla for his plans. However, Glast refuses to leave any potential threats unchecked. After witnessing Ed's combat skills and resourcefulness, he decides to eliminate him as a potential obstacle. Realizing that even if he manages to escape now, Professor Glast will continue to pursue him, disrupting the original storyline. Ed contemplates his options. If he allows himself to be captured, there is a high chance he will be taken to the secret laboratory, the very place he wants to go. After weighing his choices, Ed ultimately surrenders and allows Glast to kidnap him. Observing Ed, Glast remarks that Ed is a product of effort, not talent. Despite his impressive combat abilities and survival skills, Glast considers his approach weak. Seeing Ed, he is reminded of his daughter and her struggles in the past. As Ed is trapped in the time prison, Mug stealthily sneaks out of his pocket and escapes from the professor's office. The small creature rushes towards Ed's hut, where Janica is preparing lunch, unaware of the events unfolding. An old man writes his life story, chronicling his travels across the southern continents where he uncovers many magical truths. He dedicates much of his writing to his late master Sylvania, one of the greatest mages who tragically passed away at a young age. In his heart, she remains eternally beautiful, and throughout his life, he longs to break the natural laws of the world just to see her face once more. However, he understands that what is lost cannot be regained. Instead, he chooses to pass on his knowledge by training a young apprentice, preparing her to carry on his teachings. On his deathbed, he places Sylvania's hat on his apprentice and hands over his life's work. In the final words of his book, he dedicates his legacy to his young apprentice, Lucy Marcel. In the game's story, that old man, Glocked, accepts his approaching death with serenity, waiting for it more sincerely than anyone else. Lucy, his apprentice, has no choice but to let him go. Yet the sorrow of losing her beloved master, whom she calls grandfather, cuts deeply. Ed reflects on whether Lucy's pain will ever fully heal or if the scar will remain forever. The only small comfort Lucy finds is in the pouch of beef jerky she keeps from Ed's hut. As Lucy shakes her beef jerky pouch and finds it empty, she climbs down from the hut's roof to refill it. However, she spots Janica standing below, activating a deep, sinister purple aura filled with anger, while the spirit mug speaks to her. Meanwhile, at Trix Hall, the Academy's main conference room, the sage's sealed grimoire passing ceremony begins. Elite members of the mercenary and Academy faculty gather as Lortel stands ready to receive the grimoire from Principal Obel Forsyth in front of the audience. As she looks at Principal Obel, she recalls Kreppenroth Taylor, who is the same age but appears strikingly different. Back at after the bidding for the grimoire concluded, Kreppen personally met with Lortel, urging her to hand it over to him. In response, she countered with a bid of 12,000 gold coins, which Kreppen accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he revealed crucial information to Lortel that her father, Elite Kecheln, had hired a group of mercenaries who were now heading to Sylvania. Despite Kreppen's unpleasant personality, his information proves valuable to Lortel, strengthening their alliance. Holding the grimoire in her hands, Lortel contemplates her options to whether to sell it to Kreppen for a significant profit or use it as an opportunity to get closer to Ed. A subtle smile crosses her face as she gently touches the grimoire, weighing her choices. Suddenly, Professor Glast uses aspectual magic to create a powerful barrier, preventing anyone from approaching the grimoire. At the same time, he summons two enormous spirits, forcing Principal Obel and Lortel to retreat under their overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, Glast seizes the grimoire and swiftly leaves the hall. With no obstacles left in the way, the story moves forward without any changes, signaling the official beginning of the final scene of Act 2. In Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Ed finds himself trapped in a prison cell alongside Isla. Frustrated and angry, Ayla yells at Ed for being mean and expresses her hatred towards him. Suddenly, Coombe, Glast's friend and fellow researcher in aspectual studies, appears. He warns them to consider themselves lucky for not being used in experiments and advises them to stay quiet, fearing that the monstrous guard outside may awaken and put them in danger. However, Ed remains calm and responds confidently. Impressed by Ed's composure, Coombe tells them to sit silently and avoid any foolish actions, as he will be watching them closely. Ed leans back and waits patiently, expecting Taylor to barge in and rescue them. His plan is to seize the opportunity, gather all the magic engineering recipes and equipment, and quietly return to his hut. In the meantime, he tries to strike up a conversation with Ayla to pass the time. However, she snaps at him every time he speaks, still angry over the arrow he shot at her earlier. Ed attempts to calm her, insisting he holds no grudges and could have hurt her if he truly wanted to. Stunned by his reasoning, Isla continues to yell, calling him a liar. Finally, Ed firmly tells her to stop and wait patiently for Taylor. As tension lingers, Ed eventually apologizes, explaining that his actions were driven by his own circumstances. Hearing an apology from Ed for the first time, Isla is left speechless. Just then, Ed's spirit, Mug, appears, crying and asking if Ed is safe and unharmed. Seeing Mug, Ed feels relieved and grabs him tightly, finally having someone to talk to in the cell. Isla, surprised to see Ed with a spirit companion, suggests that Mug should go and warn others for help. Mug excitedly informs them that he has already asked Janica for help, and Lucy is also preparing to come. Hearing Lucy's name, Ed's mood shifts instantly. He becomes furious, realizing the disaster that will unfold if she arrives. In frustration, he spanks Mug, sending him flying across the cell. Coombe notices the commotion and approaches Ed, but Ed warns him to release them or risk facing serious trouble. Amused by Ed's confidence, Coombe ignores him and returns to his work. Meanwhile, Mug stealthily returns with the dungeon keys, having swiped them while Coombe was distracted. Ed quickly unlocks the cell and gets a chance to escape. Convincing Ayla to stay behind the cell as her leg hurts and dangerous monsters out there, after some hesitation and arguing, she reluctantly agrees. Without wasting time, Ed rushes out, determined to stop Lucy before she arrives and causes chaos. Ed knows that even the most dedicated players of the game avoid involving Lucy in major events, fearing the unpredictable changes she could bring. With his future hanging in the balance, Ed races against time to prevent Lucy from reaching the lab. At Ophelis Hall in Jick's room, Taylor arrives, bruised and exhausted, seeking Jick's help to rescue Ayla. Having lost track of Professor Glast after the events at Trix Hall, Taylor urgently requests Jick's assistance and plans to lead his companions into the underground waterway to pursue him. Meanwhile, Ed, having escaped from the laboratory, begins retracing his path in reverse order, unlike the original scenario. He finds it amusing to experience the final scenario this way, but at the same time, he feels relieved. In this reversed sequence, all the monsters remain confined, which works in his favor. However, his greatest fear lies in the possible encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast, which could lead to a disastrous ending. Determined to prevent this outcome, Ed hurries to finish the scenario before things spiral out of control. Eventually, he reaches the secret library, where Reina, the librarian boss, and a banshee stands guard. Familiar with Reina's movement patterns, Ed decides to avoid engaging with her, leaving the battle for Taylor. He knows Taylor will benefit from the experience gained by defeating Reina and Coom, making future scenarios easier to clear. Quietly, Ed sneaks through the library, collecting only the necessary magical tools and magic engineering recipes while avoiding Reina's sight. As Ed watches Reina's movements from cover, Mug signals him to move. Carefully they navigate the area, but suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the ground. The unexpected tremor causes enough disturbance to alert Reina, who immediately spots Ed and Mug. In an instant, Reina locks onto them, and as she approaches, both Ed and Mug scream, realizing they are in serious trouble. 30 minutes before the earthquake, Principal Obel finally puts down the giants summoned by Professor Glast in Trix Hall, saving everyone. Lortel stands in surprise, unable to believe that Glast steals the grimoire right in front of the Academy's top faculty. Obel tries to calm everyone, assuring them that he takes full responsibility and will retrieve the grimoire. However, he expresses his concerns about Glast, suspecting that he is planning something dangerous. As the others listen in confusion, Obel explains the 3 major taboos of magic which are seeking immortality, resurrecting the dead, and traveling through time. These acts defy the natural laws, disrupt time, and challenge human destiny. Lortel, remembering Glast's obsession with his late daughter and the legendary mage Sylvania, realizes that he might be using the grimoire to attempt one of these forbidden spells, which most likely to bring back the dead. Obel then asks Lortel what she thinks Glast will do if he has truly mastered a spectral magic for resurrection. Before she can answer, a faculty member rushes in, reporting that Taylor is spotted chasing Glast into the underground waterway. Worried about Taylor's safety, he also informs them that eyewitnesses see students being kidnapped, including Ayla and Ed. Hearing about Ed being kidnapped, Lortel stands in shock upon hearing the news. Believing that Principal Obel, the greatest mage of the time, will keep his promise to retrieve the grimoire, Lortel feels confident that he can easily rescue Ed and the other students as well. She decides that the most sensible thing to do is to wait in the hall. However, as she glances outside, she notices something massive moving in the distance. Curious, she grabs a pair of binoculars and sneaks to the window. Looking through them, she spots the entrance to the underground waterway and is shocked to see a huge spirit dragon, ridden by none other than Janica herself. Realizing that Janica is heading into the waterway, Lortel quickly makes up her mind. She orders her personnel to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally go to retrieve the grimoire and join the battle against Glast's madness. In the underground waterway, Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glast's helpers. She grabs Dorothy for interrogation, but the sight of Janica's massive fiery dragon, Tarkin, leaves Dorothy trembling in fear. As Tarkin growls and Janica's dark aura intensifies, Dorothy faints on the spot. Confused about where to go next, Janica recalls the directions Dorothy mentioned before passing out. She sighs, feeling a bit guilty, and gently covers Dorothy's face to hide her sorry state. As Janica does so, Lortel arrives with her team, greeting Janica with a playful tone. Observing Janica's powerful spirits, Lortel realizes that Janica will do anything to ensure Ed's safety, even if it means destroying the entire waterway. However, jealousy creeps in as Lortel imagines a scenario where Janica wins, and Ed falls in love with her. Determined not to let that happen, Lortel approaches Janica with a cunning smile and casually tells her that Ed has already been rescued and returned to his hut, suggesting she should check on him. However, Janica, always sharp when it comes to Ed, doesn't fall for it. She questions Lortel logically, asking how Ed could have escaped when she was the first to arrive and didn't see anyone taking him. As the two engage in playful argument, Janica casually mentions that she also asked Lucy for help, but Lucy simply yawned and walked away, leaving the two of them to handle the situation. Realizing they are left with no choice, both Janica and Lortel decide to split up and search for Ed in different directions. Both of them rushes to find and save him, hoping to win him over. Meanwhile, inside the secret library where Ed and Mug are trapped by Reina, an unexpected event occurs. The roof suddenly collapses right on top of Reina, trapping her under the rubble. To Ed's horror, Lucy casually falls down from above, yawning and explaining that she got bored and decided to come help. Seeing Lucy now in the scenario, Ed looks at her in shock, realizing that things are going to get much worse now. While the event unfolds, Principal Obel and his friend watch the sunset, discussing whether they should step in to retrieve the grimoire or stay out of it. Obel considers letting the students handle the situation, believing it's a valuable opportunity for them to grow, as they are the future mages and warriors of Sylvania Academy. However, his friend questions if the students really need to push themselves so hard. He acknowledges that this is the greatest golden era in the Academy's history, but wonders if they should interfere to ease the burden. He mentions talented students like Taylor and Jix, rare finds among their peers. Over time, many students have risen to the challenges faced by the Academy, showing great potential and shining like stars. He and Obel have high expectations for them. Hearing this, Obel's excitement rises. He feels something big is coming. Upcoming challenges that will be even more intense and difficult, pushing the students beyond their limits. During the event, Lucy crashes straight onto the secret library underground, landing right on top of Reina and trapping her under the rubble. Sitting on the pile and yawning, Lucy's casual attitude leaves Ed completely stunned. As Ed regrets her unexpected arrival, Lucy innocently asks if he has any beef jerky left for her. Still upset by the situation, Ed tells her he doesn't have any, making Lucy sad as she starts looking for a place to take a nap. But before she can, Ed quickly grabs her shoulder, coming up with a new plan. Ed knows that Lucy's arrival has messed things up, but he also realizes that by now, Janica and Lortel should have entered the hall to help him rescue. To allow Taylor to defeat the remaining enemies and gain experience, he needs to stop Janica and Lortel from interfering. Most importantly, he must keep Lucy from rushing into the final stage and defeating Glast, which would lead to the bad ending. Thinking fast, Ed convinces Lucy to stay with him and not wander off. He recalls something Janica once said, "Sticking quietly with someone ensures safety." Using the same logic, he tells Lucy to stay close, promising her beef jerky once they escape. Now with Lucy on his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and get out of there, leaving the scenario for Taylor to handle. As they start their escape, Lucy unleashes her ignition spell, burning all the attacking bats in their path. Ed watches in awe, realizing just how powerful she truly is. He tries to stop her from taking down too many enemies, wanting to leave enough for Taylor to fight and grow stronger. As Janica and Lortel search for Ed, they take different approaches. Unlike Janica, who relies on her spirit connection ability, Lortel is skilled at quickly finding the right paths. As she navigates through the underground waterway, she feels a growing sense of genuine concern for Ed, something beyond her usual motives of wealth and power. For the first time, she realizes she truly wants to help someone without expecting anything in return. Eventually, she reaches a concealed wall with a spell cast on it. Just as she pauses to listen, a loud blast shatters the wall, and out comes Ed, carrying Lucy on his back while holding advanced magic equipment. The sight of him immediately brings relief to Lortel, who is worried about his safety. Without hesitation, Ed hands her some of the expensive magic tools to carry. Lortel, however, is stunned. Seeing Ed carrying Lucy so casually ignites a fire within her. She had taken every opportunity to grow closer to Ed, making the first moves and being proactive, unlike Janica, who hesitated and played it safe. But now, with Lucy in the picture, it feels like all her efforts might be in vain. Her frustration builds, and she can't help but angrily yell Ed's name. But before she can say more, Ed suddenly pulls her close, looking straight into her eyes and telling her that he trusts her more than anyone else. Lortel freezes, completely caught off guard by his words and actions. Her heart races, and a deep blush spreads across her face. In that moment, all her anger melts away, replaced by happiness. She feels like she's finally making progress with Ed in a way she never expected. Before she can fully process the moment, one of her crew members rushes over, bringing urgent news about a major problem unfolding nearby. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group enter the underground waterway. Clebius, always scared and complaining, starts mumbling nonsense about wanting to leave. Annoyed, Elvira kicks his foot to shut him up. Clebius yells in pain and angrily asks why they even have to save Ed Roth along with Ayla. Taylor tries to calm him down, reminding him that Ayla is a good person and asking him to stay strong and help her. As they walk deeper into the waterway, Adele, the romantic and self-proclaimed fortune-teller of the group, raises her finger dramatically. She happily warns the group that something dangerous is ahead. Adele's prophecies are usually spot on, almost like she can see the future, which is why Taylor trusts her to guide them. Right as Adele points in the direction, an explosion happens. Suddenly, Tarkin, the fiery dragon spirit, appears, carrying Miss Claire. Janica is demanding Claire tell her where Professor Glast is. Terrified, Miss Claire stumbles and faints, just like Dorothy did earlier. Janica notices Taylor and his group nearby and greets them with a smile, but Taylor's group immediately gets defensive, preparing for a fight. Janica looks confused, but Taylor assumes she might be an enemy they have to face to move forward. Everyone is tense, except for Jix, who casually waves at Janica. Taylor, determined as always, readies himself to fight, but Jix stops him, sensing that there's been a misunderstanding. Before things escalate, someone yells for everyone to stop. Ed Roth and Lortel appear from another direction. Taylor freezes in shock. He now sees Janica, Lortel, and Ed together, and the realization hits him as it's impossible for his group to defeat them. Taylor remembers how Ed, with only basic magic and archery skills, managed to hold off his group and him during the Ophilus Hall incident. Now Ed looks even stronger, both physically and in combat ability. Taylor knows their chances of winning are 0. But to Taylor's surprise, Ed walks over and taps his shoulder. Ed calmly tells Taylor to focus on saving Ayla and defeating Glast. Ed assures that Taylor will now take care of the story while he will take care of the side threats, the elite Ketchuln. As Lortel's crew member rushes to her side, he delivers alarming news that the elite Ketchuln has arrived on Arkan Island, accompanied by mercenaries. Hearing this, Ed immediately understands the situation. The elite Ketchuln, the mid-boss of Act 2 in the game, wasn't properly defeated before. Because of this oversight, he has returned, taking advantage of the mistake Lortel made by leaving many of her trading company members behind. Without their leader, the elite had no trouble to take them down one by one. However, Ed knows he now holds a unique advantage, which is the magic tool that lets him see the future of the game. As he examines the unfolding events, Ed realizes everything is still following the original storyline. With Act 2 nearing its conclusion and Taylor progressing the main story, Ed sees his role clearly. If he can handle the new mid-boss, Elite Ketchuln, just as it happens in the original story, the plot will stay on track. Confident in his strategy, Ed encourages Taylor and his group, giving them a boost of morale. He wishes Taylor good luck, knowing that as the main character of the game, Taylor will face even greater challenges ahead. Trusting Taylor to handle the main storyline, Ed leaves him and his group to focus on their mission. Without hesitation, Ed heads outside, determined to confront the elite Ketchuln and eliminate this new threat before it disrupts the flow of the story. Ed thinks the elite might attack Lortel's trading company to find proof of her involvement in the armor sale scheme, which caused him to lose his position in the association. While they are running toward the trading company, Janica suddenly tells them to stop for a moment. But Ed insists they keep moving quickly. Janica stops in her tracks and forces Ed to stop as well. She reminds him that he already collapsed before and barely escaped from Glast's prison. With tears in her eyes, she begs him not to get hurt again and says the elite's problem has nothing to do with him. Ed knows that this isn't really his fight, but he also understands that the elite is a big threat. If he doesn't deal with this, it could ruin the safe ending he is trying to protect. He also realizes he'll need Janica's and Lortel's help to handle the situation. Lortel agrees with Janica and says it's her fault for involving Ed in her problems. She tells him he should be resting somewhere safe instead of putting himself in danger. Ed feels touched seeing Janica and Lortel getting along, even if it's just for a moment. But he knows this isn't the time to rest. He thanks them for caring about him, then firmly says that Lortel's problem isn't just someone else's problem for him. Hearing this, both Janica and Lortel freeze, surprised by Ed's words, changing the atmosphere completely. They stare at Ed, surprised and moved by what he said, as a new resolve begins to form among them. Ed insists they should keep running, eager to reach the exit as quickly as possible. As they run, he feels embarrassed and regretful about the awkward explanation he gives to Janica and Lortel. It's always hard for him to say things properly. Noticing Ed's troubled expression, Janica tries to lift his spirits. She tells him that he's right. It isn't just someone else's problem, as she reasons that if the elite takes over the trading company, Ed's contract will be ruined, cutting off his magic tool supplies. Hearing her explanation, Ed is impressed by how smart she is, as expected. Meanwhile, Lortel blushes silently, lost in her own thoughts about Ed's words. As they near the exit, Ed notices the scene ahead is in complete chaos. Destruction is everywhere. For a moment, he wonders if Taylor could have been responsible, but he's surprised when Janica admits that she's the one who caused the destruction. She confesses that it was an accident, and explains nervously that Dorothy passed out in the chaos. Janica worries that Ed might think she's heartless, but she tries to convince him that it wasn't intentional. Lortel's crew member informs them that they are almost at the exit, and that there's a carriage waiting for them outside. The plan is to use the carriage to quickly reach the association building, where Lortel's staff is waiting. However, when they step outside, they're met with a horrifying sight. The carriage has been destroyed, and Lortel's crew members have been killed. Standing amidst the wreckage is none other than the elite himself, waiting for them. Lortel tries to play it cool, mocking the elite for showing up sooner than she expected. The elite chuckles darkly and replies that he once taught her how to handle company records, ensuring that no evidence would remain if anyone searched her files. But this time, he exploited a gap in her personnel management. By bribing one of her crew members, he was able to lead them all into this trap. Elite mocks Lortel, seeing her struggling with the betrayal of her crew. He cruelly taunts her, saying she has finally mastered the expression of smiling through betrayal, but that it's a shame he'll ruin her with torture to make her confess. With a snap of his fingers, he He transforms Lortel's beaten crew members into zombies, who immediately attack Ed and Lortel. As the fight begins, Lortel mocks Elite, accusing him of never fighting alone and always relying on mercenaries to do his dirty work. With a dark smile, Elite responds that this time he has brought the best mercenaries on the continent. He orders them to kill everyone except Lortel, who they are to capture alive. The mercenaries unleash a volley of arrows at the group, but Janica quickly activates a wind spell, blocking the arrows just before they strike. Observing the mercenaries' precise and calculated moves, Janica warns everyone to stay alert. Elite, knowing how difficult spirit successors like Janica can be to deal with, reveals his trump card, the legendary item Belarus's Prejudice, which suppresses the surrounding mana. Ed recognizes the item as a powerful, high-ranking tool, but he also knows it has a major drawback. It takes time to activate, and the preparation is obvious. However, even with this knowledge, Ed realizes they are at a severe disadvantage. The mercenaries are veterans, and their group consists mostly of mages, making it nearly impossible to cast spells under pressure. Lortel informs Ed that Elite is well prepared and already knows all of their strengths and weaknesses. If Belarus's Prejudice is activated, their fight will end in defeat. When she questions Elite about how he plans to deal with the Academy holding him accountable for his actions, Elite grins darkly, saying that it's better than losing his life. Ed feels the weight of the battle as he watches the chaos unfold. He regrets leaving this third-rate villain alive earlier in the story, as the butterfly effect of that decision has now made Elite an almost impossible foe to defeat. Remembering Elite's dark backstory, including how he killed Lortel's parents and his ruthless rise to power, Ed sees him as the ultimate villain. But despite the overwhelming odds, Ed remains determined. He knows that in the original story, Elite was defeated, and he plans to make that outcome a reality. As Elite's mercenaries continue to block their path, Ed gets an idea. He crouches down, gently unloading Lucy from his back. Nudging her, he tells her it's time to wake up. Lucy yawns lazily, complaining about how noisy everyone is. Then, without hesitation, she activates her magic aura. The overwhelming power of her spell clears the way, sending mercenaries flying left and right. With Lucy, the slothful but immensely powerful mage, finally awake and joining the fight, the tide of the battle begins to turn. At Glock's small cabin, his travel journal, written in the final days of his life, was barely known to anyone. In it, Glock wrote about Lucy. He recognized her natural talent and her blessing from the stars, but warned her not to stop learning or become lazy because of her gifts. He also advised her never to be alone, as her great power would bring loneliness. Before finishing the journal, he made Lucy promise 3 things: never to kill anyone with her magic, avoid actions that might stain her hands with blood, even by accident, and to live a peaceful life as a student at Sylvania Academy. In the present, when Lucy activates her magic, the veteran mercenaries, who had faced danger and death countless times, become terrified. They had never seen such a powerful force before. Even Elite, who had been so confident, shouts at Lucy to stop and orders his men to fight her. One brave mercenary charges at her with a sword, but with just a snap of her fingers, Lucy uses her magic to throw him away with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries panic and run, leaving Elite behind to face Lucy alone. Elite, now sweating and scared, tries to threaten Lucy by saying he'll use his magic tool if she comes closer. But when Lucy asks if he's the leader, her powerful presence terrifies him so much that he falls to the ground. Just as she's about to finish him off, Ed steps in and signals her to stop. Elite has already been defeated, and there's no need to do more. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a huge earthquake begins. In the sky, the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line. Ed realizes that Glast has advanced his magic to a point where he's breaking the laws of nature, causing the magical realm to descend. This signals the start of the final battle of Act 2. Ed thinks about Taylor, who has defeated the monsters in the underground waterway and is now stronger and ready to face Glast with his group. Feeling relieved that the story is progressing as it should, Ed starts to relax. But then, to his shock, he sees Lucy flying toward the magical realm. Lucy watches as the realm's towers begin absorbing magic from the air, hinting that reviving the dead might actually be possible. Surprised and worried, Ed realizes Lucy might now be caught up in something far more dangerous than anyone expected. As Ed watches Lucy, he recalls the bad ending of the game. In the original storyline, Lucy naps on the roof of Trix Hall during this event. However, if players awaken her early and bring her to face Glast, he offers to revive her mentor, Glocked. This temptation causes Lucy to turn against the players, becoming an enemy and annihilates the entire group, including the hero, leading to a bad ending. No matter how skilled or dedicated a player is, there's no way to defeat Lucy. Ed now fears that his actions of being kidnapped and escaping the prison cell may have unintentionally triggered this bad ending. As Lucy watches the realm and Ed watches her nervously, Elite seizes the moment to activate his legendary magic tool to suppress Lucy's mana. With Lucy temporarily weakened, Elite orders a mercenary to attack Ed. The mercenary charges, but Ed, remaining calm, uses his Windblade magic to counter, throwing the attacker aside. Elite is stunned by Ed's skill. However, Lucy's overflowing mana proves too much for the tool to handle, and it shatters under the immense pressure. Once again, Elite finds himself defeated. Realizing his situation is hopeless, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy. But Lucy, furious, is ready to end his life. Just as she's about to strike, Ed steps in between them and urges her to stop. He reminds her that killing, even if it feels justified, is not the answer. His words echo Glock's advice to her about avoiding bloodshed and keeping her hands clean. Lucy hesitates, remembering her mentor's teachings. She spares Elite and turns her attention to the realm once more. As she prepares to leave, Ed asks where she's going. Lucy responds vaguely, but Ed presses further, asking if she will regret her decision. Lucy recalls Glock's final advice from his book, to be strong and accept that what's lost is lost. He dedicated his life and his writings to her, urging her to move forward. With a calm resolution, Lucy assures Ed she won't regret her choice and flies away, disappearing into the sky. With the battle over, Janica oversees the mercenaries, ensuring they retreat safely by boat. Meanwhile, Lortel captures Elite and takes responsibility for handing him over to the authorities for his crimes. With the situation under control, Ed climbs to the top of Trick's hall. His body feels heavy, but he pushes forward, knowing he must reach Lucy. When he finally reaches the roof, he finds Lucy sitting alone, gazing at the realm. Quietly, Ed sits beside her. He reflects on how much Glock contributed to the academy, even founding the scholarship that Ed benefits from. Despite living a frugal life, Glock donated all his wealth to the academy, shaping the future of countless students. The Glock Hall, which Janica accidentally destroyed in Act 1, was built in his memory. Ed understands Lucy's sadness that this entire academy is her mentor's legacy, and his presence lingers everywhere. For Lucy, the academy is a constant reminder of Glock's life and sacrifices, a legacy. After sitting with Lucy for a moment, she suddenly asks Ed if he has any beef jerkies left. Ed shakes his head, chuckling softly as he tells her he doesn't have any. Curious, he then asks what she's doing all the way up on the roof. Lucy remains quiet for a moment before replying, her voice thoughtful and distant. She says she's just thinking about the old days while watching the realm. As the stars twinkle in the sky, Lucy begins to share her story. She recalls how, back in the day, she used to cry a lot because of all the sad things that happened to her. But at some point, the sadness started to fade. She explains that it wasn't because the pain went away. It was because so much time had passed. Her old man passed away a very long time ago, and even if she were to use a spectral magic to bring him back, he'd eventually leave again. She muses that he was already prepared for death, so much so that if she revived him, he'd probably be upset, die again, and scold her for it. She looks up at the sky, her voice quieter now, and says that resurrecting someone as legendary as Glock, a mage who dedicated his entire life to studying magic and using forbidden magic, would be nothing but an insult to his legacy. Calling herself selfish, she admits that her desire to bring him back was purely for herself, not for him. Ed listens carefully, letting her words sink in. He can't help but ask to make sure if she is okay. He knows Lucy's decision to give up on reviving Glock feels recent, almost like it might be a passing whim. If she changes her mind again, it could lead to something catastrophic. He wants to make sure she's truly at peace with her decision. To his surprise, Lucy doesn't respond with her usual sass or ask for beef jerkies again. Instead, she leans her head on his shoulder, seeking quiet comfort. Ed stays still, realizing that despite everything, Lucy has come to terms with her loss. Even though finding another spectral magic user like Glast in the future will be near impossible, and resurrection magic won't be available so easily, Lucy understands now that the dead are dead, and what's lost is lost. She's accepted that reality, and is beginning to heal, covering her wounds with the life she has now. Together they sit in silence, staring at the beautiful night sky as the stars seem brighter, and for a moment, the sky feels peaceful. As the second act finale begins, Taylor and his team finally find Professor Glast. A massive golem, summoned by Glast's spectral magic, stands before them. Trapped in its heart is Ayla, unconscious, about to be sacrificed. The final battle of Act begins. Jix and the others launch magic attacks at the golem, trying to create an opening for Taylor to save Ayla. Taylor rushes forward, but Glast blocks his way. While fighting, Glast remembers his life as a teacher. He spent his days reading ancient books, studying magic, and creating lessons for his students. He hardly noticed the seasons changing outside his window. His visitors, Dorothy, Miss Claire, and Principal Obel, who would stop by for tea, but Glast stayed focused on his work. However, one memory never left him. the death of his daughter, Muiri. That pain pushed him to do anything to bring her back. As Taylor tries to push forward, Jix and Elvira distract the golem. Glast uses his effectual magic to trap them in a time prison, freezing them in place. Just before freezing completely, Jix shouts for Taylor to dodge. Taylor barely avoids the spell and gets back up, never refusing to give up. Glast moves into the final stage of his plan to revive Muiri. Taylor uses his powerful slash strike to destroy the golem. The golem's destruction reverses all of Glast's creations, restoring time and freeing Jix and the others. Furious, Glast tries to fight back, but Jix hits him with an ice spell, freezing him momentarily. Taylor sees his chance and delivers the final blow, saving Ayla and destroying the golem completely. Seeing his plan fail, Glast falls from the building in despair, missing his daughter Muir. He teleports to a quiet forest, ready to face his death alone. In the forest, Glast leans against a tree, weak and bleeding. He knows his end is near. As he closes his eyes, he notices someone standing before him. Opening his eyes slightly, he sees Ed. He has come to ask Glast something to confirm. After the events settle, Lortel arrives outside the island after securing her adoptive father, Elite. With all threats now resolved, she heads to meet Ed near the underground waterway. Ed arrives, with Lucy holding onto his coat sleeve. As Lortel sees Lucy clinging to Ed, she becomes slightly wary. Before anything can be said, Dorothy and Assistant Professor Claire emerge from the underground waterway. However, upon seeing Janica together with Tarkin, both Dorothy and Claire scream in terror. Janica calmly approaches the gathering to check on Ed's condition and ensure he is unharmed. Janica then shares what her spirit friends have told her about the reports of effectual magic being used in the forest. Tarkin detected an unusual type of magic coming from the magic tower. Upon realizing that this suspicious magic is effectual, the group concludes that it must be Glast's doing. Ed, though hesitant to interfere, decides to investigate. His recent encounter with Elite teaches him how dangerous leaving unresolved threats can be. Knowing how much damage Glast's influence could cause if he resurfaces, Ed determines it's best to face him now. In the forest, they find Glast in a terrible state. His wounds are open, and blood flows freely as he leans weakly against a tree. Seeing him in this pitiful condition, both Janica and Lortel are stunned. They ask him what he's doing there. With a faint smile, Glast jokes that he's just admiring the moon. His humor seems misplaced, but Ed keeps his tone serious, telling Glast that he must have known he would fail with forbidden magic. Glast weakly chuckles and admits he was aware of his fate. What surprises him most, however, is being defeated by students. He then compliments Ed, telling him that he's a far better student than he thought, but unfortunately for him, he discovers Ed's potential too late. Ed, seeing the opportunity to ask Glast the question he wants to, finally asks, why did he kidnap him in the first place? Weak from his injuries, Glast finally explains. He confesses that he was impressed by Ed's exceptional talents. Initially, Glast had planned to use Ed as part of his schemes. However, when Glast fainted from overwork, his plans failed. He captured Ed as a precaution, intending to make him an offer, but by the time he returned to the dungeon, Ed had already escaped. Glast accepts that he is paying for his sins with his life and says it's not a bad deal. However, he admits he still misses his daughter, Muir. He reflects on the 17 years he spent with her, realizing they weren't lonely after all. Seeing Glast lost in grief and consumed by memories of his daughter, Ed decides to speak up. He reminds Glast about his assistant, Professor Claire, who deeply admires him despite his harsh and mean demeanor. To her, Glast wasn't just a professor. He was the most scholarly and brilliant mind she had ever known. Ed also mentions Dorothy, who saw Glast as a precious mentor, someone she respected immensely. Ed tries to make Glast realize that, while he may have recklessly endangered the lives of students and lost his way, his existence still left a lasting impact. Even though he sits here alone, reflecting on his life, saying he will die alone, is like mocking his own legacy. For many, Professor Glast will always remain a part of their hearts, whether as a mentor, a scholar, or a colleague. Hearing Ed's words, Glast smiles weakly and slowly removes his glasses. Summoning his remaining strength, he hands Ed the key to his personal library, entrusting him with its secrets. Inside are legendary rank crafting formulas and years of knowledge. A surprised Ed hesitates, asking why Glast would give him something so valuable. With a faint smile, Glast replies that Ed should be happy to receive such a gift. He then jokes, urging Ed to clean up all the mess he made before the Academy's investigation team arrives. Finally, Glast turns his gaze to Lucy and offers her a piece of advice to look around herself every once in a while. With those final words, Glast closes his eyes forever. His body rests peacefully beneath the moonlit Zelkova tree, as if he is merely in a deep sleep. Ed, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stand in silence, watching him, each carrying their own thoughts about the man who had once been their enemy and, in some way, their teacher. The next morning, Ed is summoned to the dean's office for an investigation into the recent events. The dean questions him about Professor Glast's motives for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without bringing Ayla along, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything him about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the full account, the dean pauses, observing Ed carefully. He expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including the Ophelis Hall incident and the recent Glast event, the dean acknowledges Ed's exceptional talent. Apologizing for the Academy's negligence and the suffering Ed endured, he decides to reward him. To Ed's surprise, instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the dean pulls out Ed's entire report card. After their conversation, Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he's okay or if he's hurt. Ed, concerned about her, asks the same. Janica assures him she's fine, brushing off his concerns by saying her injuries are only minor rashes. As her spirit bird chirps something in her ear, Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he's hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he realized something during the event, that she is always the one working tirelessly to help, and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling guilty, Ed apologizes for taking her kindness for granted and unintentionally causing her pain. Janica, initially trying to cheer him up, suddenly grows worried. She stops him and admits she lies and isn't hurt at all, as she only pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised but quickly reassures her, revealing something unexpected, that starting next semester, he will be living in Dex's hall, same where Janica lives. The dean rewarded him with proper student housing, allowing him to finally leave the wilderness behind. Hearing this, Janica's face lights up with excitement as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his hut, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his small hut and the peaceful woods, the idea of living a normal student life feels like a significant change. As he approaches the door, ready to rest, something unexpected happens. Lucy suddenly crashes in front of his door, landing behind him. Surprised, Ed turns to face her, wondering what brings her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the woods and realizes she's no longer on Arkan Island, but in the northern Ramelin mountain range, where she grew up. She wonders why she's dreaming of her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face regardless. When she steps in, she finds him on a rocking chair in a house filled with cobwebs. However, when he turns to face her, his face is deformed, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. She soon realizes she's having a nightmare and wakes up. After getting up, her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Oddly, Lucy doesn't respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic because, for some reason, she feels an urgent need to go to the northern forest immediately. She lands on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin and watches as he walks toward the house after speaking with the principal. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an unexplainable sense of relief. Suddenly, she overhears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and land in front of him. Meanwhile, a professor named Flurben teaches his students how unpredictable cats are. They let you think you've gotten close to them, but once you try to pet them, they act aloof and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become clingy. Professor Flurben explains to the students who want a cat-type familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The ladies in the class laugh about how this is even harder than dating, while the ecology class on cat creatures continues. These lectures are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lower ranks. However, he soon got ahead in his preparation and ensured his notes were better than everyone else's. After class ends, Professor Flurben calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program. It's a system where students contribute to academic tasks in exchange for tuition discounts. The professor recommends that Ed consider it while he pets his snake. When Ed asks what kind of tasks he'd be doing, Flurben smirks and vaguely says he'll handle various academic duties, including assisting Assistant Professor Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Anis, but the workload is too much, so there's work to do, including semester-end evaluations, academic society agendas, and freshman class assignment tests. Flurben reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them when the professor continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, Lortel appraises the sage's sealed grimoire, now in her possession, and senses its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it's wise to sell the grimoire to Crepin Roth-Taylor, the head of the Roth-Taylor family, recalling that Ed desperately begged her not to let Crepin have it. She finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to resell it, Yet she also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business dealings. She gazes once more at the message she received from Ed about how he'd do anything for her if he could obtain the sage's grimoire purchase certificate, which ultimately changes her mind. Additionally, she considers signing up for a special winter break class at the end of the semester to keep herself occupied since Janica, Ed, and Lucy will also be busy. However, as she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling uneasy. Back at the cabin, Lucy notifies Ed that they're running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He's surprised that she's saying something productive, which is unlike her usual lazy self. Although it's true that he has been neglecting camp activities, and that's because he's thinking of moving to Dex Hall. If that happens, he won't see Lucy as often, though he hopes it turns out well. While they're walking around the compound, Janica arrives after one of her classes gets cancelled and decides to rest in the cabin. She takes a seat and pushes Lucy away, stating that they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there, and it's a bit sad that it's coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Ed calls her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall since she can help him with anything he needs. She keeps talking about how they'll see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him around the hall. While she's talking, Ed takes out the key that Professor Glast gave him before he passed away, and considers that it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he's lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning him that he might miss his chance if he applies late. Surprised, Ed thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and she urges him to fill it out with her. While she's speaking, Lucy stands between them, looking tense. She signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he not move to Dex Hall. That moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two ladies. Shortly after, while Janica helps Ed increase his spirit and mana resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy glaring at her, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magic power keeps increasing until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During that time, Lucy keeps clinging to him everywhere he goes and continues to be particularly hostile toward Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he fails to grasp the basics, despite practicing all day. Suddenly, Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do once she leaves. He explains that he needs to run an errand and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved into Dex Hall. Without warning, she kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together. Shortly after, they both create a secret entrance through the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to get down. While entering, he asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't reply but insists that she could have helped him with magic. However, he refuses because he needs to know how to get down himself since he won't be able to take everything there all at once. Eventually, they find the secret safe and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light bursts out and he sees something spectacular inside. Not long after, Ed climbs back up and recalls that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item he requested. The object they found is a legendary rank magic tool known as Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future into the present. Being able to use his future magical abilities means Ed can access high-level magic right now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he'll be unable to fight for a while. He realizes it's wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he's driven into a corner. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract, just like Janica, who can command countless spirits because of her vast magic reserves. Beginners like him only have 1 or 2 slots and must practice to communicate with low-ranked spirits due to their limited magic capacity. Temporarily increasing his maximum magic ability means he'll be able to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently since he had the time to create something like that. But Ed reminds her that it's all in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left them, because he didn't have a habit of wasting time. This ring can break the barrier of talent known as maximum magic capacity, and must have been the reason the professor was researching magic engineering items. The reason he hid it until the very end was that it was supposed to be a gift for his daughter. When they get out, Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it's gone, and she tells Ed she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he's going to Dex Hall and whether he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say that. Eventually, he confesses that entering Dex Hall would make life more comfortable. After all, it's not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. Lucy glumly agrees. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and senses that it's going to rain, but it turns out to be little specks of snow, which is unusual for the weather. However, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help. With a smirk, he watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he's saying. Excitedly, she asks if he means it, and he nods. He's completely adjusted to camp life. This is how the second act of the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's much to deal with, including Princess Phenia, who is aiming for the Student Council President position, and her clash with Lortel. Additionally, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy Merrill herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to put aside his worries for a moment, hopeful that they will both be living well and staying healthy. He had never seen Lucy display such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he's hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then begins cutting wood, determined to finish his chores quickly because he's been called for a student scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Principal Obel to turn down the dorm privileges, but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still can't just come home to rest because of Lucy. He's given up on throwing her out, not because she'd get cold, her protection magic ensures she won't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he steps out to practice with the ring and attempts to contact Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is lured to the Laplace bakery with high-quality refreshments by her friend Clara, as there was no other way to get her to come out, while Anis is also present. Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she's not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She probes Janica by asking how fast her heart pounds and how nervous she gets when she's with him. After continuous probing, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and snug around him. This further frustrates Clara, and she explains to Janica that she's heading for the worst possible ending in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend. Apparently, what frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that following him around is a terrible approach to a relationship, and Janica's spirit friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's desire to protect, rather than doing ridiculous things. While all this is happening, Anis watches silently as Clara dishes out solid advice she has gathered from her many friends' love stories. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception people used to have of Ed, simply because he's the guy Janica likes. Everyone now seems to trust Ed, but Anis holds a different opinion. Sometime later, Anis returns to school and sees Professor Claire being scolded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The scenario makes her feel that Claire has no dignity whatsoever, and she wonders how Claire ever became a professor. However, all the serious professors praise Claire's abilities. As Anis goes in to submit her report, a guy offers to help her carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, has managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the guy but refuses the offer as she walks in. She is a second-year student in the magic faculty, and the reason the clumsy assistant professor's personal research lab is always clean. She drops the report on the table, along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate akin to stalking, something that would have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people know her true appearance, and to her, human relationships are like a game of switching masks. Since she has 20 minutes before the professor returns from getting snacks at the bakery, she analyzes all the details and information about Ed Rothtaylor. He is from the Rothtaylor family, the strongest family within the Clowell Empire, and is the only son, with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and family history. When Anis was admitted, her family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself by working as a student teaching assistant and a scholarship student. She has great survival skills and even considers Lortel her role model. As she reviews Ed's family history again, she supposes that he must have been indoctrinated with a domineering mindset after growing up in a restrictive environment. She concludes that he is probably the kind of person who avoids responsibility and seeks a woman who will give him positive feedback to help him express himself. He would likely prefer a pretty woman, given that he has been surrounded by luxury all his life. Based on his history, he doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides it's necessary for her to remain only adequate. Although he has changed a bit since his excommunication, she reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for dozens of years cannot change so easily. Regardless of whether he has become more hardworking, she believes he is still his arrogant self. After preparing a profile on Ed, she decides to practice embodying the kind of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire bursts in with some confection she got from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Anis had made for them. Fear grips her, as she expects Anis to react angrily, but instead, Annis asks if she's hurt. Something completely unlike the Annis Claire knows. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy's maid, Belle, for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists that it was nothing but notes that she has found many blonde hairs in Lady Lucy's clothes, and many white hairs in young Master Ed's clothing. She also asks Ed why he keeps speaking to her so formally, but he explains that it feels comfortable, especially since she is the Academy's chief maid and has many people to manage. Nonetheless, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Janica, and Lortel. Regardless, Belle offers to always do his laundry, no matter his decisions regarding the three ladies, especially since Ophelis Hall has been fully restored. When she mentions that 7 new students will be joining after the break, and one has already requested to move in, Ed realizes she is talking about Tanya Roth-Taylor, his younger sister, and instantly dreads the upcoming break. Sometime later, Jix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will be going to his hometown for the break to spend time with his best friend, Elka. Jix asks if Ed will be staying in camp for the entire break, and Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use medium magic since he will be a 3rd year soon. However, Ed reminds him not to push himself too hard. When Ed notices that he can't sense any magic from Jix, he checks his temperature and asks if he trained past his limit. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Jix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor over to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he isn't upset. Shortly after, since Jix is quite good at keeping secrets, Ed hands him some money to help hire manpower to organize Professor Glast's basement library. Jix responds that he doesn't need the money, as it's like training for him, and learns that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, Annis welcomes the Academy's scholarship students on Assistant Professor Claire's behalf, as Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork. Annis informs them that scholarship students mainly help prepare the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on the day of the exam. While she speaks, Ed recalls that Professor Glast used to handle this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Annis quickly assigns Clebius the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands another student, Onyx, some of Assistant Professor Claire's work. Finally, because she suspects that Ed looks like a player, especially since he is surrounded by so many girls, she decides to test him for Janica and Clara's sake. After conducting her research, she has created the perfect persona he might be attracted to in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that he will accompany her to conduct the field survey. Ed and Annis head northwest to Oran Mountain to survey the field for the exam. While working, Annis mentions that she's tired and asks Ed if he is too. He proposes they take a break. In a cute, pretentious manner, she thanks him and commends his stamina and manners, which apparently dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she's talking about, she explains that she's close to Janica and was worried Janica was spending time with a bad person, which was why she acted cold toward him. However, Ed replies that it's fine and that he doesn't care about that stuff. He comments that she must be tired from being a student TA and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and replies that it's okay since he's here now. She starts talking about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family, but had to support herself through school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that come her way, so he tells her not to be too distressed since she's endured it very well. Excited, she thanks him and remarks that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notes that something seems to have changed about her usual cool-headed and realistic image. Suddenly, she trips over nothing and falls into Ed's embrace. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to notice she tripped over nothing. When she becomes more dramatic, he grows confused, so she asks him to wait while she goes to handle something. While alone, Annis notes that he's reliable and trustworthy and wonders if he's putting up an act. She had played her cards right by forming a relatable point of affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult academy life, displaying her weakness so he'd want to protect her. She also tried creating contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Oddly, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body feels, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he's much better at work than she expected, considering she thought he was a noble family's young master who couldn't do any work. Apart from that, she thinks he looks gorgeous, and it's no wonder Janica fell for him. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall for him. So she decides to stand her ground because she's different. Meanwhile, Ed waits for her while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his major concerns is Tanya Roth-Taylor, a villainous young lady. Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics and trickery, and she is trying to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. She will soon begin gathering the influential figures in the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dorm earlier than others is to cement her position before the semester starts. She's a villainess, and Ed had thought he'd have time to prepare before her appearance. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Tanya Roth-Taylor will treat him. In the game, Ed Roth-Taylor is a villain who briefly appeared at the beginning before disappearing, and there was nothing much about him in the epilogue, meaning he was really just an extra. This is why he has no idea how to handle this problem. To Tanya Roth-Taylor, Ed Roth-Taylor is garbage. Meanwhile, Tanya arrives at the academy in a coach. To her, Sylvania consists of elites, including Princess Phenia of the Clowell Empire, Lortel, an elite trading company's executive Janica, a spirit sorcery prodigy, Alvira, a great alchemist, Clebius, Nortondale's sword demon, and the coolest one, Lucy, a rare genius mage. This gathering of nobility makes Tanya's heart pound, and she can't help but long to be part of it. She soon arrives, and Belle comes to direct her to her room and help her complete the entrance procedures. Before they do that, Tanya states that she has somewhere to be first. The first thing she plans to do at Sylvania is get rid of Ed Roth-Taylor, the trash who disgraced the family name. Not long after reaching the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father, Creepin, who encourages her ambition, instructing her to show her face around to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to satisfy her father's expectations. He told her that Sylvania is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her professors with respect as masters, so as not to commit discourtesies just because she's a noble. He also reminded her to regard everyone a grade higher than her as a senior. Just as her father counseled, she thanks a specific senior for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and blemish on their family. The senior finds her words interesting, so she continues, saying that Ed is full of bluff, a crude person, and was only the heir of their family because of his age. She comments that his pride is so high he never acknowledges his incompetence, and that he barely managed to get into Sylvania. The senior responds with intrigue again, but Tanya becomes uncomfortable because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people he introduced her to, so as not to disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the sage's seal grimoire business. She notices Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks her what's wrong and urges her to continue. However, she stammeringly asks if Lortel is upset, but Lortel only smirks and asks what she's talking about. Sometime later, Ed checks off establishing a workshop organization plan, finishing academy scholarship student work, understanding medium magic theory, and contracting with a high-ranking spirit from his winter break list. He has acquired a mid-rank magic skill known as Particle Explosion, and another named Root's Desire. He got these skills from a book in Professor Gast's library last night. That morning, he heads out and tries to ignite a flame, but he still can't use magic due to the effect of the ring, preventing him from practicing what he's been learning. To light the fire, he wakes up Lucy, who is curled up under his blanket, and carries her outside to help. He points at the fire, and she lazily blasts it with flames before requesting that he leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth. As they sit together, she mentions that she smells perfume on him, which must have come from the flower scent on Anis's body since he was working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he's feverish or sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She attempts to release his magic in case it's twisted, but when she notices it's empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he replies that it's manageable. Suddenly, Lucy makes a strange request, asking him to pat her head. He obliges while reading a book. She rests her head on his legs and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed it's been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she's here because of the favor he asked her, and wonders why she didn't just call him to the trading company. However, Lortel tensely clarifies that she has other matters to discuss and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some seniors for listening to her and offers to reward them the best she can if they help her punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the Roth-Taylor family storage, which excites Elka, but Jix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she's really Ed's younger sister. The ominous aura he exudes suggests his body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be wary of him because of the strength of his magic. When Jix confirms she's Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces it to Elka. Excitedly, he hands Tanya a mandatory magic engineering item for new students to help train her magic resonance. Tanya looks confused, but Jix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Delorf's elemental study notes. After gathering several essentials for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprised, Tanya asks if they properly heard her offer, but Jix dismisses it, saying that siblings always have trouble with one another. Soon after, Jix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Jix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he's Ed's junior and is close to him because they're indebted to each other. He reassures Tanya that she'll do great and pats her on the back, acknowledging her noble lineage. As they depart, Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts they gave her, annoyed at how things turned out. Meanwhile, in Assistant Professor Claire's office, Anis commends Claire's hard work and mentions that they'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Claire compliments Anis's stamina, as she has done most of the work assigned to the scholarship students. Most of them struggled with the tasks, except for Ed, who had no flaws in his document processing. He efficiently resolved practical issues at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Anis. While working, Claire asks about her experience with Ed and shares a secret. After the Ophelis Hall accident, she tailed him and discovered that he had built a camp bigger than their lab, entirely on his own using tools. She commends his perseverance and work ethic. When she also mentions that Ed contracted with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat, Anis realizes she may have underestimated his practical abilities, which are vastly different from his noble upbringing. After some thought, Anis, who had investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concludes that he's simply a decent and hard-working man. His appearance is outstanding. He's not arrogant, and even Claire likes him. As she starts thinking about his good physique, pleasant scent, and how well he takes care of himself, Claire notices her spacing out and calls her back to reality. Embarrassed, Anis quickly opens the windows to let in fresh air. Concerned, Claire asks if she's feeling well and suggests she may have overexerted herself. However, Anis realizes she's in big trouble. She recalls Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit and suspects that he must have required Janika's help. If that's the case, the spirit he contracted with must be trustworthy and could report everything to Janika, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she rushes out of the office, ignoring Claire's offer to grab a bite. By the way, the Failover family's motto is harmony and coexistence, and Janika Failover's love for everyone always made her shine. She gained many genuine friends, but what currently troubles her is learning about Anis and Ed. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Janika to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has been doing with others. Tanya came here on Lortel's advice, believing it would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, as she approaches Janika, the normally peaceful sorcerer rises with a fearsome spirit looming behind her. Lortel had told Tanya that Janika is kind and considerate by nature, but the Janika standing before her now looks ready to rain hail and brimstone upon her. In Ed's camp, Janika informs him that they've finished arranging most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary rank materials are difficult to find during the winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it. When he asks why she went through all the trouble to come to him, she assures him that she came here to rest. Shortly after, Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she's sleeping here. Caught off guard, Ed replies that it's winter, but Lortel doesn't know how that's an appropriate answer. Eventually, she calms down and informs him that she came to talk to him about something other than engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sage's sealed grimoire she won, and the letter where he had promised to do anything for her, as long as she bid on the grimoire for him. With a smirk on her face, she informs him she's willing to get her money's worth from him. Tense, he asks her how much she's willing to get from him, so she clarifies that she won't ask him for something that's too much of a burden. Her request is for him to pick her side. It's about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phenia and Lortel will begin. Lortel is getting started on her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phenia Elias Cloel is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the storyline, will rise to the position of Student Council President, control the Academy, and gain power. With that power, she is the main character who begins to dig up the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family in the fourth act. In the time when people in the Academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support won't change much. Lortel agrees since he's just a student, but explains that his reputation is improving in the Academy. However, she clarifies that she wants him on her side, not for political reasons, but for reasons that are private to her. Upon hearing that, Ed agrees to join her. Oddly, Lortel is always the person who devises plans and is known for having 1,000 faces. But for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because he promised to join her. The next morning, Ed wakes up early as usual and asks Lucy to light the fire as usual. During his long conversation with Lortel last night, she had told him about how his little sister had been preparing something. Lortel isn't sure if Tanya really sees him as an enemy of the family or just holds a light grudge against him like all siblings do, but she explains that she introduced her to a few people. That morning, Tanya arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed. She mentions that it's been a while and shows him a present she brought for him. She seems nervous or scared of him, but she's not carrying any ill intentions as he had expected. He wonders why she's scared and recalls that he must have lived a very terrible life in her eyes while at the estate. He realizes he has misjudged Tanya. When he gets up, she shrieks in fear, and he remembers a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food in Tanya's presence years ago. He recalls how she begged him to stop, but he condescended to her for feeling attachment to maids who were mere tools. In the present day, he thanks her for the present and promises to wear it at the start of the next semester. He also explains that he's been excommunicated and is no longer technically her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to go in, he signals her to sit by the fire and tells Lucy, who groggily sits by the fire, trying to figure out what universe she woke up in, to give the guests a seat. He soon comes out with a few drinks and asks Tanya about those she's been speaking with. She confesses that she's been talking to them about him, and when he mentions Janika's name, an expression of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janika is the kindest person he knows, and Tanya forcefully replies that she was truly kind. She mentions that Janika was very strong and summoned a high-level spirit fire lizard that threw all their workers around. To avoid him relaying the information to Janika, she eventually lies, saying that Janika was very kind and wished her luck in her school life. Ed asks her if Janika really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tanya lies that it didn't happen and that she didn't know what she was saying. At that point, Ed realizes why Tanya is being this awkward, so he decides to clear the air. He explains that he's living to the best of his abilities now and paying the price as someone who's been excommunicated. He accepts that he must have lived a terrible life at the estate and apologizes for the things he can't take back. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for student council president and promises to cheer her on. Even though he's saying this, he knows Tanya will not become president since she is a villain who is here to help Fenia, but he's attached to her since she's a relative. Shocked, she stares at him as if she had seen a ghost, and Ed doesn't know how their relationship will go judging from her expression. When she returns to her dorm in Opilus Hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still trash who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for talking badly about him, she realizes that Janika truly believes in Ed and is following him. But it's strange to her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's acting, so she hopes that his true nature is eventually exposed. As she trudges to her door, she spots an inelegant and unsophisticated human who is her next-door neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks her if she's Ed's younger sister and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady walks into her room, Tanya notices the golden nameplate on her door, which only the top students have, and is shocked that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. At this point, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Anis meets with Chief Maid Belle in the Rose Garden and asks her to introduce her to a handsome and distinguished boy since she must know many students. However, Belle knows she's not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she's always so busy and has no interest in dating. Unsure of what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, who she thinks shares similar attributes with Anis. Anis, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered they're more similar than she thought. She also found him to be quite thoughtful and considerate. When Belle probes further, Anis admits she feels a bit attracted to Ed and accepts that it's good news because it means Janika has truly found the one. Her plan is to rid herself of these feelings like a malignant tumor by finding another boy to replace him and making it known that they're dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janika has caught on to her feelings, but then corrects her, pointing out that finding another person just to replace Ed is incredibly disrespectful to the new person. Anis recounts how she ran into Janika yesterday, how awkward it was, and the dark expression Janika had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam, and she feels sorry for hurting Janika. However, Belle reassures her that it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it's true that Anis and Clara were simply trying to watch Janika's back, so her goody-two-shoes attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Anis opened up to her, and eventually Anis starts to feel better about her guilt. That evening, Ed walks around the camp and finds Janika waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build storage for himself and expand his living room space, but when he notices Janika's aloof expression, he pours her a cup of tea and asks her to talk to him. However, she refuses because she can't bring herself to say it, so he tells her she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear that and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow. Concerned that she may be struggling academically and looking like an animal backed into a corner, he can't bring himself to brush her off. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder, and they both warm each other in the cold. Meanwhile, Tanya recalls how the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and eldest daughter Arwen Roth-Taylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed once he gained power. becoming a pathetic piece of trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he spitefully reminded her that she could do nothing to him and forcefully handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she collapsed to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never hit her because they shared the same blood. Still, she couldn't save her family or the estate from him, making her life miserable, as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that remained was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming student council president elections. On the day of the new student's class assignment, Anis warns Ed to stay away from her because his advances won't work on her. He just watches her in confusion, certain she must have a reason for her actions. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire joins them as they prepare for the next exam alongside the other scholarship students. This class assignment exam is taking place on Oran Mountain, and Claire is in charge this time. Unlike previous exams where students had to find difficult-to-locate magic marbles, this time, there are easy-to-find magic stones. They aren't particularly hidden and don't have varying point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for A class as long as they find a stone and place it on the altar of substitution. That's the easy part. However, because she is the disciple of the ruthless Glast, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating countless monsters and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for A class, which is why she calls it the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, none of the new students make it to A class at Sylvania Academy this year. At least, that's the original scenario according to the gameplay, and it's crucial that no one advances to A class because it directly ties into an important future event in the game. That's precisely why Ed decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because no casualties occurred, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. This is because the students will be fighting imaginary monsters, summoned using a magical engineering device called the Vision Disc. There are standard Vision Discs, which summon apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. However, there are also Purple Vision Discs, which summon high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. This latter type ensures that no one will reach A class, and Anis is responsible for handling them. Because she struggles to carry them, Onyx offers to help, but she refuses. However, Lynn swoops in and signals for her to give him the purple disc. She instinctively jerks backward upon seeing him and mistakenly trips over a rock. To stop her from falling, Ed wraps a hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anis's hands and tumbles away, but they are lucky that Clebius catches it in time. Ed is relieved it didn't break but fails to notice Anis, who is nearly exploding due to the way he is holding her. However, Clebius doesn't notice the small crack on the disc, and moments later, it completely shatters in his hands. When Ed sees this, he immediately releases Anis, realizing that they've messed things up. Last year was the year that the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, and that was when he was supposed to beat Lucy and receive attention. But the scenario went wrong when Lucy beat him instead, leading to Janica going off the rails. The joint combat training for this year is equally important. The elite first years get to request combat training against the previous generations, and when the match begins, the first years go on a rampage against their seniors to win by any means possible. However, according to the storyline, they're all supposed to lose to Taylor alone. At that point, Taylor, who had gotten stronger during the year, becomes known to everyone. St. Clarice, who has also been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saintess and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act, Lucy's showdown, and what happens after. She has to help Taylor, so this class assignment exam has to follow the initial storyline to ensure that the elite first-year students can go crazy as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they'll go into a frenzy is that none of the students get placed in the A class, and that is because Assistant Professor Claire used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam harder. They all look at the broken circuit and realize that it's beyond repair. Anis feels devastated and apologizes for being careless, but Ed clarifies that apologizing won't bring back the purple disc. At this rate, there'll be too many A-class students, so he proposes a solution and chooses Clebius, who doesn't know what he's talking about, as the one they're going to use. At the Oran Mountain entrance, Tanya is happy to meet other noble students as her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, there is one peculiar person among them from the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. The other first-years bow to her, but she asks them to spare her the formalities to maintain the Academy's order. While she's speaking, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how much of an honor it is to meet her. The Saintess is happy to hear that Tanya is from the Roth-Taylor family, and comments that Crepin, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya replies that it was an honor and expresses her hope to be baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their assigned area, even though the goal for all of them is to get into A class. Everyone soon sprints toward A class, which affords them free student welfare activities, fame, tuition exemption, and access to Ophelis Hall. One redhead quickly finds a stone and rushes to place it on the altar before anyone else so he can secure A class. While he's talking, another student named Joseph runs past him and reminds him to stop yapping and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are too many magic stones on the mountain and figures there must be something else making the exam harder. She decides to conserve her energy, stay on guard, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl leaps up cheerfully, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused as to why she'd do that now of all times, but the girl doesn't see the issue. Tanya then becomes certain that the girl must have hit her head during the exam. Soon after, Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard members of the Roth-Taylor family hold high status. Tanya clarifies that not all of them do, as some are scoundrels, referring to Ed. Although Ed seemed reformed when she met him at camp, she believes he's hiding his true nature, which has ingrained deep fear in her over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks highly of Tanya and expresses deep respect. Finally, she introduces herself as Kylie Ekney, a country girl from a small city-state called Terranay Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya cuts her short and signals that they need to hurry since they're in an exam. Kylie agrees but explains that she's not too concerned about getting into A class because it would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she excitedly grabs her hand, thrilled to have a friend her own age for the first time, despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes after the exam begins, the redhead keeps going and is fairly certain he'll secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he calls a bastard. Eventually, he stops to rest due to exhaustion, but doesn't notice Clebius, who is transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a grueling punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Clebius why he suddenly popped up, saying it's unbecoming of a senior. Meanwhile, Clebius recalls how Ed had earlier explained that he and Anis would block new students from reaching the altar from halfway up, since only the strongest should be worthy of A class. In the present, Anis beats herself up for putting them in this situation and vows to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master of flight magic, is put in charge of safety, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam. Since everyone has their assigned roles, Ed decides to stay back and guard the altar. However, Claire is concerned because Ed still can't properly sense magic, but he assures her that he has something in mind. As Clebius pounds the students, Onyx arrives to retrieve those who have been knocked down. Meanwhile, Ed checks out the purple vision disc and realizes that completely fixing it will be difficult, especially since his magic hasn't returned yet. However, since they have a large stash of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them on the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first one, Mug, the spirit he contracted with, appears and tries to communicate with him, even though he still can't hear what it's saying. While Anis and Clebius stall for time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one gets past him. After several students are knocked down mercilessly, some try to warn the others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon, who menacingly approaches them. While that happens, Clebius notices an explosion behind him at the northern entrance, where Anis is stationed, but he's certain the explosion isn't from Anis's magic. Because he's distracted, the girls use the opportunity to run past him, so he chases after them. Although Anis, the top teacher assistant, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in academic and practical fields, she's just a little above average in combat. She's not an easy opponent for first years, but Joseph Whitefeltz is on a completely different level, unlike his sister, who had to work her ass off to become a top alchemy student. Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic, making him a genius. After she tells him to pass, Joseph tells her there's no need to be upset because he's certain she's talented in something other than fighting. However, Anis clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to go up. He moves forward, and Anis recalls that everything was going perfectly without a flaw, but she made it difficult by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she was unable to think of an alternative and left it to Ed, who had to lead the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and failing to block the northern entrance, But what frustrates her most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who had calmly taken charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Joseph reaches the altar and runs into Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he only needs to place the stone on the altar, even though he won't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there'd be no one left for the other students to fight if he successfully defeats Ed. When he doesn't get an answer, he assumes there's an alternative. But in truth, he's making small talk to buy time and assess his surroundings. When he spots the purple disc, he notices it's a different color, meaning it could be stronger. He also notes that Ed isn't emitting much mana and senses that he has used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve since he was the first visitor. Joseph prepares to blast him with fire, disappointed that Sylvania hadn't met his expectations. He releases a mid-rank particle explosion, which can hit hard if the target isn't ready. If Ed doesn't see the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he'll get hit. But Ed quickly evades it, proving he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes Ed will use fire magic, either the spell ignition or scorch. Based on Ed's hand placement, he predicts ignition, but the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, meaning Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to mid-rank. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield and remarks that it's a waste since it can't penetrate his defense. Battles between mages are usually determined by who has the higher mana reserve. Joseph, still unimpressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and won't be able to block his offensive magic once his mana runs out. Oddly, Ed transforms into a fire monster and informs him that while he can block spells with defensive magic, he can't block physical force. Our boy grabs him by the head, kicks him in the stomach, and smashes his jaw right after. He asks Joseph why he assumed he'd only face mages just because he himself is a mage. Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares a mid-rank ice attack but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic level ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he's trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Annoyed, Joseph quickly switches to fire, using the basic spell, Scorch. However, Ed walks through the flames again, using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his immunity to fire. Our boy charges through the fire and attempts to stab Joseph with a knife, but Joseph quickly casts a spell that blocks physical attacks. He's confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's, but Ed throws the knife at his shield and jumps back. It turns out that the knife is actually Mug, who had transformed. Ed signals the spirit to use a spirit formula known as Explosion. The explosion easily shatters the shield and sends Joseph tumbling several feet backward. Badly injured, Joseph remains certain that Ed's casting speed isn't faster than his, and deduces that he used a spirit formula, which also explains how he walked through the fire. Exhausted, Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife, conceding defeat. As soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph rushes forward with a mid-rank ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed, landing a solid hit on his jaw. After being punched, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who had spent his entire life researching magic, was able to make such an impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed, Marilda's spirit formula. It's the protection of the wind, which blows enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several feet into a nearby rock. Now more injured than before, Joseph finally accepts his loss. Ed commends his punch, and Joseph soon asks for his name. When Ed tells him, Onyx arrives to pick up the wounded boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Elka asks Jix why he joined the magic faculty. He's surprised by the question, so she mentions that he would have been the top student if he had joined alchemy or combat, and she feels bad that he gave up so much for her. However, Jix explains that he doesn't place much importance on being the top student. He admits he may have been the best in alchemy, but certainly not in combat, because the top student of the combat faculty is Clebius Northindale. Meanwhile, Clebius is knocked down by a terrible energy that completely stuns him. Kylie, who landed the hit, hopes she hadn't injured him, but Onyx quickly arrives to tend to him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes left, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar, where several other students lay unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, Saintess Clarice had two dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world, the woman in charge of the holy fire. After leaving the Telos Order, she called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window when the world went to sleep. The second dream Clarice had was about the outside world, which her only friend, Adele, whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could take classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and hug someone who loves her, rather than receiving countless prayers from believers who revered her. After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she traveled around the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she would share a deep hug with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her pure white life up to that point. Before leaving for Sylvania Academy, Archbishop Verdio reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise, to ensure she didn't reveal her identity. She assured him she'd be careful, and with the order's arrangement to divert attention from her, she was brought to the academy. In this form, no one paid any attention to her, and she enjoyed sitting on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saintess, except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise as it turns out that facing her brother is the final exam. Ed pleads with the girls to return, but then activates a gnarly aura and challenges them to step forward if they insist. The aura is incredibly strong, and Tanya feels that this level of power is impossible even for people who have trained in spirit magic their entire lives. It surpasses even graduate-level skills. Currently, spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 to 6 mid-rank spirits, but Tanya is shocked to see a high-level spirit, Marilda, behind him. After seeing that, Kylie proposes that surrendering is the rational choice, and Tanya recalls the trauma she suffered when facing another high-level spirit while meeting Janica. However, she can't accept the idea of running away from her brother again, just as she did in the past, so she refuses to give up. Tanya recalls how Ed was 2 years ago, and wonders how someone who couldn't even use elementary magic could suddenly summon a high-level spirit. She concludes that it must be a fake. She plans to defeat the real spirit behind him, assuming it must be weaker. But as she moves closer, the energy is so overwhelming that she has to accept the reality. She really might be facing a high-level spirit. After a series of attempts, the energy knocks both girls backward, and Kylie is shocked to learn that this person is Tanya's brother. Secretly, Kylie had a fantasy about noblemen, neatly groomed, with charming smiles and graceful manners. However, meeting Ed, she is shocked to see that this is the same person Tanya had spoken of so disdainfully. Eventually, Kylie gets up and signals to Tanya to go for the spirit's main body, as planned, while she acts as bait, since she can't die except in special cases. Tanya worries she'll get injured, but Clarice assures her that she'll do it. After all, Tanya had said Ed was truly a bad person, and Clarice is willing to protect her first friend at Sylvania. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed such absurd words, but she had witnessed Kylie's abilities during their fight with Clebius, and how effortlessly she deflected his attack. She wonders if Kylie possesses a special power as she watches her charge into the storm with tears in her eyes. The sudden action confuses Marilda, who immediately tries to smash Kylie into the ground, but Kylie's holy magic blessing is suddenly activated. The blessing manifests a mid-rank or above power that automatically defends against any hostile force attempting to harm her. The clash between the two forces knocks Kylie backward, though her shield still protects her. Ed asks if she thought she could make him give up, but he soon notices Tanya leaping at him from the side with a basic magic attack known as Emit. The attack knocks him away from the altar and onto the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she scans the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her, and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that the same person who once couldn't wield a sword properly now skillfully wields a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning, and as Tanya observes the arrows made of magic, she wonders if the person standing before her is truly Ed Rothtaylor. Realizing that nothing has changed since childhood, when he used to oppress her, tears fill her eyes because no matter how hard she tries, she still feels powerless. However, Ed acknowledges her efforts, commends her for working so hard, and apologizes for putting up such a fight. He explains that there is a reason behind his actions, and adds that she wouldn't have enjoyed the challenge if he hadn't resisted. As she listens, he praises her incredible performance, admitting that he would have given up if he were in her position. When she notices him wearing the gift she gave him, she realizes that something truly has changed about him. Ed reminds her that she should be proud that she fought till the end, even though it was an illusion caused by the purple disc vision. As she cries, he tells her she's impressive, but that doesn't seem to help as she keeps crying because she didn't get into Class A. Suddenly, Kyle hugs Tanya and cautions Ed to step back so she doesn't attack him. Suddenly, Claire calls out to Ed for help because Clebius is completely knocked out and the exam is over. However, Kylia notices that her voice is beginning to revert to its original tone, meaning her transformation magic is being undone. This must have happened when she pushed back and dropped the magic engineering item Verdio told her to carry. She begins to panic that her identity will be revealed and her school life will end, but Mug suddenly shows up with the magic item. Ed hands it to her and almost calls her by her title but quickly corrects himself. She looks at him in shock as he walks away to meet Claire. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed was able to return everything to the original storyline, except for one thing. One change that was created, even though it was quite meaningless, is that the Saintess's eyes, which were supposed to focus on Taylor, are now focused on Ed, because she noticed he almost referred to her by her title. While Ed lies on the ground, Matilda speaks to him about beauty that transcends generations and values, such as what is seen in the setting's nonsense. Ed, however, interjects that she's talking nonsense, so she protests that humans are unable to appreciate the moment, even though they live short lives. It turns out that Matilda wasn't just a vision, she was really there. But Ed didn't want to tell his sister. Matilda reminds him that he needs to learn how to appreciate small things, and Ed realizes she's a chatterbox, just like Janica told him. However, Matilda chastises him for always being thorough about everything and not paying attention to his well-being. Eventually, she spells it out for him. He needs to date someone who can help his well-being. To gain some credibility, she asks Mug if she's right. Mug agrees and even tells Ed to listen to Matilda, and at least pretend to agree. When Matilda asks what he means by pretend, the little guy apologizes for misspeaking and attempts to repent by offering up his death. Ed, tired of their yapping, throws Mug away and asks Matilda why Janica looked unhappy the last time he saw her. She asks him if he's worried but states that she can't tell him since Janica didn't want to tell him herself. However, she reminds him not to worry too much because even Janica needs to go through difficult seasons and grow from them, especially since the world isn't a fairy tale. Soon after, Matilda hurries them along so she doesn't consume all of his mana. She explains that she's an expensive spirit, and the only reason he was able to handle summoning her, apart from the mana stones he consumed recently, is because someone else was handling part of the mana load. She clarifies that a spirit like herself wouldn't contract with just one person, and Ed realizes he truly can't summon a high-level spirit for long. As he wonders whose mana it was, the answer becomes clear. Climbing to the top of a nearby structure, he finds Lucy and teases her about coming up here to take a nap. However, she clarifies that she didn't come here to sleep. She just didn't want to stay in the hut alone, so she took a walk that led her to the altar of substitution. The thing is, Ed knows that her coming here marks the final stage of the third act. Soon, the distrustful Saintess will begin to suspect the Order after she realizes the darkness of the Holy City. Then, Telos's apostles will come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice, and the characters in the Academy will decide to follow the Archbishop's orders since they don't know the whole story. In the end, everyone's swords will be pointed at the one girl trying to protect Arkan Island, Lucy, who is following her master's final will. Regardless of their insults, Lucy will not complain and will remain firm until she finally awakens. When that time comes, she will defeat all the main characters at Arkan Island and take down more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina will run out, and she will be defeated by Taylor, who has learned the final swordsman form. After the truth is revealed, everyone will learn why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles and realize she wasn't a villain after all. However, at that point, it will be too late to change anything. Perhaps it's her innate nature or because she felt they wouldn't have listened, but Lucy will keep everything to herself until the very end. Back in the present, Ed still plans to stop her. He can't handle sacrificing her just to keep the storyline intact. In a flashback to the past, the old man Glock explains to a younger Lucy that Sylvania will be able to overcome most trials on its own, but a time will come when a trial arrives that they cannot overcome. He pleads with her to lend them her strength, even if only for his sake. He told her of the events to come before they happened, and it felt terrible for her to lose her master and only family. Suddenly she leans over and places her head on Ed's legs. She tells him that she recently realized she gets lonely, so Ed decides to always inform her in advance whenever he plans to leave the hut. The next day, Clara returns from her trip home and reunites with her family. She gives Belle a gift she got for her. Clara, who is from a very wealthy noble family, ached to return and quickly heads out to see her friends, Annis and Janica, for a tea party since she hasn't seen them in a long time. Eventually, when she finds Annis and Janica, the table is awfully silent, and Clara wonders if the two had a fight. In all the years of their friendship, she's never seen this kind of tense atmosphere and wonders what she should say to lighten the mood. Before she can say anything, Janica finally asks Annis about the hug she received from Ed. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor builds a wooden wind-blocking wall and realizes that working on such low-rated items no longer raises his stats or production proficiency, so he considers looking for something new. He's doing this to prepare for strong winds, but he's soon approached by Belle, who has come to forcefully take Lucy. Belle explains that the Academy has implemented a new policy. Students in the dorms can only leave when absolutely necessary during snowstorms. Lucy whispers to Ed, asking for help, but Belle explains that there will be surveillance in the dorms to keep her in place. Despite Lucy's pleading, Ed doesn't flinch. Finally, Belle asks if he really thinks he can survive a week-long snowstorm in such an environment, because she doubts this kind of wind blocker will be enough. However, Ed explains that he's only setting this up to protect his supplies, but he used twine to secure his hut's roof and tie it to the ground. Since he plans to focus on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library during the storm, he assures her that he has another place to stay. When Ed notices the worry on Belle's face, he urges her to speak, but she only wishes him the best of luck and says nothing. Meanwhile, after Janica accuses Anis of hugging Ed, Clara turns to Anis in shock. Backed into a corner, Anis says nothing, while Clara tries to clarify that there must be a misunderstanding. To break the tension, Anis admits that she did flirt with Ed and apologizes. She explains that she didn't find him trustworthy because he looked like a playboy, so she was trying to get to know him. When Janica hears that, she asks Anis if she's lying, but Anis assures her that Ed isn't even her type since he looks like a thug and is quite rash. At that point, Janica stops her from speaking poorly about Ed, so Anis apologizes for flirting with him without talking to her. However, Janica, now crying, asks Anis why she's doing things she never asked her to, making her so worried she couldn't even sleep one night because her precious friend betrayed her. She's also distressed that she's not in a position to be betrayed because she doesn't even know where she stands. But Anis assures her that from what she's seen, she's more than a friend to Ed. After hearing that, Janica protests that it wasn't right for Anis to assess Ed like she did, but since she did it for her, there's no reason to be mad. She thanks Anis for being honest that she doesn't have feelings for Ed, and Clara is relieved because she was afraid Anis had fallen for him. Suddenly, Janica rushes away when she realizes she hasn't been to the northern forest in a while. With Clara and Anis left alone, Anis asks Clara to introduce her to a man, but when she realizes that's not enough, she decides to break the stereotype by asking Clara to date her. Confused, Clara just watches as Anis rambles. When Clara doesn't respond, Anis plans to kill her feelings by avoiding Ed once the Academy Scholarship student work ends after the break. However, she's devastated to learn that the Academy Scholarship students will continue working as student assistants when she returns, because they were quite proficient. Becoming student assistants will grant them more scholarships and other privileges, but to Anis, it sounds like a nightmare. Going through Ed's magic power details, he finds that he can now learn intermediate magic. He has 4 spirit slots, with Mug in one and Marilda in the other. When Janica arrives at the camp, she informs him that he needs to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Ed comments that she looks back to normal since she seemed rather sad the last time she visited, but Janica pretends not to remember. Her reaction makes Ed smile as he realizes Janica makes him loosen up. She's the only third year he can truly call a friend. Soon after, Janica mentions that she knows about his contract with Marilda, but she finds it strange since it's too early for him to handle a high-level spirit. However, Ed is up front and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glast gave him, informing her of his future plans. When she realizes he can't use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a mid-level spirit will be difficult for him right now. It turns out that Ed's magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica congratulates him for making a contract with a high-level spirit, as it's rare among spirit sorcerers. Finally, she asks if he plans to stay in the Spirit Library through the snowstorm and comments that he works quite hard. In response, Ed teases her, saying she works even harder since she's the top student. He mentions that people will probably pay attention to her in the upcoming Student Council President elections. Regardless, Janica responds that she intends to stay neutral during the elections. She asks if Tanya is also running and whether he's close to his sister. Ed admits he can't say so confidently since he's been excommunicated, but that doesn't change the fact that they're related, and he plans to maintain a good relationship with her because he cares about her. Hearing that, Janica concludes that Tanya's reaction was just sibling rivalry. Suddenly she grabs his hand, and with tears in her eyes, she asks if there's something Tanya would like as a gift or food she enjoys. At that moment, Ed realizes Janica must have done something wrong to Tanya and is trying to make up for it. However, Janica insists she didn't do anything. Ed just keeps staring at her, knowing she's a terrible liar, and soon, the guilt overwhelms her into confessing. However, Ed doesn't think it's such a serious issue. Meanwhile, Kylie is informed that the storm will begin in the morning, and that leaving the dorms will not be allowed except for special reasons. As she hears this, she can't help but recall the terrifying sight of Ed, the third-year student she saw a few days ago. But more than that, she feels uncomfortable, especially when he almost called her by her honorifics, making her wonder if he knows her secret. Now, in her true form, she places the form-changing magic engineering item by her side, worrying about how hard she worked to lead a normal academy life. If even one outsider discovers her identity, her academy life will end. It wasn't hard for her to gather information on Ed because she overheard Joseph scolding the red-haired boy about failing to get close to the altar. Joseph mentioned that Ed isn't human at all and that he heard Ed built a hut in the northern forest where he lives. The only problem is that she can't go there since students won't be allowed to leave once the storm begins. And once the snowstorm ends and spring arrives, the new semester will begin, leaving her with no chance to seal his lips or do anything else. She soon opens her window, but fear grips her. The fear of Ed, the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the world's beauty, but she decides she must experience it for herself. So, she jumps out the window with the form-changing item in her hands. Landing on the ground, determined not to lose the freedom she fought for, she heads to meet Ed, to ensure he isn't planning anything. Meanwhile, in the academic building, Klebius recalls how his eyes have long adapted to the dark, because darkness is all he's ever known. The most vivid memory he has is of his brother, who stayed by his side even when everyone in the household avoided him, especially the memory of when he stabbed him through the heart. After the break ends, Claire asks him if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time, even though he liked the good treatment. From the way he's talking, Claire suspects that another lab is trying to scout him, but she soon gets him to agree to take the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, Ed feels like he is trained to the limits of what he can handle. During the break, he was able to concentrate on training and increase his stats in the advanced crafting skill slot for spirit formula infusion and magic engineering. He has improved both advanced skills enough to be considered his specialties, and he plans to spend the remaining week working on them in the library to use them more effectively. As he climbs out, he recalls that he gave Jix some money to clean up the mess in the library with a bit of magic, but Jix had even helped organize the books by theme and title. For that to happen, it seems he got some help from Elka, even though he had told him it was a secret. He'll have to find a way to repay them later. He picks a book from the shelf and decides to focus on a few formulas instead of trying to learn hundreds, aiming to create at least one legendary magic engineering item. After that, he plans to craft a few more to raise his magic engineering skills, and then make other rare items once he masters the basics. While working on his plans, he reaches into his bag but doesn't find the items he needs. It seems he left them in the hut, so he's forced to return in the storm to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Kylie pushes through the painful storm, and eventually finds the river in the northern forest that Joseph mentioned. She checks the map she brought and tries to pinpoint the hut's location. At this point, she feels like she's on an adventure. Clarice is not weak. She's more talented than most mages, and her holy magic is even stronger than others. The holy magic's blessing ensures that anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she encounters a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed. Regardless, she feels a certain fear when it comes to Ed, especially because he may have been baptized by the Telos Order since he was the successor to the Roth-Taylor household. The issue is that the holy magic's blessing does not harm those who have been baptized by the Order. However, there should be no reason for him to harm her. She just needs to be certain that he doesn't know who she is. Soon after, she reaches his door and tries to push it open, but it won't budge. When she forces it open, she notices a small pot filled with blood placed behind it, and her force spills its contents onto the ground. She stands there, confused, but soon becomes afraid when she sees a wild boar tied nearby. There's blood everywhere and fear grips her. Has she entered hell? As if that's not enough, she soon hears footsteps and quickly hides. Moments later, someone steps through the open door and notices the blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Kylie hides, trembling, as the person approaches her hiding spot and pulls out a huge knife from one of the drawers. Trying to muffle her whimpering, she accidentally hiccups, and the person turns toward her, asking who she is. While she stammers, Ed recognizes her and calls her name in confusion. Surprised, he asks what she's doing here and why she's shaking. However, Kylie, overcome with fear, releases a divine holy magic explosion toward him, an attack that nullifies most of the opponent's magic while inflicting physical damage. The blast hits Ed, launching him backward and sending him crashing through a bookshelf. When she sees that he's been severely injured, she falls to her knees, trembling, realizing she didn't mean to kill him. In tears, she prays to Telos, believing she has committed a grave sin. She was supposed to live a life of purity, but now she is stained with sin. Pledging to burn in the depths of hell to atone, her prayer is abruptly interrupted by an angry Ed, who walks up to her and asks if she's kidding him. Shocked to her bones, the spirit within her seems to leave her, and she faints on the spot. Meanwhile, in Ophilus Hall, the chief maid is summoned when it is discovered that Kylie is missing. Belle is one of the few people aware of Kylie's true identity, as the Order decided the person in charge should know what's going on. The nation would be in an uproar if they knew the Saintess had disappeared into a snowstorm. But Belle stays calm, determined to handle the situation discreetly, especially since the Saintess possesses the holy magic's blessing. To avoid reducing the staff required to maintain the hall, Belle decides to search for the Saintess alone. Before heading out, a maid informs her that a witness last saw Kylie heading toward the northern forest. Hearing this, Belle realizes that Kylie is heading toward Ed's territory. The same Ed who is strangely blessed with women. Worse, it's a snowstorm, and a man and a woman left alone together, forced to rely on each other until rescued, doesn't sound like a good situation. The imagery in her mind makes her uneasy, so she rushes out, knowing she must find them as soon as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the forest who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. These were the rumors among the students, but Belle knew the truth. She knows he's a pretty considerate person, and he faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women who approach him, which makes him worth trusting. But the thought of relationships getting more complicated by adding the Saintess to the mix worries Belle, especially because she's certain that Ed doesn't know Kylie's true identity. When she enters through the door, she finds a dazed Kylie with Ed, who looks severely injured. Confused, Belle asks what happened, so he explains. Afterward, Belle informs him that she has to take Kylie back soon so the snowstorm doesn't get too intense for them to pass through. Ed knows why the Saintess came all this way, but it goes against the storyline since her identity is supposed to be revealed much later. It's not time for that yet, but he knows Kylie is unsure of him. He apologizes for his rude behavior and pleads with her to put the chair down, but he accidentally calls her Saintess. Kylie puts the chair down but recoils again when both women realize Ed just called her that. The Saintess asks if he already knew, and he mentions that he's a baptized follower of the Telos Order and was able to recognize her up close when her spell was undone. Within himself, he plans not to change his decision to avoid getting involved with the main characters. However, at this point, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected, so it's better to let her know he's aware of her identity so she's no longer anxious. To help her, he explains that he understands she must have hidden her identity because she's tired of living without restraint. Before she can reply, he asks her what she thinks of the kind of life he's living in the forest. After hearing his question, she reasons that Ed isn't living a life of freedom. It looks more like survival. It seems there is a light and dark side to everything, and Ed's life is the dark part of freedom. However, Ed apologizes for being so rash, explaining that he spoke that way because he felt no one else would say it to her. Shortly after, he asks them to leave, so Belle takes the Saintess back to the hall. As they head back, the Saintess plans to enjoy a delicious soup in a warm room, while Ed will keep smelling blood and enduring the harsh reality of the storm. She had never imagined that the person who stood against the students at the altar would be living this kind of life. He had destroyed her idea of freedom, but she still respects him nonetheless. While they're leaving, Belle notices the Saintess looking back and hopes she hasn't also fallen for Ed, but she's not certain. Soon after, spring comes and the Laplace bakery opens again. Lortel meets Ed at the bakery, securing a seat for them without reservations because she supplies them with goods, and they can't refuse since she runs a monopoly. She finds it amusing, but Ed doubts the baker does. Later, Lortel explains that there was a bit of an error in the distribution process due to the snowstorm. The bakery had ordered a bunch of supplies they didn't need beforehand, but canceled all their orders when the storm got closer. It was unethical for them to monopolize food that could have gone to other businesses by placing fake orders, so Lortel had to handle it. While they chat, the baker returns to beg Lortel to change her colleagues' minds about limiting orders, as it will affect the bakery. However, Lortel ignores him and simply asks Ed if he'd like to walk her to her afternoon class. Ed notices Lortel's cold attitude toward the bakery. She explains that she doesn't want to be harsh, but the snowstorm cut off their main distribution base, and funds are tight at the moment. Ed accepts her explanation, so she reassures him that she's an expert in managing money and will ensure the company's funds aren't wasted because that's what it takes to run a business. Suddenly, she notices he isn't carrying his textbook, so he explains that he'll have to run to the library to borrow one, but running is good for his health. That surprises her since the textbook isn't expensive, so she asks why he doesn't just buy one. When she thinks about it more, she realizes that textbooks aren't actually cheap for most students, so she asks him how much it costs. Seeing her pull out her purse, Ed replies that he appreciates the offer, but it's not necessary. Soon after, she mentions that the student council election is approaching, but she won't run for a position because the trading company is her priority. However, she wants someone who likes her to become student council president, so she suggests Ed run for the position, promising to support him. Ed refuses, so Lortel asks if his sister is running, especially since she doesn't want to suck up to Princess Phenia if she becomes president. However, it will be hard for Tanya to win, even if all the top students support her, because the gap between her and the princess is too large. Hearing that, Ed realizes Lortel is right. It makes more sense for the princess to become president. Tanya, on the other hand, does almost anything to get votes, no matter how desperate, but she can't close the gap and will eventually lose by an overwhelming margin. Suddenly, Lortel asks if Ed supports the princess. He confesses that he leans more toward Tanya. That answer makes Lortel happy, because most people admire Princess Phinia, and she was worried he might be the same. Lowering her head, she asks if he knows she likes him, admitting that she almost got jealous. In a vulnerable moment, she places her hand on his chest, but isn't sure if her attempt works, since Ed doesn't say anything. Regardless, she rests her head against his chest and suggests checking his heartbeat. Immediately, Ed pushes her away. Lortel protests, asking if she did something wrong. Ed responds that she didn't, but he doesn't plan to date anyone until he graduates. Hearing that, Lortel asks if he plans to date after graduation, but he doesn't reply. Happy that she's gained some insight, she rejoices. Graduation isn't too far off, and she's eager to see if he can keep rejecting her. While she talks, Ed remains silent, thinking about how graduating safely isn't an easy goal. The main character must defeat the final boss at the end of the story to restore peace, allowing him to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the Order, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the protagonist in order for him to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon. In other words, Taylor must grow as the storyline intends and make allies. The class placements went as planned, and Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well. Even though he feels bad for Tanya, Phinia will become the council president, allowing the storyline to return to normal so he can rest easy. However, despite Ed's expectations, the scenario is already breaking down, because Princess Phinia suddenly wakes up one day and decides she doesn't want to run for council president after all. Meanwhile, Clebius freaks out because a first-year student had sent him a duel request form and wonders why they didn't pick someone else. He's the first person the student sent the form to, and he begins to curse about his damned life and why it has to be him that this person wants to duel. While that is going on, this first-year student also goes to inform Jix that he'd like to duel with him. When Jix asks why, the guy says he'd like to learn from him, but Jix tells him not to give some shallow reason like that. When the guy hears that, he comes out plain that he'd like to prove his worth. Jix asks him why he needs the duel since he's already claimed the position of top student in his year. But the boy protests that being top student doesn't mean much since he's just a first year. However, since Janica is the top student of all the third years, Drake is the top student of the Faculty of Combat, and Ed is popular among the first-year Faculty of Magic, he plans to duel against them all. But, to follow the proper order of things, he sent a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year Faculty of Combat, but it seems like he's avoiding it. The guy plans to win against him and then duel with Elvira, the top of the Faculty of Alchemy, before dueling with Jix. Jix wonders why he's next when he's not a top student, so the guy explains that the top student of the second-year Faculty of Magic, Lucy, is out of the question, so that's why he chose Jix. Intrigued, Jix tells the boy he's self-centered, and it seems that the first lesson he needs to be taught in Sylvania is that he's not always right. The guy informs Jix that he doesn't think it'll be easy to defeat him, but Jix responds that what he means is that he won't even get to fight him, Janica, or Ed, because he won't even be able to defeat Clebius. That statement annoys the first-year student, but Jix tells him to learn to perceive reality properly if he wants to defeat him. Shortly after, Jix steps out and runs into Ed, who thanks him for his help in the library. Jix soon informs him about Wade, the first-year student who's sending out duel requests to all the top students. Interestingly, Ed already knows that Wade Callermore's challenges will go on from Act 3, Episode 3, to Episode 5. In the third episode, Wade, who is a skilled swordsman and the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, was able to easily become the top student in his year. Unsatisfied, he goes on to challenge his seniors, and in the end, he defeats them all with ease, even Jix. Jix had already been exhausted going into the fight, so it was kind of unfair, but it still ended in a loss. Wade's rampage, which seemed like it wouldn't end, was eventually stopped by Taylor, who had improved over the year. Jix asks Ed if he'd like to check Wade out at the welcome party for the first years that night. But Ed turns down the offer because he already knows what Wade looks like. As he walks away, he notices that the refreshing atmosphere of the school is giving him more energy. Meanwhile, Jix wonders if he should have told him about something else he's noticed. Since he's in the same grade as Phinia and sees her often, he's noticed she's been looking rather down recently. But whenever he's talking to someone and Ed is brought up, she always listens. Sometime later, Jix intentionally calls the name Edward, but focuses on the Ed part, and he notices how the princess jolts back to look at him. However, Jix decides he can always tell Ed later, especially after he's looked into the matter more. Because it's spring, the scenery of the northern forest soon becomes warm. Lucy, who's chilling on the hut's roof, chases away butterflies that are disturbing her while Janica teaches Ed and compliments his improvement. She explains that he should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit now, and adds that it would be unbelievable that he did this in 1 year. Janica seems to be in her teacher mode, so to play along, Ed comments that he was able to because he has a great teacher. Surprised by the comment, she replies that usually he'd have to climb mountains and valleys to find a spirit whose mana flow matches him well. When Ed protests that he didn't think about mana flow when he made a contract with Marilda, Janica explains that that is because he matches well with fire and wind elements. She suggests that he look into a spirit that's not also wind or fire, and he considers that she's right because finding another element would make it easier for him to respond to various situations. When Ed realizes it will be pretty difficult to find this spirit, Janica responds that most people consider finding their mid-rank spirit a work of fate. However, she helps him first connect and then concentrate his mana into his eyes, allowing him to see the myriad of mid-rank spirits that Janica had chosen for him. When he sees them, he wonders if she doesn't get distracted with all these spirits around. But Janica responds that they like her and she always talks to them all. However, his job is to pick out one of them, so the spirits come forward to introduce themselves one by one. While Ed checks them out, he notices Mug rating them too and wonders what he's judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit. However, our boy feels a bit weird, so Janica asks him what's wrong. He responds that it's nothing, but inside, he hopes to meet his spirit by fate too and wonders if they're using the right method. That night, a welcoming festival is organized for all the first-year students. It's pretty meaningful for the new students. But the organizers soon find out that Janica and Lucy, the top students for the third and second years, were unable to attend due to personal reasons. The faculty became worried that the festival would be unenjoyable because of their absence, but it didn't eventually have any impact because the dignified Princess Phinia attended. The first years were quite afraid to speak to someone of royal blood, including the nobles. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event, and that was the top student of the first year, Wade Callermore, who's from one of the 3 greatest swordsman households. They both play a game of chess, and Princess Phinia commends Wade's skill, even though she eventually wins. While they talk, she mentions that she thought she was the best at reading people, but she's found out that she was wrong. Kicking Ed Rothtailor was only a small concern to her initially. However, he saved Janica, made a home in the forest, and as more time passed, his presence grew bigger until even the incoming students spoke highly of him. As his presence in the school grew, her mistake also grew bigger. She understands that she can be wrong sometimes, but for some reason, she keeps acting like a child by evading her problems, which means that nothing will be resolved. Suddenly, while enjoying the game, she finds new strength and decides that she cannot run from her problems forever. She decides to take 4 days to resolve everything and then go to Ed's hut in the northern forest and talk freely with him. After that realization, she felt refreshed until the morning of the 3rd day, when the news of Ed Rothtailor's death reached her ears. Sometime later, Tanya writes a letter to her father, as she always does, talking about how there are many things she's not used to while living away from home. She mentions the busy schedule, how she's made a few school friends, how she's been working toward the goal she told him about before she left, and her plan to become the youngest student council president. She explains that she's worried because she heard Princess Phinia will be running for president too, but she'll try her best. She also adds that she's met with Lortel, and negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon. Finally, she talks about how she met Ed, noting that he seems to have become hardworking and diligent, as if he's a completely different person. She recalls a dream from her childhood where her older sister Arwen held one of her hands, while the other person was either her father or Ed, back when he wasn't much of a scoundrel. She suggests that he's either turned over a new leaf or returned to the way he was before, and she ends the letter. After reading through the letter, Crepin holds a deadly poisoned sword, capable of killing with even a slight graze. Soon after, he hands it to a butler and informs him that he's sent a response to Tanya to assist her with the student council president elections and the negotiation for the grimoire's purchase. He has decided to send her a trustworthy subordinate, to whom he also hands the poisonous sword. Normally, sending a subordinate into Sylvania isn't allowed, but since this is for business purposes, the academy has to permit it. After dismissing the men so they can set off for Sylvania, Crepin removes his gloves, exposing a very red-colored hand with eyes on it. The eye is of the highest-ranked magic called Cause and Effect, which allows him to see the results of any action he sets in motion. He places his hands on a round ball, which drains a significant amount of his mana. He can't use it often for that reason, but the method is tremendously powerful. Suddenly, a vision appears before him, one of his subordinates driving the poisoned sword through Ed's stomach, then dropping him off a cliff as Janica rushes to save him. Crepin doesn't consider this the best plan, but he views it as a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya considers how popular Princess Phinia is, and realizes her chances of winning against her are nearly zero. As she thinks about giving up, Jix walks past and asks if she's heard of elemental studies training. Noticing her expression, he asks what's bothering her and suggests they have tea with Elka later. Meanwhile, the other girls in their class fawn over Jix, whom they consider the strongest person in the academy, impressed that he's talking to Tanya. Later, Lortel shows up in Tanya's classroom to set a time for their negotiation meeting. Her classmates are also impressed that she just spoke with an executive from the elite trading company. Shortly after, Lucy Merrill, known as the academy's greatest genius, greets Tanya while passing by. The other students are amazed by Tanya's high-profile connections, noting how she never boasts about them. Tanya overhears her classmates' chatter and uses it to motivate them, encouraging everyone to work hard to become exceptional students. As she steps out, she realizes her status within the academy has risen drastically in the past few days, even though she hasn't done anything. The only reason she's receiving this treatment is that she's Ed's younger sister. She had always thought of him as trash, but now she feels like the trashy one. The overwhelming realization unsettles her, but she's soon distracted when two of her father's subordinates, Kadek and Knox, arrive to greet her after a long time. She's glad to see them and appreciates her father's thoughtfulness. Kadek informs her that he'll be gathering information on the grimoire's market price and the trading company's funding to facilitate negotiations. Meanwhile, Knox explains that he's here to assist with the student council president election. When he suggests gathering intel on Fenia, Tanya stops him, revealing that they've received news that Princess Fenia will no longer be running for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Janica and Ed have a drink together when she mentions hearing an announcement that the princess is withdrawing from the election. The news surprises him, so he asks if the announcement is final or still subject to change. The final boss of Act 4 is Crepin Rothtailor, known to the world as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothtailor family. However, only Princess Fenia recognizes his true darkness. With her influence in the imperial family and the academy, she is the only ally who can lead the fight against Crepin. Her withdrawal from the election is a major problem. Suddenly, Janica walks up to Ed and tells him she has a feeling he's about to do something reckless again. She protests that she can't bear the thought of him getting hurt and bleeding on his own while she remains unaware. To avoid making things harder for himself, she offers to help him. In response, he admits that he believes it would be better if Princess Fenia became student council president. Janica finds this odd, considering that the princess has always been mean to him and that Tanya is his sister. As they talk, Jix approaches and jokingly remarks that they're being scandalous in broad daylight because of how Janica is holding Ed. Apologizing for interrupting their quality time, he mentions that he thinks he knows why Princess Fenia withdrew from the election. Embarrassed, Janica quickly lets go of Ed, but Jix pays her no mind and explains that Fenia is like an alpha wolf that has lost her pack. Because she made the wrong decision, her pack died, and now she has lost her confidence and is incapable of acting. Before leaving, he casually mentions that it's going to rain tomorrow, so they should prepare accordingly. After Jix leaves, Ed reflects on how Jix's animal-like instincts often surpass human senses. The worst possibility he considers is that Princess Fenia has lost all hostility toward the Rothtailor family. He wonders what he should do. While he's deep in thought, Janica remarks that the rain will be perfect for training the water spirits, and suggests they head to the northern cliff tomorrow to train a mid-rank spirit. Her words make Ed smile, and he decides to focus on what they can handle for now. Meanwhile, Lucy, lounging on a rooftop as usual, wonders if it's really going to rain. Suddenly, something occurs to her, so she jumps down to light a fire. Later, Ed returns home, reasoning that the rain will make it harder to go out, so he hopes it passes quickly. Shortly after, the rain begins, extinguishing Lucy's fire. The next day, the rain continues as Ed and Janica head to the northern cliff to train a water spirit. Mug, snuggled in Ed's coat, is excited to visit the coast, even though it's desolate and far out. Mug thinks it was an excellent choice to contract with the mid-ranking water spirit, Leisha. As they talk, two men approach them. Ed immediately aims his mana arrow at them, but Kadek greets the young master, claiming that it's an honor to see him again. These two are the mid-bosses of Act 4's final chapter, subordinates responsible for the darkness within the Rothtailor family. They're veterans who have been part of the Rothtailor family's history all their lives, and they're Crepin's right-hand men. Although Ed should be happy to see them, he doesn't feel quite excited for some reason. When Kadek calls him young master, Ed replies that he's thankful he still calls him that despite his excommunication. Furthermore, Kadek mentions that they've come under Master Crepin's order to assassinate him, but they've decided to repent. As they kneel down, Kadek explains that the family's vassals harbor great hatred toward him, which is why they plan to assassinate him. However, after investigating his new life, they've discovered that he has changed and returned to his true self as the heir. While kneeling, Knox declares that they'll explain everything to Crepin and plead for Ed to become the heir of the Rothtailor family once again, to restore the family's glory to the world. Suddenly, Ed tells them to stop with the bullshit. Both men smirk when they realize Ed has seen through their plan. Kadek commends Ed's growth, rushes at him with a poisoned dagger, and sends sword strikes of wind ahead of himself. However, Ed, who knows his fighting style, quickly dodges the windsword strike, but he's soon ambushed by Knight Nox, who wields a flaming mace. Quickly, Ed rolls out of the way to avoid the flames and strikes at the men with a water attack, which Caddock easily blocks with his daggers. While they're fighting, Nox asks Ed if he remembers someone named Meliana, the poor child who lost vision in one of her eyes for his amusement. Meliana turns out to be Nox's daughter, and he is clearly fighting with the rage from that experience. Deeply angry, he blasts Ed with fire, but is shocked when Ed completely protects himself with a shield. Our boy doesn't flinch and admits to what he did but reminds Nox that revenge is useless. He explains that only emptiness lies at the end of vengeance, but Nox, enraged, smashes his shield, unwilling to hear it from someone like him. As Ed moves backward, Caddock retorts that even though Ed has grown, it'll be impossible to block Nox's magic-infused mace. He's dodging well, but he'll die the moment he gets hit, especially since the bow he's carrying is hindering him. The struggle continues as Ed desperately avoids Nox's attacks. Seeing that Ed's movements are becoming sloppy, Nox charges at him with his mace, sensing he has nowhere left to run. As Nox is about to land the final blow, Ed agrees that he's out of options, but Nox is suddenly stabbed in the back by a dagger. The attacker turns out to be Mug. Shocked, Caddock wonders if Ed has used telekinesis or spirit formula, but he soon realizes that Ed had only been using basic magic to force them into attacking while he prepared a counter. Suddenly, Ed tells Mug to trigger the divine explosion, and he does, spilling Nox's blood everywhere. While the explosion is still happening, Ed quickly fires 2 mana arrows at Caddock, who can't comprehend how the boy is still attacking inside an explosion. Soon after, our boy emerges through the blast, using his blessing of recovery that grants him immunity to flames. Surprised, Caddock asks how a scoundrel like Ed has grown so strong in such a short time, but reminds him to aim for vital points next time. Suddenly, Caddock unleashes a barrage of wind attacks that knock Ed backwards several feet toward Nox's body. It seems Nox had used his own body as a shield to protect his vital points from the explosion. Enraged, Caddock charges in to end the fight. While he's still in the air, the water spirit Lycia ambushes Caddock from behind, completely enveloping his head in water to make him choke. The attack forces Caddock to drop his dagger, and he struggles to breathe. Suddenly, Nox, who seemed to be dead, grabs the poisoned dagger and leaps toward Ed from behind. Normally, burns and stab wounds like his would easily render most unconscious. But as a battle-hardened veteran knight, Nox remains conscious, a factor Ed hadn't accounted for. As the knife inches toward Ed's face, he realizes his mistake, but Marilda immediately activates his protection of the wind skill, which blows enemies back when an unexpected attack occurs. The blast of wind strikes Nox, but instead of launching him backward, it only dazes him, causing him to collapse. On his knees, Nox asks Ed to finish things quickly, but Ed grabs his hands and tells him he's the one who should be making that request. Ed acknowledges that the two of them would only be here if his father truly wanted him dead, meaning he is destined to die regardless. He concludes that killing them won't end this, so he'd rather die here. He informs Nox that his death would only leave emptiness, but it wouldn't be meaningless, because at least Nox wouldn't live shackled by revenge anymore. He offers this as a small gift for his loyalty to the Roth-Taylor family, so Nox pushes the knife through his stomach. Soon after, Janica arrives, apologizing for being late because her class ended later than usual. As soon as she reaches the scene, she sees Nox pushing Ed's body off the cliff and rushes toward him, but she's too late to catch him. Nox realizes they're in trouble because there's a witness. Suddenly his body becomes immobilized, and he doesn't understand what's happening. A strange energy bursts from Janica's body, and the seasoned warrior, who thought he had seen everything on the battlefield, realizes there are things he has never encountered before. He soon beholds the summoning of the highest-level spirit, one even stronger than a high-level spirit, of which only one exists per element in the natural world, and only one girl who can execute it. She turns to him, bloodlust in her eyes, and asks if he understands what he just did. A giant white circle appears, which not many people can understand. This is the summoning of the highest-ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, the sun that scorches the earth. It possesses a tail larger than the imperial city, and is the one who burned down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. This is the highest-rank fire spirit, Teorphus. Even summoning just one of his hands would be enough to burn all the northern forest to ashes, and Nox doesn't even know whether to be in awe or afraid. It is clear that what comes next for him is absolute death. When Janica turns to him again to ask if he understands what he just did, he starts choking on his spit. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat covers him and begins burning his skin. Out of nowhere, Marilda appears behind him, shielding him from the heat wave, and urges him to run. When she repeats the instruction, it makes no sense to him why she's helping him, but she insists he must survive and report everything he has seen and experienced. Severely injured, Nox crawls away from the site. Annoyed, Janica demands to know what Marilda is doing and orders her to move. Marilda refuses and explains that she wasn't the one who summoned Teorphus, urging Janica to think about it carefully. In a flashback, Lortel asks Ed how his magic engineering is going, since she had given him some magic engineering items and ingredients before. Actually, all Ed did throughout the break was train his magic engineering skills, and his efforts were so successful that he managed to create a legendary rank engineering item. The item he created was Delheim's Hourglass, which reverts all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. However, it is a one-time use item. As Ed crawls out of the water onto shore, he recalls how he reversed the effects of falling off the cliff and the poisonous dagger. Since he only reversed time by a few seconds, the injuries he sustained earlier remain, but the salt water that seeped into his wounds is causing his temperature to drop rapidly. He had summoned Marilda because the situation at the top of the cliff seemed abnormal, but he doesn't know how things turned out because of how injured he is. This legendary item shouldn't exist in the third act, and he never expected to use it this early. His long-term efforts now seem wasted. However, at least he survived. To him, Crepin's cause and effect determination magic is extremely troublesome. Even if he were to defeat Katic and Nox and survive, Crepin could repeatedly use his enormous mana pool to find a future where Ed truly dies. That's why he needed to die once. So Crepin would lose interest in him for a while, believing him to be dead. He figures that the only reason the Academy would allow the subordinates inside would be to help Tanya with her election and purchase the grimoire. After that, they would have to leave. In the meantime, he'll have to live like a dead man. He can survive, but the issue is that his body isn't moving well. While lying on the ground, a fire spirit belonging to Janica finds Ed, which brings him relief. Before he can say anything, Janica jumps on him, hugging him tightly and pushing him to the ground. Happy, Ed apologizes to Janica for always making her worry and hugs her back. Later, he explains to her that it's better for him to stay hidden until the election ends. To help, Janica promises to bring him essential supplies and daily tools. When he mentions that his injuries hurt, she quickly removes her hands from around his neck and apologizes for hugging him so tightly. Meanwhile, Lucy hides under the hut's covering, watching the falling rain. Although it seems like she's doing nothing, she's practicing the art of waiting. Normally, Ed would walk through the forest grass, and once he confirmed the fire had gone out, he'd kick the wooden reinforcements to ensure they were sturdy. Then, he'd put away all the clothes drying on the line, place rust-prone tools under the tent, greet Lucy, and sit at his desk to read a magic engineering book. Meanwhile, Lucy would always sit near the fire and sleep while listening to the rain and the sound of Ed flipping through his books. Suddenly, she detects mana laced with the scent of blood but chooses to ignore it. Eventually, she heads out to investigate and runs into subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family. When Nox spots her, he asks for help, claiming he tripped in the forest and that his partner was mauled by a wild animal. However, much to Nox's confusion, Lucy's eyes light up, and she offers to let him live if he tells her the truth about what he was doing in the forest. Meanwhile, some guards discover the seal of the deadly poison dagger, an advanced seal so rare that one might only see it once in a lifetime. The lead guard laments that these kinds of incident reports always happen during his shift. However, from the traces on the dagger, he deduces that it was used to kill someone. Considering the fall from the cliff, finding the body will be difficult, especially after the rain stops. The man turns to Janica, who explains that she was on her way to meet Ed to practice spirit sorcery. But when she arrived, he had already been stabbed. He asks if she saw the culprit, and she confidently states that it was the subordinates sent from the Roth-Taylor house. The guard proposes that he will speak to the dean in the morning, but before he can finish his sentence, Lucy appears. Janica immediately tries to calm Lucy down, promising to explain everything back at the camp, but Lucy reveals that she has already captured the murderers. As she picks up Ed's bow, a bright energy pours out of her body, and she instantly vanishes. Janica urgently informs the guard that they need to catch Lucy before things escalate further. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Nox writhes in excruciating pain under Lucy's power. Lucy stands before him and demands answers about the Roth-Taylor family. Nox, however, tries to explain that they were only assisting Tanya and had permission from the Academy. Mentioning Tanya's name only makes things worse. Lucy immediately storms off toward the hostel, enraged, to confront Tanya. In deep rage, Lucy demands Tanya Roth-Taylor, and Belle quickly rushes out to ask Lucy what's going on. Belle activates one of her magic engineering items to try to subdue Lucy, who is levitating with the Katic and Nox by her side. Belle asks Lucy why she's doing this, but Lucy breaks apart the magic engineering item in her hand with just a glance, demanding that they bring Tanya to her. Meanwhile, another huge explosion occurs somewhere else, and Wade commends Elvira for putting up a good fight, even though he beat her. She accuses him of arrogance for beating the second years, but Wade explains that he still has to beat Jix to complete his plan of defeating all the second years. Jix, who is standing nearby, is surprised that Wade was able to beat Elvira, the top alchemy student, even though his specialty is one-on-one battles. Wade is the heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callermore, and some onlookers gossip that he might really beat Jix after all. Before they begin their fight, an explosion shakes the building. It turns out to be Lucy, who is in a fit of rage. They quickly rush toward the noise to investigate, but when they arrive, Jix realizes they're too late. He sees Belle and the others turn to stone. In reality, they are all frozen in a time prison using time-type aspectual magic, and Lucy is likely the only genius who can witness aspectual magic, which someone spent their entire life researching, and copy it after one look. Still deeply angry, she orders them to bring Tanya to her, and one of the maids signals to the students to quickly follow her. The maid explains that they don't know what to do, but if Lucy is telling the truth, it seems Ed Rothtaylor has died after being killed by the subordinates of the Rothtaylor family. Shocked, Jix stops running and tells the others to go ahead. Wade warns him not to seek revenge but to evacuate with them. However, Jix insists they go ahead, saying he'll evacuate later. Jix rushes to Tanya's room and realizes that no one has seen Tanya Rothtaylor 5 minutes after the first loud noise and that her door is locked. The only place she could be hiding is her wardrobe. He opens it and finds her trembling in fear, wondering why any of this is happening. All the evidence points to Tanya, but Jix doesn't understand, especially since Tanya's reputation was improving due to Ed's influence. Although she had some ill feelings toward Ed, orchestrating an assassination seems strange. Immediately, he calls her attention and asks truthfully if she had Ed assassinated. Trembling, Tanya swears she didn't. Even though he can't be sure, Jix decides to protect her because he knows Lucy will eventually kill her. Though he feels desolate hearing about Ed's death, there are too many things he doesn't understand. He decides to get the details later and tells her to stay in the room for now. If she steps into the square, she'll die. He must stop Lucy because he knows Ed wouldn't have wanted her to get blood on her hands. Suddenly, Wade appears and informs Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even by force, so he demands that Jix hand over Tanya. Meanwhile, Lucy continues destroying the hostel, and Clybius, who jumps into the square, stumbles upon another frozen statue. Dorothy, a top third-year alchemy student. Shocked that even a top student has fallen victim, he notices Lucy spotting him from above. He quickly runs for his life, lamenting that there is no peace in his life and that he didn't come to Sylvania to die. Suddenly, he trips over a stone, falls on his face, and curses once more about how much he hates this. While he's on the ground, Elvira approaches him and asks what he's doing. She informs him that only the top students can stop Lucy for now, and they need to hold out for 30 minutes until the academy workers arrive. She then walks away and tells him to escape to the academy building once his legs have recovered. He watches as she heads toward Lucy, preparing to subdue her until the academy workers arrive, knowing that she is also a top student. Meanwhile, Lucy rushes to Ed's cave with Teorphus and informs him that the situation is bad. The academy workers are on their way. She explains that Lucy found out before she could explain everything, so she doesn't know what might happen. When Ed asks about Lucy's whereabouts, she replies that Lucy has gone to the hall to find Tanya. Upon hearing this, he immediately gets up, realizing he must go himself. In a flashback, Lucy recalls how Glock had attended to her while she was sick, and how he warned that she'd get sick like this again if she kept rolling around in the rain. In a funny manner, he reminds her to remember this feeling because, slowly, the number of times she will get injured or sick will reduce. He informs her that she will meet weak people who could spend their entire lives just barely managing to do the things she does easily. In the present, several academy workers fire different attacks at Lucy, but they don't affect her at all. When she realizes they're not going to bring Tanya to her, she tells them it's fine because it won't be long before she finds Tanya herself. Glock had told her that she would become such a powerful mage that no one would rival her, and life might get tedious because of her innate talent, even seeming meaningless. Meanwhile, as Lucy walks toward the workers, all of them become stone as they're frozen in the time prison. She recalls that Glock had told her that everything, including pain, would eventually become a distant memory to her, but she believes he's a lying old man because she's certainly in pain right now. As she takes a step forward, she steps on a trap that triggers a huge explosion. After the smoke clears, Lucy appears unscathed, and Elvira, who had thought the trap was a good plan, laments that Lucy's casting speed is abnormally high. With one wave of her hand, Lucy commands Elvira to move, and a huge power envelops and throws away the poor girl. As she's being thrown away, she realizes that Lucy was able to cast so fast not because of a specific type of magic, but because of the level of mana she was emitting. So, in the end, the problem was mana, because a mage is only as strong as the level of their mana. However, Elvira informs her that alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic, like magic engineering items or reagents. Lucy's eyes widen as Elvira pours something called a red quartz reagent onto the ground, onto all the magic engineering items she had positioned, to use the power of the reagent to channel Lucy's mana to activate the items. Elvira explains that if she activates all of these items with an increased output at the same time, all the mana in the area will evaporate. Even though all the magic engineering items she spent her entire life making will get ruined, she plans to do it to help all the students and the maids evacuate. Suddenly, Elvira activates them all, but Lucy doesn't move an inch while she's doing that. Suddenly, Elvira receives an overload message that the amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool. Shocked, she watches as each of the engineering items explodes around Lucy. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but no one does it because it's not academically valuable, and no one has that amount of mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop such a person in the first place. The time it took to apprehend the head maid, Bleal, the fourth-year top alchemy student, Dorothy, 14 high-class maids, and second-year top alchemy faculty student Elvira, is 3 minutes. Lucy walks past Elvira, who is severely injured, but Elvira grabs her leg and asks if she doesn't think she will regret it if she keeps going. She reminds Lucy that she could have easily sent the entire hall flying at once with all this mana, but the fact that she hasn't done that probably means she feels that Ed wouldn't have wanted her to do this. Regardless, Lucy continues and says she'll decide that after meeting Tanya. While she's talking, a strange being approaches her in the dark with a sword. However, Lucy had detected him and cushioned the hit of his sword by protecting herself with a shield. It turns out to be Clebius, who tells Lucy he's not going to let her get past him, even referring to her as a mother fair. In response, Lucy creates a small explosion in her hands and releases it into Clebius's torso. The time it took to apprehend the second-year top combat faculty student Clebius is 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade tells Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even if he has to do it by force, and demands Tanya. He swoops in to strike Jix with his sword, but Jix quickly averts the attack and retaliates with his own sword. Wade is surprised that Jix is able to use the island family swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands and became civilized after staying at the island estate. As the men continue to battle, Wade reasons that this is real swordsmanship experience. However, it's incomplete, and he can find a weak spot in Jix's center of gravity. He goes in for his next attack with a maniacal smile, certain that he's won. As he's about to strike Jix by his side, a bright green light appears called the Wind Blade, which knocks back Wade's blade and allows Jix to knock him to the ground. When Wade is on the ground, Jix asks him if he wants to keep going, and Wade gets up, prepared to continue. The swordsman confesses that he enjoys fighting strong people, so there's no need to give up this opportunity. As he leaps in for another strike, he begs Jix to entertain him more, but Jix comments that it's shameful that Wade only enjoys victory and not fights. He accuses him of only showing drive when it comes to fights in which he sees the potential for victory, because if he truly wanted to fight someone strong, he wouldn't have chosen Jix. Especially because Lucy Merrill is the magic faculty's top student. Stung by his comment, Jix calls Wade a cowardly bastard who keeps looking for an excuse. With one move, Jix pushes his sword down and goes in for the last strike, but eventually stops when he gets close to Wade's throat. Wade asks him what he should have done against an impossible opponent like Lucy, since it would be foolish to challenge her. Jix tells him that that's his limit. Meanwhile, Lucy makes her way into the hall. In a flashback, someone considers how pride is the leading cause of warriors' downfall more than anything else. This person advises caution against men who charge pompously into battle, with no respect for those who have put their lives on the line. He believes Clebius would be wiser if he relied on fear rather than pride. Behind Lucy, Clebius still follows after her, despite the fact that he's literally oozing blood. In the flashback, the person tells Clebius that if he lives with fear in mind, there will come a day when he will not be able to move his feet off the floor, and he will be able to escape. But as his body trembles, his hand will be firm and steady on his sword, and he will know loss is inevitable. That will be his conviction. Suddenly, a crimson energy surrounds Clebius's body, and he transforms into the sword demon. Elvira, who is still watching nearby, is shocked by the beast Clebius has transformed into. However, Lucy isn't fazed and uses Ed's bow to fire a fire arrow using a mid-rank fire magic called Flame Pillar, then multiplies it by 100, causing a huge explosion. As she does that, she keeps in mind that she promised not to kill anyone. The reason she can do that despite making a promise is because she's confident that she cannot kill that monster with just this much. Her eyes widen when she realizes the arrows didn't touch him, and that he has gotten faster. She looks back and notices him charging toward her with his sword. Before he can hit her, her protection of the wind is activated, since she has a contract with Marilda, and the wind blows Clebius backward. However, he's not knocked down and manages to stabilize himself with his bare hands. More wounds form, and more blood spills over Clebius's blood-stained body. It wouldn't be strange for him to have fainted from all the blood loss. But the amount of mana surrounding his sword and body increases the more he is injured, and the more his blood flows. With ridiculous speed, he makes several strikes on Lucy's shield, and even though she's protected, it worries her that he's holding a cursed sword. This is the Nortondale family's taboo: blood swordsmanship. Several drops of sweat cover Lucy as Clebius attacks the top of her shield again with intense rage. Finally, she raises her hand and generates an explosive force in her palm, firing it at him. Oddly, instead of destroying him, the monster charges through the attack and breaks through the shield. Quickly, Lucy creates another shield around herself and blasts the monster with a stronger attack. This attack launches Clebius backward by several feet, with blood spilling out of every hole in his body. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source and is a taboo among taboos. In a flashback, some men find Clebius after he had transformed and call him a bastard for killing someone. Even the Nortondale family itself forbade Clebius from inheriting it. While the men shout at him, Clebius's brother walks up to him and reminds him that he's not a monster. In the present, while blood oozes from his body, Clebius wakes up again and gets back on his feet. He's the monster who learned blood swordsmanship on his own, and after many years, he had to acknowledge that he's a monster. However, when Lucy raises her hands into the air and activates a high-level lightning magic called Divine Punishment, he has to acknowledge that Lucy is the real monster. Meanwhile, Jix runs away with Tanya, but they abruptly stop when Lortel blocks their path. Lortel tells Jix that he can escape if he goes through the door at the end of the hallway, but Jix stops Tanya from moving forward because he senses that something is off. Regardless, Lortel comments that Tanya is lucky to have Jix helping her. Jix, still cautious, asks Lortel if she's heard about Ed, but she replies that she's not sure. Jix asks her what she was going to do if it was just Tanya by herself, so Lortel replies that she would have ripped her to shreds. However, Jix reminds her that would be rash, so she agrees that instead of killing her, she should start with her fingernails to make her confess. When Tanya hears that, she pleads with Lortel, insisting she wasn't the one, but Lortel asks them to go ahead, especially since she can't beat Jix in a battle anyway. When Jix hears that, his body instinctively freezes. As everyone in Sylvania knew, making an enemy of Lortel was a foolish choice. The moment this girl began to show hostility toward you, you could never know what was waiting for you behind the door. Unsure of what to do, Jix freezes, deep in thought. But he hasn't caught on yet because, at this point, they shouldn't be safe. It shouldn't be possible for him to spend this time frozen in thought. Meanwhile, Lucy asks Clebius how many times he plans to get hit by her high-level magic before giving up. In a flashback to the past, Clebius's brother told him not to blame himself too much because it was the fault of those who wanted to test his powers, not his. His brother asked him to lift his head because this wasn't a curse. He told the young Clebius that the power he had was from a hero who charged forward to hold the line against an enemy bearing down on him like a mountain, and this was the power their progenitor, Belcus Nortondale, used to protect their family. He informed Clebius that he could also become a hero just like Belcus with this power. In the present, Clebius curses and tells himself that his brother was wrong. As he charges toward Lucy one more time, he believes he's just a demon who bathes his surroundings in blood once he loses his rationality. At that point, concepts like rationality don't apply to a monster like him. As Lucy blasts Divine Punishment lightning once more, Clebius leaps into the air to avoid the trajectory of the lightning, inching closer to tearing her in half. As he comes in close, Lucy intensifies the power of the lightning around her to stop him, but is shocked when Clebius manages to charge through it and point his sword at her neck. Clebius remembers how his brother told him he could become a hero with this power, until he finally killed him. After Clebius stabbed his brother told him it was a relief that he was the one who got killed this time, and not someone else because he could at least forgive him. His brother's last words were to not blame himself too much, as he bled out against the wall. To Clebius, the true hero was his brother, who died that day at the hands of a monster. In the present, he transforms back to normal and tells Lucy he really can't go on any longer. He doesn't want to become a hero, but he just doesn't want to become a monster. Finally, he crashes to the ground as his sword shatters. As the maids and students evacuate in the rain, Clebius believes he's done his part. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your body and sword increases the more your blood flows. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more powerful you become. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. Yet perhaps due to her complacency or his determination, a moment occurred that could never be repeated. She definitely could have died. Lucy, who had lived her entire life as the strong, could never get used to that feeling. The fear of death she experienced for the first time made her determined that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. As she generates great power to bear down on Clebius, She notices a drop of spirit water that draws her attention. When she looks to her side, she sees a hooded person who fired the spirit water arrow. Clebius spots the person who fired the arrow, and he angrily confirms that this Mother Fear, as he puts it, is alive, just as he suspected. Meanwhile, Jix doesn't know what to do, and he realizes he has to hurry up and make a decision. Suddenly, while he's looking at Lortel, the glass window close to Lortel breaks, and Janica leaps into the room, jumping on Lortel. Surprised, Janica helps Lortel up and turns to Tanya, relieved to have found her. Lortel notices that Janica seems fine even after hearing the news about Ed and wonders if she's gone crazy. Janica turns to Marilda and asks if she's misinterpreting the situation, but Marilda, who had probably told her about it, assures her that she arrived just in time. Out in the square, Ed is shocked to see Clebius in such a battered state. Clebius retorts that he knew all that fighting was for nothing, and that he'd never be able to reach Lucy's toes even if he put his life on the line. However, he didn't run away because of everyone else who fought, even though they knew they would be unable to stop her. He even mentions Elvira, who sacrificed everything she had worked on her entire life without hesitation. In a flashback to a time with his brother mentions that their progenitor, Belkis, could have given up like the others. But Belkis believed he could become something like a hero. As Elvira helps Clebius up, he curses again, wondering why his brother didn't just let him run away, only for him to end up losing anyway. As Clebius laments that it's all so meaningless, Ed places a hand on his shoulder and thanks both of them because their efforts weren't meaningless. Regardless, Clebius doesn't take the compliment and beats himself up for being an insect piece of shit until he collapses due to blood loss. To Ed, none of what he said was flattery. He has a full understanding of all the main characters in the academy, but he never thought anyone would have the ability to stop Lucy, including himself. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for Ed to arrive, and Clebius stood his ground that entire time. Clebius, the failed swordsman of Sylvania and the third act's final boss, went against the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. This whole time Lucy doesn't say anything and just stands there. Ed apologizes for not telling her beforehand, but informs her that he was in a situation where he had to die. But his life was also in danger, so he couldn't prepare a way to tell her in advance. While he's talking, she runs to hug him, and with tears streaming down her face, she tells him she thought he was dead. Ed places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that he's still here, and then puts his arms around her. Meanwhile, Jix reasons that he was certain nothing would cause him to feel fear again after entering civilization. In front of him are the high-level spirit, Marilda, and now Janica, who proclaims that she's been looking for Tanya all along. He believes that the two ladies aren't in their right minds due to the news of Ed's death. But as Jix prepares to react, Janica tries to stop him and confesses that she has something to say about Ed. However, he doesn't hear her over the explosive force he uses to destroy a nearby wall. He immediately tells Tanya to run down a nearby path and go west from there until she reaches the life buildings, where she can ask for help. He explains that she must find someone from the Imperial forces or a noble family with whom she has a relationship. Before she leaves, Tanya asks what he will do. He says he'll block them to the best of his ability so they don't go after her, even though it might not be possible. As she heads out, she asks him why he would go so far, and he informs her that it's because she's Ed's younger sister before urging her to run. After she passes through the entrance he created, Jix prepares himself to fight, sure that the ladies won't listen to him no matter what he says. He tries to calm Janica by saying he understands her feelings since he also has someone he loves, but Janica, who is explaining the situation to Lortel, wonders what he's talking about. Jix continues his speech, saying he'd be extremely hurt if he lost the person he loves, and that he understands if her entire body is burning with fury, especially because she loves Ed more than anyone. When he mentions how serious and precious her love for Ed is, Janica turns red in the face, surprised by what he's saying. When he continually describes her passionate love and feelings for Ed, which will remain in her heart forever, he suddenly receives a huge fire attack that literally knocks him out of the building. Completely dazed, he hears Janica tell him that Ed's not dead as she strikes him with the staff in her hand and pleads with him to stop talking. Meanwhile, Lucy remains in Ed's embrace as the rain continues falling. Emotions are the same, and you regain your composure once you release them. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glocked was the same way she felt about Ed, but those overlapping feelings were similar, yet slightly different. Suddenly she pushes him away, which shocks Ed, so he calls out to her. Although he had only said her name like he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized that the emotion she was feeling was. Lucy considers how the smell of settled grass makes her feel serene. When that scent comes from the stack of hay near the hut, she lets it linger because she doesn't particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids feel the exact opposite. While Ed speaks, she detects that familiar scent of grass on him that makes her feel serene. Ed informs her that those from the academy will arrive soon, and he'd have to explain his circumstances. He proposes that they go see the others since the rain has stopped, but Lucy, whose face is as red as a tomato and has just been staring at his face all along, asks him what he said. Ed chides her for not listening and explains again that she'd probably have to face a disciplinary committee and apologize to Elvira and Clebius because they got really hurt, and Elvira lost all of her engineering items. Lucy is surprised by that because, according to her, Elvira came at her first, and Clebius cut himself to lose all that blood. Even though the magic she used may be cruel from their perspective, she feels like she worked really hard to ensure she didn't kill them. When Ed notices Lucy crying because he said she'd have to apologize, he sighs and informs her he'll take care of it since he's also responsible. She doesn't even hear any of that, but is stung by the fact that Ed sighed. She feels like she's been treated like a pathetic person, that she's been hated, and that Ed is disappointed in her. To avoid him becoming disappointed, she quickly proposes that she'll apologize, and Ed commends her wisdom. The scent of grass wafts past her again, and Ed proposes that they start moving since she's not hurt. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is love-struck, just keeps staring at Ed's face. When she smells that scent of grass, if she lets her guard down for even a second, she can't breathe and feels shivers run down her spine. She wonders why this has happened since she had just considered Ed as someone who took care of her perfect nap spot at camp, who fed her, sat with her, and allowed her to lay on his leg. She realizes they've spent most of the year together, and now she's awestruck by his scent. Meanwhile, Ed turns to go look for Janica, but Lucy suddenly grabs him from behind. With tears in her eyes, she asks him if he really has to leave now, but Ed doesn't seem to understand what the heck is going on. At the Ophilus Hall central entrance, Janica chides Jix for talking too much, and Ed soon arrives with Lucy. Suddenly he notices Lortel looking the other way and asks her what she's doing. She's obviously red in the face, so she clears her throat and calmly turns around to acknowledge the fact that Ed is safe after all. Our boy immediately apologizes for making her worry, but Lortel claims she didn't, because she had logically thought that he wasn't someone who would die easily, especially since he had the Delheim's hourglass that he requested from her. As she continues to narrate how merchants always remain calm and rational, Jix looks at her in confusion, and she turns to Jix to confirm how calm she was. Since he's scared of her, Jix affirms that she wasn't emotionally stirred at all. Furthermore, when Tanya glares at him, he also covers up her own emotional outburst. Soon after, Lortel fixes Ed's collar and claims that she didn't think he had died. She explains that seeing his face puts her at ease and confesses that she was a bit anxious though. Suddenly, she grabs him by the collar and attempts to pull his face toward her because he has to pay for making her anxious. But Ed doesn't understand that logic. Before she can make her move, Lucy comes between them and pushes Lortel away, red in the face with jealousy. For a moment, everyone remains silent, and Jix just looks at them all in confusion. At this point, Lortel becomes extremely angry that Lucy just blocked her chance. Worried, Ed places a hand on Lucy's head and asks her what's wrong. He explains that Lortel was just saying she was worried, and that there's no need to push her away. However, he doesn't notice that Lucy is about to burst because of the way he's touching her, and is literally oozing out smoke from her head. Suddenly, Janica yanks Lucy out of Ed's reach and protests that they're both standing too close, but Lucy aggressively pushes her away too. At this point, all three women face each other defensively, and for some reason, Ed feels like there's an emergency. He stands there in shock as he watches the face-off, and Jix watches from behind with keen interest. All three women glare at one another in an intense staring competition, and Jix watches excitedly, hoping for some action. However, the emotions are doused when Elvira reminds them that they don't have enough time to be doing this. Ed quickly agrees with her because the Academy people will arrive soon, so he informs them that he plans to hide the fact that he's alive, and he explains why he's doing that. Eventually, Lucy apologizes to Clebius and Elvira and decides to help Tanya, who had run away. Jix suddenly regrets letting Tanya run away, and they eventually agree on a story about what happened before Lucy turns everyone back from their frozen state. Meanwhile, Nox and Caddick remain tied in the middle of the square, while Ed disappears from the Academy before anyone discovers that he's alive. Shortly after, Clebius is shocked that all his injuries have been healed, and he wonders what happened. When he looks up, he sees Elvira, and he starts to panic because he thinks he's dead since he was certain that he was bleeding profusely just a moment ago. Elvira soon stops his yapping and informs him that the Academy workers are coming soon, and he has to testify that he stopped Lucy. Moments before, Lucy bowed her head to apologize and healed Clebius's injuries. Lortel promised to provide secret maintenance funds for Ed, and Elvira still can't wrap her head around the unexpected things that Ed said to Clebius while he beat himself up. After Elvira drags him down to rest, Clebius concludes that it must have been Ed who blocked Lucy and beats himself up for not being able to beat Ed again. While he talks, Elvira considers how the most intriguing thing she's discovered from this experience is Clebius. When he laments that life is shitty and expects her to yell at him, she affirms that life is truly shitty, and they both look up to watch the night sky for a while. Meanwhile, Tanya, who had been frantically running through the woods, slips over some mud, and she quickly gets up, urging her legs to move. She urges herself to move because she's certain Lucy would be after her. Unfortunately, no one is chasing Tanya, but her plan is to get to a safe place and find out the truth about how Ed died to clear her name. With tears in her eyes, she runs through the woods so she doesn't get caught, but there's no one to stop her. Sometime later, the guard who was summoned to the site of Ed's murder reports that the investigation into Ed's death is nearly concluded. They use something called thoughtography magic to analyze the scene and attempt a reenactment, which matches Janika's testimony. It appears that subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family stabbed Ed, causing him to fall off the cliff. The subordinates, who seem to be the culprits, have been imprisoned in a facility in the academy basement, and their punishment will be transferred to the royal palace. The principal, Obel, listens to the guard's report and confirms that Ed's death has been essentially verified. He proposes organizing the facts properly for an official report to the royal palace, aiding in the conclusion of the investigation. The influence of a student's death seems greater than expected. Lucy had an extreme reaction upon hearing the news, leading to a situation where students had to be evacuated in the middle of the night. It's clear that Ed had a significant impact on many people, and reports indicate that Lucy was eventually stopped by Clebius. Obel is intrigued by Clebius's strength and suggests that the academy prepare a commendation for him. Regarding Lucy, they plan to hold a disciplinary committee hearing, which is overseen by the academy's vice principal, Rachel. During the hearing, Elvira and Clebius are called to testify. While the damage to Ophelis Hall is not insignificant, it is minimal compared to the previous Ophelis Hall occupation incident. Lucy might have received a lighter punishment if she had shown any sign of remorse. Other educational institutions, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania the best academy because it produced the rare genius mage, Lucy, and the academy frequently uses this for promotion. At this point, expulsion is not an option, and it would be preferable not to leave any disciplinary records. However, Lucy's attitude toward the situation greatly frustrates Vice Principal Rachel, despite her intent to be lenient. Eventually, Rachel revokes Lucy's scholarship eligibility, suspends her for 10 days, restricts her access to student facilities for 70 days, lowers her practical exam score by 2 ranks, and revokes her eligibility to stay in Ophelis Hall. Although the punishment seems harsh, the scholarship means little to Lucy since the Glocked Scholarship Association has already covered her tuition. Even with a 2-rank grade reduction, the gap between her and Jix, who ranks second, remains vast. She also rarely uses the school's facilities, so the restrictions do not affect her significantly. Lucy is about to sign the punishment agreement when Belle interrupts the proceedings. As a witness, Belle suggests that forcing Lucy out of Ophelis Hall is not an effective punishment and won't make her truly reflect on her actions. When Belle starts speaking, Lucy frantically urges the vice principal to hand her the document so she can sign it quickly. But Belle argues that expelling Lucy from Ophelis Hall is a reward rather than a punishment. Instead, Belle suggests restricting her movements within the dormitory for a probationary period. Lucy pleads with the vice principal to just suspend her from school entirely, but Belle assures Rachel that the maids will stand guard 24/7 to ensure Lucy doesn't leave. In the end, Rachel grants a 30-day probation. Upon hearing this, Lucy bursts into tears, finally beginning to reflect on her actions. As she begs, Belle reassures her that she will personally make sure Lucy is unable to step outside. Sometime later, Janica visits a cave to inform Ed that Lucy is under probation. Ed considers the punishment lenient, though he knows Lucy must feel like she's dying inside. Meanwhile, Janica prepares her favorite beef stew, which piques Ed's interest. He is surprised that she insists on doing his laundry, helping him with spirit classes, school lessons, and cooking. The student council president elections are approaching, but 3 concerns trouble Ed. First, Fenia has seemingly lost the will to run for president. Second, Tanya, who was supposed to be Fenia's rival, is currently missing. Third, the Roth-Taylor subordinates Caddick and Knox remain imprisoned at the academy. Ed staged his own death so that Krepp and Roth-Taylor would hear about it and stop searching for him. However, since things have taken an unexpected turn, Caddick and Knox have been arrested at the academy, and Ed now needs to find a way to free them so Kreppen truly believes he is dead. Only then can he safely come out of hiding. Suddenly Janica comments that Ed, a noble young master from a duke's family, keeps getting involved in various troubles despite being excommunicated. As a simple farm girl, she doesn't understand his struggles or how to properly comfort him. Ed assures her that she doesn't need to overthink it, especially since she has already done so much for him. However, she explains that she doesn't want him to keep suffering and wishes he would stop having such a hard time. Her words surprise Ed, and for a moment they share an awkward silence before abruptly looking away from each other. Shortly after, Ed thanks Janica, acknowledging that she is the only one who worries about him this much. She laughs, embarrassed by her own words. Anyway, their top priority now is finding Tanya. Ed mentions that he has a hunch about where she might be. In the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game, Tanya Roth-Taylor was always portrayed as a proud, fearless, and strong girl. Since he has witnessed her strength firsthand, he is certain that Tanya is fine and is somewhere, confidently planning for the future as always. Meanwhile, Tanya is in tears in front of Princess Phinia, desperately trying to explain that she never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Before Tanya arrived, Phinia had already heard of Ed's death and had cancelled most of her work to deal with her complicated emotions about him. She had wanted to talk to him, and with just one more day, she might have done so. But she was too late. If she had acted sooner, things might have been different. But her pride held her back. The goal she had pursued since enrolling, the presidency of the student council, now seems out of reach. Although the position holds little power compared to the royal family, it would have given her authority within Sylvania, ensuring she didn't end up like the third prince, who relied solely on royal influence. She wanted to win the presidency on her own merit, to challenge the darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. However, now she wonders if she even deserves power. As she cries, Claire knocks on the door and brings in Tanya, who had been on the run. Although Phinia doesn't yet know the full story, the Academy's initial investigation suggests a strong possibility that Ed was assassinated by Roth-Taylor subordinates. With Ed gone, Tanya is now the only remaining Roth-Taylor family member on Arkan Island. Uncertain whether the princess will believe her, Tanya tearfully insists that she did not kill her brother. In response, Phinia hugs her, sympathizing with her suffering. Realizing she must learn from past mistakes, Phinia asks Tanya to explain everything, so she doesn't jump to conclusions about the Roth-Taylor family. After hearing Tanya's account, Phinia decides to believe her and promises to help her hide until the situation clears up. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Tanya profusely thanks her. Phinia, in turn, reflects on Tanya's gentle nature. She had expected a fierce political rival, but instead she finds a girl with a soft heart. While they talk, Claire enters to inform the princess that she has a visitor. To Phinia, her true opponent in the election has just arrived. When she opens the door, she finds Lortel, who casually remarks that, despite Ed's unfortunate death, the Academy's plans must proceed. The princess, on guard, demands to know why Lortel came looking for her. Lortel, smiling, replies that she wanted to ask why Phinia is hiding Tanya. In the Ophelis Hall, Lucy lies in her bed and prays for death, with 29 days left until the end of her probation. This is 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phinia meet. Meanwhile, Lisha and Ed spar. Lisha comes in with a strong hit, but our boy sticks the knife in his mouth and breaks her form into a pool of water. Moments later, she regains her form and attacks him from different directions, but he still manages to defend himself. Shortly after, Mug commends Ed's incredible reaction time and ability, expressing how touched he is. Lisha, on the other hand, proposes they end things here for today because his close combat skills are outstanding for a mage. She comments that he must have been training for a while, and Ed replies that it's because she's an excellent duel partner. Ed mentions that Mug is too small and training with Marilda is a bit too much, but Lacia interjects, saying she thinks fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. However, Ed believes that fighting with a house-sized wolf would send him to an early grave. Lisha explains that high-rank spirits can freely change their forms, which is why Marilda can easily travel around the entirety of Arkan Island. After a workout session, Ed realizes his stats barely increase once they pass 15. Once you go past that, you need to fulfill special conditions like clearing hidden quests. Considering what he can obtain as Ed Roth-Taylor, he's certainly getting closer to his upper limit, so he considers acquiring a special ability once his long-term goal of mid-rank magic is achieved. He can't afford to grow complacent and stop improving. Suddenly, Lortel enters the cave and turns red in the face upon seeing him with his shirt open. She comments that she was enjoying the view and comes closer to attend to him, noting that he needs to find time to rest. When Ed mentions that he's at ease because his needs are mostly provided by others, especially Janica, Lortel realizes that he must have been training with spirits. When she notices the spirits are watching all of this, she wraps her hands around his arm, prompting Mug to start screaming about an emergency. Lortel enjoys a good laugh, and Ed asks what she's planning to do. She informs him that she's planning to see Princess Phinia soon, because she realized there are things she can profit from before the election begins. Based on his request, she explains that releasing the 2 knights, Kadok and Nox, would be easy, but it's not free, so she'd like to take the deposit for it now. Ed wonders what she's talking about, so he asks if he can hug her once. She's initially shocked, but then decides to play along. When he pulls her close, she immediately turns red. With her hands on his chest, she pushes him away and pleads for him to wait. Her reaction makes Ed ask what's wrong, and she responds that it feels different from how she imagined it before coming. She asks why he's not wearing clothes, protesting that he should know she's already walking a tightrope in her heart and should have some courtesy. When he replies that he only did what she wanted, she hugs him again and says he was supposed to do it slowly. Eventually, she confesses that she came because she wanted an answer in advance to her request for him to take her side once the election begins. Ed wraps his arms around her and suspects she's up to something regarding the elections. With her head still on his chest, she explains that she thinks she'll have many enemies soon, but if the entire school turns against her, she at least wants him to remain her ally. Later on, at the royal dorm, which is exclusive to Princess Phinia, Lortel informs her that she's come to find out why she's hiding Tanya. Lortel had overheard Jix telling Tanya to run to the imperial or royal family for help, so she deduced that Tanya would most likely be here. The princess asks why Lortel is even looking for Tanya in the first place, and Lortel explains that she has business with her. She states that Tanya acts weak to those she can't dare touch, but cruel to those weaker than her. In response, the princess mentions that the Rothtaylor family holds enough power to make the royal family cautious. So Lortel realizes that getting Tanya will be difficult since the princess is on her side. In preparation for something like this, Lortel declares that she's going to run for student council president because becoming both the student council president and association leader will force Tanya to come to her. After Lortel leaves, Phinia tells Tanya that this isn't a situation where she can keep hiding. The Rothtaylor Knights have been arrested, and all the routes off Arkan Island are in Lortel's hands. Because of Lortel's evident feelings for Ed, she mentions that Lortel must believe Tanya is the culprit, which is a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Princess Phinia asks Tanya who she thinks may have killed Ed since she didn't. Finally, Tanya confesses that she was the one who killed Ed, shocking Phinia. The girl explains that Caddick and Knox came to Sylvania under the pretext of assisting her, and the one who gave the order was their patriarch, Crepin Rothtaylor, who didn't care about Ed. She suspects he did it because she mentioned Ed in her letter, making her believe she was the one who caused Ed's dreadful fate. Princess Phinia assures Tanya that she didn't commit any crimes and asks what her plans are. Tanya recalls how Ed never gave up and showed her how much a person can change, so she proposes that the only way to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder is to run for student council president. The princess reminds her that it won't be easy since she's currently a murder suspect, but Tanya considers Ed and those who have helped her. Since she's been backed into a corner, she refuses to remain intimidated. Upon hearing this, Phinia informs Tanya that she will publicly support her. Those words shock Tanya, and when she asks Phinia why she would go that far, the princess confesses that she's not sure but has a debt she couldn't repay to Ed Rothtaylor. Sometime later, Lortel's secretary Leanna gathers several related documents to help Lortel run in the upcoming elections. Leanna reveals that she has obtained information that Tanya will also be running with Princess Phinia's support, but she doubts Tanya will gain much support since she's a suspect in a crime. Leanna also protests that Lortel is doing all the work herself, losing sleep, and questions whether the council president position is truly achievable. When Lortel asks her to only ask necessary questions, Leanna quickly apologizes and heads to the academy to submit the documents. After Leanna leaves, Lortel wonders why she's asking such useless questions and determines to show her soon. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is severely bored, rejoices because she manages to make her pillow stand on its own. Eventually, the pillow slumps, and so does her excitement. She asks a nearby maid how many days she has left, and she's told there are still 27 days remaining. Suddenly, the maid remembers that the disciplinary action was passed yesterday and took a long time to process because the academy has been busy. Because of that, they have to restart the count, meaning she now has 29 days left again, nearly giving Lucy a stroke. Meanwhile, in the academy prison, Caddick considers how Duke Crepin was correct because Ed was able to react with incredible battle proficiency, even though he wasn't fully technically developed. This means he'll be a future threat to the Rothtaylor family. Knox agrees, adding that it's not just Ed's abilities that are impressive, but also the spirit sorcerer, who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all her mana, and the mage who resolved to take revenge in a moment. Since Ed was able to build relationships with such people, his potential could not be calculated. Although they were aware that Ed, the delinquent heir of the Rothtaylor family, was a terrible person, Caddick and Knox still weren't sure why Crepin ordered them to assassinate him. But after completing the mission, they suspect that Ed, with this much power in his grasp, had thoughts of opposing the patriarch and pretended to be a lunatic after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania. Knox worries that Ed may have been raising forces here, but that's not their main concern now. Their main concern is leaving this prison and reporting the events that have occurred to the patriarch. Suddenly, the guard watching them approaches the gate, opens it, and informs them that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of their escape. He introduces himself as Dune, the decoy of the trading company, Sometime later, Lucy lies on her bed, thinking about Ed and the hut. When Belle informs her that she has 24 days and 3 hours left, Lucy asks her to kill her. Meanwhile, a beautiful lady walks around the academy, receiving glances from everyone who passes her. She's quite pretty and has a fascinating aura, but she suddenly disappears, only to reappear in front of Kylie, who had been admiring her. Surprised, Kylie wonders who she is, and the woman pledges to learn all she can about this place and live her life to the fullest. Her excitement is soon doused when she opens the academy newsletter and sees Tanya, whom she had hoped to see after the incident, still in seclusion. She is surprised to hear that Tanya is running for student council president, but is quite glad that she's safe. The more shocking news is that the third-year student, Ed, is dead. She recognizes that the subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family are the likely culprits, and she still remembers what she saw at Ed's hut and the things he said. The painful part is that Tanya, her first friend, is said to have a hand in the murder. Although Kylie believes in Tanya, public opinion about her in the academy is worsening, especially after news of the Roth-Taylor Knight's escape. Also, the air around the academy after Ed's death is quite dark and gloomy. Meanwhile, Principal Obel realizes that the paperwork concerning Ed's death is massive, so he is pleased to assign it to a professor who has interacted with the people involved in the incident. When Obel asks if there's anyone like that, the work, as usual, gets assigned to Assistant Professor Claire. While doing the grueling paperwork, she comments on Ed's death, saying that one never knows what will happen in the future, and Clebius gives a short reply. Claire notices that Annis has also stopped talking. Annis, staring at the profile she made of Ed, feels tears fill her eyes and pain swell in her heart. She comforts herself, telling herself she'll be fine, and recalls that it was Janica who testified about the event in court. She considers that Janica must be having an even worse time than she is. She goes to check on Janica, who excitedly declares that she's going to try using curry to cook today. When she asks Annis for advice on cooking a new dish, Annis suddenly hugs her out of nowhere, surprising her. Annis, believing that Janica must be hiding her emotions, tells her to wake up and advises her to accept that Ed is dead, with tears in her eyes. Janica, who doesn't know what to say, simply remains in her embrace and silences Driss, who has returned from picking up groceries, so he doesn't ruin the moment. Sometime later, Ed receives a copy of the Academy's newsletter from Janica, who also informs him that Tanya has returned to the Academy on her own after leaving the royal dorms, where she had been hiding. Apparently, Tanya has been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence, and the princess has chosen to publicly support her, even though more people support Lortel. Suddenly, Janica asks what happened when Lortel came to the cave, surprising Ed. She pretends it's none of her business, as girls do, but Jix soon interrupts by saying that Lortel will become student council president. Jix believes it doesn't matter if Lortel becomes president, but is worried that the knight's escape has strengthened the rumors about Tanya's involvement in the murder. He mentions that he went to the royal dorms after Princess Phenia called him and noticed that Tanya is in really bad shape. Initially, Tanya received attention from the top students because she was Ed's younger sister, but now she is being framed for murder and suspected by all the students in the academy. After the candidate registration period ends, she'll have to stand in front of everyone, and it doesn't seem like she'll be able to handle it. Jix hints that Ed should do something about it. Right now it's Act 3, Scene 2, right before the election. According to Ed's memories, this act doesn't have a single fight scene. It is meant to clearly show all the relationships the protagonist, Taylor, has built so far. Normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Phenia since she was the one who chased Ed Roth-Taylor out at the beginning and saved him. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, Taylor would go convince the top students he has a relationship with. However, Lucy, who doesn't vote because she's lazy, Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote, Wade, who is on the princess's side, and fourth-year Dorothy, who supports Tanya, cannot be convinced. The ones who can be convinced are Joseph, a first year in the magic faculty, Claude, a first year in the alchemy faculty, Clebius, a second year in the combat faculty, Alvira, a second year in alchemy, Drake, a third year in combat, Adelante, a third year in alchemy, Deke, a third year in alchemy, and Traciana, a fourth year in the magic faculty. These top students make a total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. With this method, the princess would win the election, and Taylor would obtain the royal family's support, which is the biggest force backing him until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crepin and the final boss. Maintaining the flow of the scenario is a matter of life and death because it's the most assured way of guaranteeing survival in future trials. Although small aspects have changed, Ed considers that he needs to ensure the major parts of the storyline continue and that the princess becomes student council president. If he continues to hide, opinions about Tanya will worsen, and to prevent Lortel from becoming president, Princess Phinia might decide to run. It might be better for him to let the princess know he's alive so he can convince her to run and persuade the top students he knows to sway things in her favor. However, until the registration period is over, there are still many ways to turn Princess Phinia into a candidate. Another issue is Tanya, who was supposed to be a one-time villain that would disappear later, is now being accused of murder. She's experiencing a great ordeal that was never in the storyline, and Ed must choose between Tanya and the storyline. While he's thinking, Jix notices his concern and asks if he'd like to cancel their plans for today. But Ed assures him he's fine and proposes they begin. Our boy plans to confirm the results of all the training he's been doing and find something to distract him. Jix thanks him for the opportunity, as he hasn't had a proper opponent in a while and has been itching to sweat. With a maniacal look in both boys' eyes, they prepare for their light sparring. Meanwhile, Tanya thinks about old memories of her time with Arwen and Ed when she was much younger. She tries to recall every scene of how they walked hand in hand to the hill covered in blooming flowers. Perhaps that was her last happy memory, and her life has been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures since then. Looking out the window, she hears the chants of several students protesting that she stepped down since she's a murderer, and she wonders how things ended up like this. Meanwhile, because Tanya, who has been driven into a corner, will have a heavy influence on the storyline, Ed hesitates a bit before taking action. They soon begin their sparring, and Ed considers how Jix, the strongest second year other than Lucy, who was a comrade to Taylor until the end and should have lost his fight to Wade due to exhaustion, charges towards him. Jix lands the first strike on the ground using a skill called the First Sword. Although it's a small detail that Jix didn't lose the fight to Wade, it still bothers Ed. As he blocks the attack, he wants to check how much Jix has improved, and how much he himself has improved, since he's the one who has changed the most from the original scenario. He uses basic defensive magic to create a shield around himself to block the attack that shatters the ground before him. The moment the dust clears, he's surprised to see Jix leap right at him, realizing he's fast. He wonders how Jix is moving so quickly, but he considers that it may also be difficult for him to dodge because of the speed. He throws his burning dagger, crafted from Mug, at Jix but misses. Jix stares at the dagger on the ground, and in an instant Ed calls out to Mug, triggering a huge explosion of the sword. As the fire clears, Ed is surprised that Jix has phased backward and blocked the flames. He wonders about Jix's unnatural movements, and as he picks up the dagger to slash at Jix, who also slides backward without moving his legs, Ed realizes he's using telekinesis magic to move his body during battle. No matter how much control Jix has over his magic and physical abilities, those movements aren't ones that can be replicated because they require a battle sense that surpasses simple theory. Suddenly, Jix uses mid-rank magic, Ice Spear, and blasts Ed, who realizes Jix is fighting with no mercy. He wonders if Jix assumes he'll dodge it, but in reality, he's just barely managing to. It's clear to him that this move was a diversion to activate greater magic. Ed comments that he thought this was supposed to be a light spar, and Jix agrees, saying he thought the same but changed his mind. Suddenly, Jix activates high-rank magic called Advanced Mana Armament. With a smirk, Jix explains that practice should feel like the real thing, so he delivers an explosion so great that Janica, who is cooking far away, gets worried. She also wonders if Ed will be okay with the curry she put in the food and decides to hurry up. Meanwhile, Jix immediately moves in to crack Ed's shield right after the explosion. He slams his axe against the shield and it eventually cracks. As the impact pushes Ed backward, he quickly prepares a water spirit arrow and fires 3 arrows toward Jix. However, the arrows are stopped by an energy field around Jix because the mana armament move creates equipment around the user using their mana. Most mages don't have a reason to arm themselves in such a way, so there's usually no need for such high-rank magic. But as the only mage who can use all types of weapons without limitation, this is Jix's unique magic. As Ed keeps firing arrows from all angles, Jix abruptly moves out of view, using telekinesis to get behind him. As he wields 2 of his weapons toward Ed, our boy turns around in shock, realizing that these telekinetic movements can't be predicted. As Jix comes in to strike, Ed's Blessing of Wind activates due to his contract with Marilda, knocking Jix backward and cutting him enough to draw blood. Eventually, Jix lands on his feet, but he's surprised to see he has landed on one of Ed's water arrows. He immediately wonders when Ed managed to fire the arrow, but our boy quickly activates a spirit formula known as Manifest Waterhead. The move causes the water droplet on the ground to transform into Leisha's form, and Leisha immediately jumps at Jix, who quickly slices the first form with his blade. The moment he turns the other way, he sees Ed inches away, preparing the mid-rank magic, Particle Explosion. Our boy releases the explosive energy toward his sparring partner. After the move, Ed realizes that Jix is strong, especially since he was able to learn mana armament. At this rate, Taylor's party would have no problem facing enemies. While he's thinking, something incredible happens. Jix immediately flies back into the air, declaring to Ed that he can't let his guard down and will be getting serious from now on. With a deadly look in his eyes and explosive energy around him, Jix smirks and activates an advanced mana armament known as Convergence. Ed immediately directs Leisha toward him to match the energy Jix is throwing at him. This is only the beginning of the third act, and the ability that Jix has shown so far is the maximum of what Ed expected at this point in the storyline. There's apparent shock on his face because he hadn't expected to see Jix use this form so soon. This is the same form from Act 4, Scene 7, during Jix's final battle at the Grigol Cathedral infiltration. Jix wields a huge lance known as Nature's Lance, with several bright swords hovering around him. Jix explains that instead of fighting Ed in a ridiculous mental battle, he'd rather crush him with the overwhelming difference in power. Jix points the lance and all the swords toward Ed, who immediately launches fire attacks at the incoming swords to stop them. At one point, he becomes worried because he had to use Particle Explosion and the sword, leaving him almost out of mana. As if that's not enough, the major problem is the next attack that follows. As another wave of bright swords is launched at Ed, he slams his fist on the ground to create a bright shield around himself. Breathing heavily, he brings out a magic engineering tool known as the Impact Amplifying Ball. Jix comments that Ed's use of a magic engineering tool means he's out of mana. Excited, Jix moves in for the final attack and tells Ed that this is the end. As he moves in to impale Ed with the lance, he's shocked when Ed suddenly triggers something resembling wind magic. He wonders how Ed is able to do that since he's out of mana, but Ed replies that he needs to go all out since Jix is prepared to do the same. The tool Ed is using is the legendary rank magic engineering item, Glast's Phoenix Gold Ring. Since he can't afford the ring rendering him unable to use mana for a while, he decides to use the least amount of mana possible while still manifesting its power. As he's about to blast Jix, he hears a spirit tell him that he's finally been able to summon her without the help of the Altar of Substitution, Lucy or Janika's mana. The spirit commends him for being able to make a great strike, and it turns out to be Marilda's human form, which was previously impossible to summon due to the drastic mana pull. Days later, at the academy, Lortel gives her candidacy speech, and the crowd goes wild with excitement. Dune, who is standing in the crowd with Liena, wonders why there are even 4 contestants when the election's result is clear. Suddenly, the crowd begins to chant Lortel's name because her sincerity and leadership ability in the trading company proves she'll do well as president. Liena asks Dune what he will do if Lortel becomes president, and he affirms that this means nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader. As Lortel proudly walks off the stage, she runs into Tanya, who looks tense, and makes a snide remark to mock her. As she walks past Tanya, she asks what's wrong because she seems nervous. But Tanya musters up the courage to say she did not kill her elder brother. Tanya then bravely steps onto the podium and prepares to give her speech to a crowd that doesn't seem interested in listening. She clears her throat, introduces herself, and declares her intent to run for student council president. The air in the crowd grows cold, but Tanya continues to deliver her heartfelt speech. While that's happening, Lortel notices that Tanya is putting on a mask, pretending nothing is wrong. However, no one has reacted to her words since her speech began 10 minutes ago. The moment Tanya ends her speech, several people in the crowd call her a murderer and start throwing things at her. They demand she explain the murder charges brought against her and whether they stem from internal conflicts within the Rothtaylor family. As they continue throwing stones, she struggles to turn her face away and still thanks them for listening to her speech. Suddenly, she slips on a plastic bottle and laughter erupts from the crowd. Immediately, Tanya falls to her knees and wonders if it was foolish to step onto the podium. She reasons that she should have run away, and as she beholds the menacing crowd seeking to devour her, she decides to flee. Suddenly, a bright light erupts in front of Tanya, pushing away the hateful students. It turns out to be Marilda, who has arrived with Ed on her back. As Marilda scares the students away, Ed stretches his hand toward the now crying Tanya and informs her that while he has much to explain, he needs to resolve this situation first. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium, Marilda visited Ed in her human form. She commends his improved magic power efficiency, but notes that it still isn't enough. Marilda then activates a spirit formula called Updraft, which lifts everything around into the air and restricts movement. Immediately, Jix is thrown into the air. Ed assumes that Jix's growth at this point in the plot has maxed out. He also considers that he hasn't used a large amount of magic power with the ring, yet he has completely exhausted his reserves. Having used every possible magic technique available to him, combined with Marilda's cheat-level secret technique, it seems he will win. While Marilda complains about being summoned in this form, with a small mouth, no fur, and no tail, she suddenly detects Jix behind her. However, because movement is difficult in this form, she is unable to stop him before Jix gets his sword right in front of Ed's neck. Quickly, Ed accepts his defeat, and Jix disintegrates his sword. Jix is impressed that Ed has trained himself so much in just 1 year. Ed realizes Jix has grown stronger than he did in the original plot and wonders how that happened. When Ed mentions this, Jix explains that watching Ed grow stronger daily pushed him forward as well. As they both lie down to rest, Ed reflects on how he has done everything he could to keep the plot on track, partially to maintain his knowledge of the future, but also to ensure Taylor's victory in the final act. He once believed the plot was the only answer, always managing to steer it back on course. He feared factors beyond his control, and after hearing of the knight's escape, he hesitated to save Tanya. Now, what little remained of the original plot seems to have slipped from his hands. Still, he decides to focus on what he can do. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must grow stronger. Just in case, Ed has also trained himself and built reliable comrades. Although it may be naive, he considers that deviating from the original plot doesn't mean they are doomed to a bad end. On the day of the candidacy speech, all the students run for safety, and Joseph tries to calm them down because he has seen the high-ranking spirit before. Right in front of them, Ed removes his hood, and they realize he's alive. He walks to the microphone, introduces himself, and proclaims that he wasn't murdered by Tanya, whom he supports more than anyone else. As he speaks, Lortel walks away with a smirk on her face. Since Tanya already has the support of Janica, Lucy, and Princess Phenia, they still need the votes of Clebius, Elvira, Jix, Joseph, and Wade. However, it shouldn't be too difficult to win them over. After Ed clears the air, he finally feels at ease. Shortly after, he heads to the school's security office to explain how he used the Delheim's hourglass to survive. He stayed alone in a cave before being rescued by Janica and immediately returned to defend Tanya. The security leader recounts everything Ed has said to confirm the details, and Ed affirms them. By this point, he already has dark circles under his eyes from being interrogated by nearly 20 people. He hopes the investigation is over but begins to think otherwise when he is called to meet with the principal. Ed enters the principal's office, and Principal Obel comments that he must have had a hard time after reading all the investigation reports. He apologizes to Ed for the lack of security at an academy level, but Ed replies that the enemy was meticulous, and it would have been hard to detect this with regular security measures. The principal appreciates his comments but adds that it feels very deliberate. It seems as if Ed waited for Kadek and Knox to escape to inform the one who sent them about Ed's supposed death before he felt safe enough to reveal himself. Obel explains that he has no intention of digging into the internal conflicts of the Roth-Taylor family, but as the head of the academy, he has to report Ed's appearance to the Imperial family. However, if he reports to the Imperial family, the Roth-Taylor family will also find out that he's alive. When Ed suggests postponing the report, Obel asks why. Ed explains that his death was ordered by Crepin, his father, who is the real power behind the Imperial family, but Obel comments that he has no interest in matters outside the academy. When Ed continues to plead for a postponement, Principal Obel mentions that his grades are rising rapidly, and his reputation among the students is increasing. To Obel, it's as if Ed has become a completely different person, and because Sylvania always stands with its students, Obel assures him he'll keep his secret. Later that evening, Kylie stops a boy from approaching Tanya because her schedule is over for the day, and she doesn't accept inappropriate gifts. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Ed, whom she had been expecting, and Ed congratulates her because he heard her election is almost certain. However, Tanya explains that she can't let her guard down just yet. Tanya's innocence has been proven, and she eventually received an overwhelming number of votes. But the major reason Tanya could receive these votes is because of Lortel's downfall. Lortel persistently framed the election as a one-on-one battle between herself and Tanya, making everyone forget the other minor candidates. And at the perfect time, when their supporters were fairly equal, an article about how Lortel embezzled trade funds and abused her business partners was released, causing her to naturally resign in disgrace. As a result, only Tanya's supporters remained. Sometime later, Tanya meets with Ed and notes that they haven't had time to talk since she's been busy running for office. She mentions that she wanted to thank him, but he reminds her that he's told her it's fine, especially as she kneeled before him with tears in her eyes on the day she announced her candidacy. However, Tanya interjects that the thing she wanted to thank him for was something else. She considers asking him an inappropriate question, but decides to ask anyway. She asks him why he supported her when she announced her candidacy, especially because he was supposed to stay hidden. She mentions that she felt as if he couldn't stand the injustice she was going through, so Ed agrees that that's why he did it. He mentions that she's his family, so it's clear that he'd take her side, which makes her smile. Since she's now student council president, she requests that he inform her if a crisis comes so she can do whatever she can to help. As Tanya walks away, Ed watches her with a smile on his face, but his reflection is soon interrupted by Lortel, who teases him about the touching statement he just made to Tanya. Ed wonders how much of what he said she heard, and asks her how she's been coping with the terrible rumors about her recently. She sits down next to him and cheerfully declares that it's all according to plan. The factor that secured Tanya's victory is the article about Lortel, and Lortel's company deliberately exposed this scandal to help Tanya, setting up a competition with Tanya for the presidency position, and everything else Lortel did was to pressure Tanya into becoming president. Lortel told Ed about her plan the day she came to the cave, and his duel with Jix erased the hesitation in his heart. He had truly saved Tanya because she is family, but he also considered her usefulness. The upcoming fourth act is a battle against the Roth-Taylor family. He's already an enemy of the family, but Tanya is an insider and the perfect connection for diversion tactics and gathering information. Eventually, Lortel comments that her infamy in the academy has been rising, and Tanya doesn't seem to think too highly of her, so she'll leave it all to Ed. Ed replies that she has a bad habit of manipulating everyone around her, but she jokes that it's just an occupational hazard. However, Ed asks her if she's really okay, but since rumors don't take away her money, Lortel doesn't care, especially as long as Ed doesn't turn into her enemy. At this point, the storyline is entering a new phase, and the future actions of Princess Penia, who did not take the president's position, are now uncertain. The power struggle between the Roth-Taylor family and the Imperial family is also uncertain. All Ed can do is watch and see how the remaining part of the third act will unfold. Soon after, he returns to his hut after almost a month. There are many things to do, but when he enters, he finds Lucy sleeping on his bed, which makes him smile. He immediately goes to his usual spot to read his books, but he eventually falls asleep due to fatigue. The news of Tanya's election as student council president came 3 days later. Meanwhile, Janica goes to meet the senior professor of spirit studies, Melina, who offers her a grading job for extra bonus points. Melina is offering her this because she's already at the highest level, even among active spiritists. Janica still wonders why Melina chose her, so Melina advises her to establish her dignity as a senior in the next joint combat training. Janica, however, doesn't seem interested in doing that, so Melina mentions that she's the top student in her year, the best spiritist in the academy, yet she's always smiling like the happiest person in the world, with her head floating in the clouds. Melina mentions that it's obvious she's dating Ed, but she looks like she's lost her mind from an outsider's perspective. Janica immediately turns red and wonders why Melina would say she's dating Ed. Melina clarifies that they're always together, and that Janica is always grinning and spacing out in classes, which is typical of a kid who just started dating. Janica begins to stutter and tries to stop the professor from speaking in front of the other students. But Melina loudly declares that everyone already knows she's dating Ed, which makes Janica feel like disappearing. In the southern mountain range of the eastern Sparta region, there's a land of farming known as Pulin. Deep into the ridge, there's a small farming village called Torin. There, we see a young Janica Failover, who would bring light to this village. Suddenly, she meets a young male boy who speaks to her formally. However, the boy's manner of formal speech was quite unfamiliar to her. Regardless, the boy eventually became comfortable with her and started to tell her about the Imperial Holy City. Janica remained cheerful and loved by everyone. Eventually, the male boy comes to confess his feelings for her. The young girl didn't know how to reject people, but she rejected the boy's heart. After that, the male boy ran away and didn't visit the village for a long time. Later on, he brings her a letter of admission from Sylvania and bids her farewell with his formal speech. She then opens the letter to read its contents. 3 years later, Janica is still scared of rejections and uncomfortable with formal speech. She gets startled when the administrative officer asks if she has any questions. The lady promises to quickly deal with any issue if it's an administrative task. However, Janica is short of words as she stares at the leave request from Trix dorms. Regardless, the lady still tells her that a lot of people will help her if she just asks. Despite having a lot of people in the past, Janica finds the attention to be a burden. After that, she meets up with Anise, who realizes that Ed was alive all along. Anise sees that her friend must have had her reasons, but she wonders what's worrying Janica now. Janica then mentions how she finds it hard to reject other people's requests. Anise then calls her out for always cooking for Ed and acting like his maid, but Janica says she did those things because she wanted to. However, due to how close they are, she finds it hard to request things from the MC sometimes. Anise then suggests that Janica should put some distance between her and Ed. Since they're so conscious of each other, she feels this would help. Nevertheless, Anise is worried that they might become too distant because of this. On the other hand, Janica thanks her friend for the advice and takes her leave. Anise tries to stop her, but it's too late. In the end, the girl worries that she might have just done something horrible. Meanwhile, our MC has been able to unlock a lot of crafting formulas. The one he wants the most is the thunderstruck, 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The formula is quite simple, but the cane still has a very high force rank. Ed needs a branch from a tree that's over 1,000 years old and has been struck by thunder. He can easily find a tree that's old in the northern forest, but the issue is finding thunder. His attention suddenly moves to Lucy, and he decides to wake her up. As she opens her eyes and sees his face, she quickly runs to the top of a tree. The protagonist then asks her why she's acting so surprised. Lucy tells him to talk, but he decides to postpone what he wants to tell her. Later on, Janica pops up at the camp. Ed notices that she's late, but she tells him that she has no particular reason to be late. He then asks if she wants tea, and she accepts while wondering how she's supposed to put distance between them. Later that evening, she commends how good he has gotten with handling spirits, especially Mug. Our MC suddenly stops as he sees Belle, who tells him that Rachel has requested for Lucy. He apologizes for making her worry due to the news of his death, but she's glad to see that he's fine. As the two of them lock eyes, the protagonist lets the maid know that he'll continue to speak formally to her. She tries to persuade him, but Ed refuses. Janica, on the other hand, is shocked to see Belle acting so frustrated. This suddenly reminds her of the mail boy from back then. The maid then mentions that she's glad to see that Janica is doing well too. As she heads off with Lucy, Janica bids her farewell. After that, our hero's lover asks if they can speak to each other formally. She tries to explain how it's better to talk in a manner where they show respect towards each other. After she tugs on his shirt, the MC nervously agrees to her request. After that, Janica addresses our protagonist as Sir Ed. This catches him off guard, and he finds himself short of words. At the same time, Janica is feeling embarrassed as well. 3 minutes later, they try to have a conversation around the campfire, but Janica brushes it off. The air is really awkward and Ed has no idea what to do. While she remains quiet, he tries to think of a way to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, she gets up and remembers that her curfew is almost over. Janica thanks the MC and quickly runs back to her dormitory, leaving our boy completely speechless. A chilling fear runs over Ed's body as he realizes that he has to keep up this formal speech with Janica. Later on, we see Ed reading a book in the middle of the forest. Marilda then asks if he's going to continue his formal speech with Janica, but he doesn't get why the spirit is asking when she saw everything. However, Marilda says that she wants to know if anything interesting happened in the academy. Ed then explains that things are still quite awkward between him and Janica. Because of this, he's worried that something may be up with her. Marilda then teases him about being worried about Janica, and he accepts it. He quickly brushes the topic aside and asks for permission to snap some branches of the tree. The spirit points out that he doesn't need her permission for a few branches. Despite the tree being named after her, Marilda says she's protecting the forest because of an old friend who put her name on the tree. She then points out how her human form wasn't easy to get from the start. Usually spirits take on the forms of animals because it's more convenient. She then asks the hero if he knows the form she had to copy. Since she can read his thoughts, she tells him that her human form is closest to his ideal type. Ed is shocked to see that this is his taste in women, but Marilda confesses that she was just lying. The spirit points out that she can't just copy anyone, since transformation magic is difficult. The form she has belongs to a child she met when Arkan Island was uninhabited. Upon hearing the girl's description, it finally clicks in Ed's head. The girl is the same one who established the school and is none other than Sylvania. As night falls, our hero sits by his campfire when Janica comes to meet him. He then offers her some apples while still trying to maintain their formal speech. As she sits down, he asks her to pass her plate, and she hands it over. While eating the apples, Janica still wonders what to do about the awkward situation. With her face down, she decides to ask Ed something strange, but she asks him to hear her out before he replies. As the protagonist continues peeling his apples, she asks what he thinks of her coming to live with him at the camp. Upon hearing this, he mistakenly hurts himself with the knife. Janica then freaks out as his blood spills everywhere. Later on, the protagonist bandages his finger and also has the time to collect his thoughts. After that, he addresses Janica, saying that she's someone who's incredibly kind and sincere. He also tells her that he likes her a lot. As he continues to talk about her lovely charm, she hides her face in embarrassment. She then asks for a moment to catch her breath. Ed explains why he's worried about them living under the same roof, but she tells him that she's fine as long as she's with him. At that moment, they both look at each other with red faces and are unable to say anything. Ed then gets up and slowly walks to her while thinking of her sudden proposal to live together. He then sits beside her and asks if she's going through a tough time. He wants to think rationally about this since her request is out of the blue. The girl looks up to the sky and talks about how she misses the days of having a room to herself. Right from the beginning, it hasn't been easy for her to live in the normal forms where she couldn't escape everyone's gaze. Ed understands how hard this must have been for her. Janica then tells him how she wanted to escape to the camp if it was possible. Even though it would be a burden for him, she still just wanted to ask. Regardless, the MC points out that it being burdensome to him is unrelated. He decides to make his own weight request next time. Since they're going to know each other for a long time, he suggests that she should stay in a second hut. With tears in her eyes, she gives him a tight hug and thanks him. At that moment, he points out that she's no longer speaking formally. Ed then pats her head and comforts her for the moment. The next day, the MC gets up to prepare for lessons. Suddenly he hears a huge rumbling sound outside. He opens the door and sees Tarkan along with other spirits who have come to build the hut. Tarkan tells him how they celebrated in the spirit world last night. Right now, they've decided to build Janika's hut directly opposite Ed's own. While spirits debate on where to place the hut, Mug shows up and says they have to finish the work in 10 days. Tarkan isn't too happy about this, and he yells at Mug for having it easy, unlike during his own days. With no other choice, Mug decides to have the work done within a week. After that, the fire dragon heads off. The protagonist is worried about Mug having to finish the hut in 5 days, but the little spirit doesn't have much of a choice. After that, our hero decides to go make the thunderstruck, 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Since Jenica has done a lot for him, he wishes to repay her by crafting this new cane, and he hopes she'll like it. Meanwhile, Lucy is having a hard time sleeping, partially because of the construction work going on. However, her true anger is because of Janica, who is moving into the camp. As Janica greets the little girl, she sees her expression and recalls their battle of wits before. She then proudly tells Lucy that she'll be living in the camp. However, this only makes the little mage more upset. Later on, we see the protagonist at the faculty building with a lot of borrowed books. These elemental magic books are supposed to help with the firepower of his particle explosion spell. While being lost in thought, he suddenly sees a girl playing her guitar by the water fountain. Her name is Adele Saris, and she doesn't really appear often in the game. As he passes her, she calls out to him, and he wonders why she's talking to him. She tells him how much she's heard from Taylor and Ayla, but our boy doesn't really care. According to Jix, Taylor has been growing much stronger recently. Adele then offers to play a song for Ed, but he declines. As he walks away, she tells him that if he rises to the patriarch's throne, he'll have to kill the person he respects the most. The protagonist becomes shocked by this sudden prophecy. However, he feels he doesn't have to worry much since her prophecies don't always come true. On the other hand, he feels more unsettled because Adele will die in a scenario in the third act. Our hero returns to the camp and doesn't seem too happy about his current situation. He wants to make 2 canes for both him and Janica, but Lucy says she'll only strike one of them with thunder. Seeing how stubborn she is, he decides to make only one and give it to Janica, but this irks the little girl even more. Hearing Ed talk about Janica makes Lucy want to rip out her hair. Suddenly, she agrees to strike both canes. However, it's on the condition that Ed goes somewhere with her. It is said that Archmage Glocht was renowned for his research results. He also possessed 2 of the highest-ranked spirits, Teorphus and Frida. After the old mage retired, he invested his life savings into the education sector. In the end, he made Sylvania Academy become the best educational facility in the world. As our hero walks around campus with Lucy, people start looking at him weirdly. It's also said that Glocht met Lucy at a monastery in the Great Ramelin Mountains. The old mage was shocked by the little girl's magic talent. So, he spent his remaining days polishing this gem, which he had found. Sadly, his later years weren't so great. Not only did his wife die, but all his colleagues had passed as well. This is why he secluded himself in a hut in the mountains. There, Lucy brought him relief and would be someone who could continue his will. Due to this, the Archmage was able to pass away happily. Lucy then tells Ed that this is how her journey began, but she says it's over now. According to his history lesson, Ed learns that the old man is from the lawless area of Cohelton. However, Lucy says he's wrong because that's just where the Archmage spent his youth. According to her, Glocht's hometown is actually Arkan Island. She says the old man was always worried about the academy and how his heart saw Arkan Island as his hometown. Back then, she covered his corpse with a blanket and froze the body with ice magic. At her young age, she was able to maintain the ice magic for a while and carried the body out of the hut. She headed south of the Ramelin Mountains and passed many lands before arriving at the Clol Empire's borders. After that, she passed through many more counties, rivers, and forests, before finally reaching the Mexis Bridge that connects to Arkan Island. The journey took a toll on her body. According to her, it took her 3 months and an extra week to find a strange cave. According to her, this is where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other. She then takes Ed to where Glocht's body is buried. There, he sees a book about a spectral magic written by the Archmage. Glocht's book on the southern views already cost 7,000 gold. Upon seeing this posthumous book, the hero can't imagine how much it could be. Lucy tells him he can take it since she already knows everything there. She feels she might begin a new journey soon, but she plans to keep her promise to Glocht by protecting Sylvania. It's not really a happy story, but she says she just wanted to show it to Ed. Since the young girl is yet to escape her master's shadow, she waits for danger to approach Sylvania. Nevertheless, once the trial has passed, she'll be able to start a new journey. The MC decides to spend time with Lucy, listening to the sound of the waves while comforting her. The atmosphere was just right, which is fortunate for them. Janica's cabin is finally finished, and she's shocked to see how fast it was built. She looks back and sees that the spirits are completely exhausted from being overworked. Mug tries to explain that this is all Tarkin's fault, but he pushes it aside and ascends with his companions. After that, Janica writes the word cohabitation on the ground and becomes increasingly excited at the thought of it. Ed's cabin door opens and Lucy steps out. She quickly gives Janica an evil look, and the girl is surprised to see her. After looking at the words on the ground, she takes pride in the fact that she's in a better position than her rival. Meanwhile, Ed unlocks the ability to use basic aspectual magic. Mana particles gather at his fingertips, but Marilda notices that he's finding it difficult to use. Lucy says he'll get the hang of it after practicing a couple of times. She quickly shows off her skills by lifting all the work tools in the camp. Her face goes completely red as Ed pats her head and commends her for being a genius. The MC is shocked to see that aspectual magic can actually be learned in the game since it's basically the greatest power. Apart from the danger it poses, it's a very difficult magic to grasp. It'll be difficult for Lucy to teach Ed, which makes him wish that he had Professor Glast right now. His face becomes very grim as he remembers the professor. Suddenly, Jix approaches him, shocked to see him with another woman. At this point, he wonders what kind of trouble Ed will get into. The protagonist then unsummons Marilda and Jix apologizes for reading the situation wrongly. After that, the guy shows Ed the books he asked for. The protagonist decides to repay him, and Jix asks for assistance with his student council work. He is concerned about the request due to the last issue with Tanya, but Jix tells him that the council president wants people she can trust. The council president has already gathered some top students and plans to recruit more, including Ed. Jix feels that the protagonist will reject the offer because he already has a lot going on. However, Ed is shocked to see that he expected it. After Ed saved Tanya, a lot of things have become unknown, such as Jix joining the student council. The joint combat training will be happening soon before the third act's final event. During this event, there's a scenario where Claude loses in the final battle. Ed remembers it as one with a bad ending, but it's out of his hands now. Right now, the flow of things is all unknown to him. Later on, we see a giant carriage known as the Wheeled Palace, moving and being guarded by a lot of elite knights. On top of the palace, there are two people sitting, known as Archbishop Verdio and the Holy Pope, Eldine. The two dignitaries will be arriving in Sylvania soon. With Verdio and Eldane visiting, Tanya is pressured to make sure that preparations go as planned. We also see other students helping her to sort out some paperwork. She sees that the dignitaries are worried about Saintess Clarice, and that the Holy Pope also wants to meet Adele. Meanwhile, the real Saintess is getting ready to show up for the first time in front of the students. Sadly, the Pope's visit overlaps with the combat training, which she was hoping to attend. Clarice will rather much remain a student than return to the Holy Imperial capital. Also, she hasn't been able to meet Adele because the girl is usually in and out of places. Not only that, but the Saintess has had some nice adventures and now has stories of her own to tell. Of course, she can't tell the Archbishop about the incident with Lucy and Ed as well because Verdio will make her leave the academy. She finds it hard to refuse the Archbishop's words because he's always been like a teacher to her. Belle then tells her to eat comfortably after seeing how nervous she is. Clarice just needs to make sure that no one finds out her real identity, but she suddenly remembers that the protagonist knows who she is. Because of this, she fears what would happen if Ed and Verdio were to meet. As she shudders in fear, Belle offers to make tea for her, but she refuses and asks her to help with preparations to go out and meet Ed. The Saintess tells the maid that she needs to meet the MC quickly. On the other hand, Belle didn't want Ed and the Saintess to meet. The students gather to look at the matchups for the joint combat training. Meanwhile, Janica is feeling bad about not having any challengers for the training. Just like last year's exam, the results reflect in the grades of the students, and lower grades fight with higher grades as well. The only difference this year is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. Currently, there are no first years in Class A, which makes them eager to win against a second-year student. These matches between the first and second years will be worth watching too. On the other hand, not many people are interested in the third and fourth year matches. Aside from when Janica beat Lortel, no one else was able to beat their junior. Janica notices that Ed is reading the book Lucy gave him, and he says it's important. She starts feeling jealous and he wonders why she's making such a face. Suddenly, the knights clear the way for the Saintess to come through. The protagonist becomes nervous when he sees the chariot because it's weird for Clarice to be there. As she steps out, he starts wondering if the Pope's visit was delayed. He and Janica are shocked as Clarice steps up to our boy, saying that she wanted to hurry and meet him. After greeting him, the Saintess requests to have a short conversation with the MC. On the other hand, Janica nervously introduces herself to the Saintess. Ed figures her reaction is normal since the Saintess isn't a regular person. However, he can't believe that the girl in front of him is the same as Kylie Ekney. Clarice then tells him that Eldine is currently visiting Trix Hall, This makes Ed more wary as to why Clarice came to see him. She then mentions how Verdio is really smart and could make someone wonder if he could read minds. She explains that there are rumors stating that the Archbishop can read one's thoughts. As Ed listens to her, he finally realizes why she must have come to see him. This is because she's worried that Verdio will find out that Ed knows her identity. He then tells her that there's no way the Archbishop will meet him. Since he'll be partaking in the joint combat training, he'll most likely never meet Verdio. Upon hearing this, the Saintess is relieved. Suddenly, Janica asks her if she just came there to see Ed. She then starts to give Clarice a deadly look. The Saintess tries to explain herself but only makes things worse. In the end, she admits that she wanted to see our boy. After getting embarrassed, she runs back to her carriage. As the carriage zooms off, all eyes suddenly focus on our hero. Ed also admits that Clarice is a hard person to spend time with. Later on, we see students cheering as the combat training takes place. Rumors are also flying around about Ed being just strong among the third-year weaklings. One of the combatants, Kordek, brings out an upgraded weapon and says he'll show why the upper grades are different. The other students become nervous and scared as they see the guy's blunt weapon. The professor then signals the start of the match between Ed and Kordek. In a split second, the fourth-year brute appears in Ed's face and tells him that it's not too late to run if he's scared. However, our boy blocks his opponent's strike with his magic and blasts the guy. Kordek lies on the ground, wondering how a third-year student is so strong. The protagonist then sends his spirits after the guy and finishes him with a huge explosion. The other students are left speechless as Kordek lies like a roasted chicken on the ground. Ed commends his opponent, but his mind was focused on other things during the fight. After Clarice's visit, he escorted Janica to the stadium. On his way to the other stadium, he suddenly meets Adele. The girl feels that their meeting is by fate, but Ed is confused by her words. As she leaves for the hall, Ed thinks about the consequences of influencing the scenarios. After recalling Glast's death, he finds it hard to just let things pass. He then calls out to Adele and tells her that she'll die soon. Shockingly, she tells him that she already knows with a wide smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Ed bursts out of the room and runs fast to search for Taylor. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling as if there's an earthquake. He looks outside the window and sees that what's happening now is far more than he imagined. His eyes grow wide with fear as he sees a creature thought to have gone extinct. The sacred lance dragon awakens, wreaking havoc in the whole vicinity. In the original story, Taylor crushes the strongest freshman and takes down Claude, who drank the evil god's blood. As he exits the room, he hears of Adele's death. This incident causes Clarice to lose trust in the Order and become a different person. Due to this, players named her the Faithless Servant. As the Order dispatched troops to deal with Clarice, an awakened Lucy completely wipes them out. However, this is changed with the appearance of the sacred dragon, Wellbrock, which is supposed to appear towards the end of the main story. Ed wonders just what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, the dragon is causing so much destruction with just its foot. As it takes a step forward, the shockwave is too much for him to handle. Students run for their lives, trying to escape the explosions as well. As the protagonist staggers to get back up, he sees that half of the dormitory has been reduced to ashes. After that, he dashes forward and breaks out of the window. He then powers up his magic ring, knowing that he might never be able to use magic again. He uses all the power he can muster to summon Marilda and tells her to run quickly. Over in Trick's Hall, the knights try to get the Saintess to safety. She tells them to gather the others as they offer to take her back to her carriage. In the blink of an eye, the knights are impaled by sharp objects that burst through the window. Clarice shields herself, and as the dust settles, you can see the frightened look on her face. She sees the scales, and as she walks out, she wonders who could have created such a horrid creature. The surviving knight tells Marv to prepare the carriage. The guy tells them the carriage has been destroyed and offers them a horse instead. Clarice is then told that the horse will take her outside Arkan Island. With tears in her eyes, she says she can't ride a horse, but the knight urges her to hold on to it tightly. With his remaining strength, he taps the horse, and it sets off with the Saintess. As Clarice looks at the horrible scene before her, she recalls the stories that the Archbishop once told her. Wellbrock rages out, and she rides to safety. With its magic breath that resembled the sun, it completely destroys everything beneath him. As Clarice screams in fear, a barrier suddenly appears, defending her from the dragon's attack. She looks up and sees Principal Obel, who says that the dragon has awoken too early. Wellbrock raises its foot to crush Obel as the man prepares a spell. As things look grim for him, suddenly, purple chains sprout out and hold down the beast, thanks to Lucy. The dragon thrashes out and breaks the chains, leaving the young girl bewildered. After that, the dragon stomps her back to the ground, shattering the earth. The shockwave is so strong that Clarice can barely hold on to her horse. Luckily, Lucy survives, thanks to her magic shield. Obel then thanks her for buying enough time for him. He then unleashes a high-ranked defensive magic to hold back the beast. Lucy also comes in to support him. Meanwhile, the Saintess is completely traumatized by the dead bodies around her. She needs to run away quickly, but the fear and shock have left her confused about what to do. Suddenly, Ed shows up in front of her, and he's glad to see that she's safe. He extends his burnt-out hand to help her up and explains that he knew she would be at the Trix Hall. He also tells her that she can't escape the dragon's range even if she were to leave the island. The protagonist then helps her onto the spirit wolf. He looks over to Lucy and Obel, knowing that their strength will barely be enough to hold back the dragon. In the original story, Taylor would raise his power and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. At this point, Ed wonders if he should give up, but he then tells Marilda to run. In order to resolve this, he needs to find out what caused the plot to change. At first he blamed himself for the recent changes in the plot, but this doesn't explain why the final act of Chapter 5 is taking place now. In order to find out what summoned the dragon, he needs to get information about the major characters of Act 3. Lucy is currently fighting the dragon, and Clarice has no idea what's going on. Since Taylor must be trying to save people, Ed is shocked to see who this leaves out. Over at Nail Hall, as the students are running for their lives, Adele sees that the combat training plans have been cancelled. However, she is sure that fate will allow her to meet the Saintess one day. As the battle goes on, Ed figures if he finds Adele, the truth will be revealed. With him using the ring to borrow power from his future, he doesn't have much time. He arrives at the Ophelis Hall and tells Clarice to head inside. However, it turns out that the barrier wasn't able to block the dragon's scales. The Saintess shudders as she sees that most of the students are dead. The protagonist quickly grabs her land and runs inside, knowing that someone is still maintaining the barrier. As he rushes to the top floor, he finds Belle's body impaled by scales. Clarice offers to use holy magic to save her, but Ed already knows it's hopeless. Our hero figures that Belle crawled up to the top floor after suffering the dragon's attacks. With her remaining strength, the maid gives the MC a key before passing out. Knowing her, she'd say she did what she had to do. Tears flow down Clarice's eyes as she looks at the dead maid. As Ed closes Belle's eyes, Clarice believes that the maid will be all right. However, the protagonist grits his teeth in anger and runs out of the room with the Saintess. He opens the door to Clarice's room and tells her to keep a strong heart while he heads out. The Saintess tells him it's too dangerous, but as he tries to explain how things are outside, his words get cut off when he sees a huge gathering of mana particles in the air. He notices that it's aspectual magic and begins to search through all the books in the room. He feels the book he's looking for has to be there. Eventually, he comes across Glock's introduction to aspectual magic. As he assesses the situation, he notes the method of aspectual magic being used is nothing like he's seen before. Meanwhile, the Sacred Lance Dragon blows down fire on Obel's shield, and he can barely hold on any longer. As the flames head for where Ed is, he finally figures out why things are so weird. When Clarice asks if he has figured out something, the dragon's flames burst through the window, causing a blinding light to shine in the room. The entire room is destroyed in a huge explosion, and as the dust clears, there's barely anything left of the building. The Saintess then opens her eyes to see Ed standing over her with an iron rod through his body. While barely holding on, he tells her to ask for help if she needs it. Tears fill her eyes as she looks at him. He suddenly starts calling out some numbers, but the Saintess tells him to save his strength as she tries to heal him. Sadly, her efforts aren't enough. Our boy then dies and falls on her shoulder. The aspectual magic outside starts to grow bigger. Meanwhile, Clarice cries out, wondering why everyone had to die like this. She holds on tightly to Ed, begging and apologizing for all that has happened. Suddenly, her eyes open, and she sees herself back when she met with Ed and Janica. The students around are wondering why Clarice came to meet the protagonist. With the confusion, Ed asks the Saintess why she came to meet him. She suddenly dashes over the table and rips his shirt open, embarrassing our boy in the process. She doesn't see any wounds on his body and wonders how this is possible. Janica quickly calls her out for her actions. Clarice sits back down, breathing heavily, and wondering if everything she just experienced was a dream or a hallucination. She doubts the possibility after seeing the blood marks on her hand, and she realizes that she must have come back to the past. The Saintess recalls how she came to warn Ed about Vertio. After that, she went to Trix Hall to wait for the Holy Pope. While waiting for the Pope, the Sacred Lance Dragon attacked, and a lot of people died. Right now, she stares at her hand in complete disbelief and fear. As Ed calls to her, she quickly grabs his hand and runs off with him. He tries to tell her that she needs to meet Eldine as he gets shoved into the carriage. On the other hand, Clarice desperately says that they have to hurry to the Mexis Bridge. As the carriage speeds off, the other students are still confused by what just happened. Janica wonders if the Saintess is eloping with her love. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells Clarice that her actions will cause problems. She then tells him how a dragon will attack the island and everyone will die. Clarice explains that she already died once and has now returned to the past. Back then, Ed was about to tell her something before being crushed by the rubble. However, she reminds him that he told her to come to him for help no matter what. Upon hearing this, our hero has no idea how to respond. As they get to the bridge, they have to wait for the inspection personnel. Ed tells her that it's better to go back and meet the Pope, but she starts reciting the numbers that he said back then. Upon hearing this, Ed is completely shocked. The carriage's driver notices how crowded it is and tries to tell the Saintess that this will take time, but Ed tells him to get through fast because there's an emergency. He tries to highlight how everyone will be in danger if they don't break through. The coachman then tells them to hold on tight as he breaks through the crowd. Our hero decides to believe Clarice after she recites the numbers that no one else in that world would understand. Those numbers were his military service number before he came into this world. As they ride off, Ed starts to understand why the Saintess chose to escape. For time to have been rewound, it means a spectral magic was definitely involved. While he continues his explanation, Clarice asks him to allow her to lie on his chest for a little while. Meanwhile, Ed figures that the magic used should have been impossible with a human's magic power. Suddenly, Wellbrock rises up and roars loudly over the horizon. Clarice screams in fear, but they have successfully escaped this time. However, the same nightmare occurs again for her. She turns back to look at Ed, who calls to her and is terrified to see him impaled by the dragon's scales. As she weeps, she tries to heal him and apologizes for not being able to help him again. Once again, our hero has died for her sake, and all she can do is say sorry. Nevertheless, Ed comforts her, telling her not to cry and saying that he's sure that he'll help her again. After those final words, he dies. Clarice begins to blame her blessing, wishing that Ed had it instead of her. As she wishes to return to the past once more, she finds herself at her initial meeting with the protagonist again. As he asks why she came to talk, she rushes to hug him with tears in her eyes. This time around, she swears to save him. She quickly shoves him into the carriage again and tells the driver to head towards the east. After explaining the situation to Ed, they decide to find a place to hide. However, the dragon's attacks still reach them, and the protagonist dies by her side again. She regresses for the 4th time again, but Ed still dies in a cavern by the Western Sea. On her 12th time, they go to Glast's secret lab, but the dragon still strikes them there. Clarice regresses up to 22 times, but the results are always the same. Again and again, Ed keeps dying, and Clarice only sees herself in a pool of blood and misery. No matter where they ran to, the Archbishop and the Holy Pope were never present, but our hero kept dying and saving the Saintess. She calls out Ed's military service number to him again and wonders what to do now. Meanwhile, they're back at the Mexis Bridge where inspections are taking place. As Ed leaves the carriage, she expects him to yell out how they need to pass, but this time he asks the driver to stop. Then, he asks the Saintess to get off because he can tell that she has been through this process a lot. Ed gives her his jacket and tells her to get some rest. He then tells her that he knows some people worth asking for help from. Clarice asks the protagonist to run away because she's tired of seeing him die. Despite trying countless times to save him, nothing worked. In the end, all her efforts are in vain. Ed tells her that it's okay and wonders why her wounds won't heal, despite going back in time. As he tends to her wounds, he notes how the holy magic's blessing protects her body and gives her resistance against the same type of magic as well. This means that time is being rewound due to holy magic in the first place. She then realizes that Ed must have found this out when he was searching through books the first time he died. With this, he tries to show her that there's hope. As she flings herself on him, he asks how many times she has repeated the day. The Saintess tells him that she lost count after the 10th time. Ed tells her to calm down and commends her for coming this far. As she looks up at him with her teary eyes, he tells her to leave it all to him. Now, they have to remove the source of this issue. Ed finds it strange the way Clarice changed after Adele's death. The faithless saint was basically a destruction of her original character. It only makes sense that she experienced so much for her personality to change. Now that he has seen how much she has gone through, it makes sense why Clarice would go against the order. This also means that the original story hasn't changed. Later on, Ed storms into the nail hall and tells the Saintess that they need to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. They need to find the Archbishop and the Holy Pope, but no one knows where they are. She finds it strange because these two dignitaries should attract attention normally. As they enter the training room, they see Taylor and Wade sparring. Taylor gets distracted and hit on the head. Then their attention turns to Ed and Clarice. Ed quickly covers the Saintess with his jacket and moves through the crowd. Seeing that they have to find Verdio and Eldane quickly, our hero meets with Lortel, who will most likely know their whereabouts. As she grabs the hero's hands, she's shocked to see that Clarice is with him. She calls him out for trying to hypnotize the Saintess, but Ed tells her that he needs to find someone quickly, and he offers to pay any amount of money she wants. Upon hearing this, Lortel asks him to explain what's going on. At the carriage depot, she successfully gathers all the intel and teases Ed about charging a high fee. She understands Ed's behavior, but doesn't understand why the Saintess has changed so suddenly. The protagonist begins to tell her how the combat training will be ending soon, and he also highlights how she keeps a clear head in most situations. He then tells her to stay calm and believe what he's about to say. With time running out, he starts explaining the situation, and Lortel can't believe her ears. Suddenly the ground begins to rumble and destruction engulfs the city as the dragon begins its attack again. Ed uses his body to protect Lortel from the scales, leaving her shocked by the current situation. As the dragon moves, the tides shift, and a great storm befalls the city. As Lortel comes back to her senses, she sees the protagonist leaning over her with injuries. He then asks her how much she wants. She is speechless for a moment but decides that she owes him for saving her life. From the intel she gathered, Verdio and Eldane used a concealment rune to hide their movements. However, they headed towards the academic cathedral in the faculty building. As Ed and Lortel head towards there, Clarice bursts out of the carriage and tries to stop Ed. Seeing how worried the Saintess is, Lortel starts to feel awkward. The merchant girl then tells them to get moving. Luckily, there's a horse that can still get them to the faculty building. Ed gets on it and asks for the reins. As Lortel hands it over, she tells him that one of them needs to stay back. She quickly helps Clarice to get on the horse and tells Ed that she believes in him. While Ed swears to repay the favor, she quickly grabs him and plants a kiss, leaving the Saintess feeling awkward. Clarice then looks at Lortel and notices her deadly gaze. Nevertheless, Lortel now has her insurance. After that, the horse starts to move out. The merchant girl then tells Clarice that clinging onto someone's property can get quite messy. After bidding them farewell, she slowly walks through the field of dead bodies. She forces herself to put on a smile as the dragon is about to crush her, but those who laugh in the face of danger find themselves as the victors in the end. While Obel and Lucy fight the dragon, our hero and Saintess ride off to find the culprits of this calamity. Ed tells Clarice to take to heart what he has told her. However, she wonders how he's so calm in the midst of all this. Suddenly, their horse gets struck, and he shields her as they fall to the ground. As she opens her eyes, she notices that Ed is bleeding a lot. However, he tells her not to worry because he's had far worse injuries. Luckily, they finally arrive at the cathedral, where they see a strange person standing on the roof. This is one of the people revered as the greatest of holy sorcerers. Even Lucy will have a hard time against one of them, and they are known as the Apostles of Telos. As the guy lands before them, Clarice tells him to step aside. However, the apostle tells her that he can't let them pass because of Eldon's orders. In that instant, Ed's dagger reaches his face, but the guy quickly parries it. The protagonist then tells Clarice that she needs to break through quickly. As the apostle tries to stop her, he sees a magic wave ball that Ed tossed towards him. The ball explodes and pushes the guy back. After that, he gets attacked with wind blades, but he is able to block it. However, the Saintess uses the chance to enter the building. The Apostle of Telos then wonders who Ed is. Seeing that he has lost a lot of blood, he tells the MC to give up. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble as Ed charges his mana and gets ready to fire a magic arrow. The Apostle goes ahead to fortify his body with high-rank magic. As the protagonist fires the arrows, his opponent quickly evades them and introduces himself as Lightspeed Taldarak. The guy dives toward Ed and impales him with his spear. The scene then flashes back to when our hero told the Saintess not to give up. As she runs through the building, she recalls his words, telling her to break through and come to an understanding of what's going on. Meanwhile, Ed grabs the Apostle's hand, refusing to die easily. He stabs the guy's hand and charges up the power in his ring, leaving Taldarak scared. With this, Marilda is summoned, and she devours the Apostle in a single bite. As our hero falls to the ground, the spirit tells him that he should have summoned her from the beginning. She tries to get him to keep it together, but our hero is already losing his vision. The last thing he sees is a bright light shining from the cathedral as Marilda screams out his name. Clarice finally reaches the door, but it's locked, and she doesn't know what to do. Past the door is a sacred chamber that she knows of. She tries to use her magic to force it open, and it explodes. After that, she suddenly sees Adele covered in blood. She runs to help the girl and asks what happened. Adele is shocked that the Saintess has come sooner than expected, but she tells her that there's no need to come back again. As she walks off, Clarice sees the mark of a holy blessing on her arm. For that one mark, the holy dignitaries must be gathered, and there is only one person who can have this blessing inscribed on their body. This is none other than the Saintess, so seeing this on Adele makes no sense to Clarice. However, the girl tells the Saintess to wait a bit longer because it'll all be over soon. As Clarice reaches out for her, Adele's body bursts out with magic, and the Saintess regresses to the same day again. With the anger in her, she gets up and decides to tell Ed about everything immediately. The first memory Adele recalls is seeing seagulls flying above the harbor. There, two kids are running around and playing. She then tells them to be careful and watch where they're going. Her parents ran away from their homelands to the trade city of Oldek to seek refuge from the war. Sadly, they were still used and scammed and could barely afford a piece of bread for the day. One day, while she's enjoying a nice meal, her dad tells her he'll be back soon after taking care of something. As the man walks away, He occasionally takes a look back at his daughter. Meanwhile, the wonderful sandwich Adele had tasted like nothing at all to her. After that moment, she became an orphan. She then goes to Delderos orphanage, where she worked together with the other children. Luckily, they were able to rest occasionally and receive support from the Telos order. She also learned to play the lute, which made her spend more time at the church. One day, Archbishop Verdio gets congratulated on his entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. While Verdio thanks everyone, his robe suddenly catches fire. As the fire begins to spread, it is quickly doused with a bucket of water. The Archbishop is shocked to see Adele with buckets of water. He then asks her how she knew it would happen. She tells him that she has dreams about the future, but she can't see her own future. Upon hearing this, Verdio grabs her hand and calls her the Saintess of Telos. Just overnight, Adele saw herself at a table with luxurious meals and the respect of high-ranking clergymen. Her new life was incomparable to the one she lived in poverty. She received baptisms from the Holy Pope, Verdio, and the greatest apostle. She also bore the Holy Magic's blessing on her body. With this, her holy power grew stronger. All that remained was the baptism of the stigmata, and for the first time, Adele was able to see her future. Later on, Verdio lashes out at her because she wants to give up on being the saintess. She thanks him for all the care, but she wants to use other means to serve Telos. Seeing that she can't be convinced, the Archbishop tells her that her ability to see the future is the reason she was selected as the saintess. He gives her a nasty look as he realizes that she can now see her own future. As years passed by, Adele remained as the caretaker of the Holy Flame. As she plays the lute through the night, her future would appear once she fell asleep. There she sees the feral dragon, Wellbrock. Verdio then decides to offer her as a sacrifice because his plans have gotten out of hand. While in the imperial capital, she heard a lot of things. Thanks to Emperor Kloll, the world was finding peace, but the Pope's influence was reduced. Verdio, who was also a businessman, knew that they needed to turn things around with fear and the miracle of God. They planned to summon the Holy Lance Dragon and have the order subdue it. For this, Verdio was searching for a sacrifice which was none other than Adele. However, several years later, she meets Clarice, who has an incredible gift for holy magic. Clarice then asks her what she has to do to live a pure life. Adele stops her music, thinking of how to tell Clarice that it's her fault that she's the saintess now. She then starts singing for Clarice while telling her to run away in her mind. As they enjoy the night, Adele hopes that Clarice will be able to run away. She would sing these songs, hoping that Clarice would run, but the guilt always came back to stab her. One morning, she decides to run away to the Sylvania Academy. As she walked through the place covered in blood, the students were speechless. However, she eventually realizes when and how the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. When she heads to the chapel, she meets Taldarak, who tells her that outsiders aren't allowed inside. She would then show her holy blessing mark and enter the chapel, where the apostles are waiting. There, she sees a chest containing Wellbrock's fang. She tries to convince Verdio and the apostles to stop, but they won't listen to her. Seeing that Saintess Clarice isn't there, they must have thought that tales of the dragon were fairy tales. However, the appearance of the mighty beast proves them wrong. In the end, Verdio tries to quickly get the saintess to be used as a sacrifice. The magic circle on the floor would seal the dragon once the saintess was sacrificed. So Adele decides to use herself as a sacrifice and endures the pain. Nevertheless, she didn't predict that the holy magic blessing would protect her body from the necklace. The aspectual magic within her gets pushed to its limits. So the process repeated itself again and again. Adele was shocked when Clarice managed to enter the chapel the last time. Now, she pushes herself to try 1 or 2 more times to finally end the loop. As she drags her bloody body to the chapel again, she suddenly bumps into Ed and wonders what he's doing there.